All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is March 16th, 2026. Welcome to the third week of war drama. You had big developments over the weekend with Kharg Island. However, the reaction was very, very small. And now in the last hour or two, as we are getting ready for the opening bell, you actually have gotten a pretty big reaction. Oil is down a decent amount. S&P futures, NASDAQ futures are up around by 1%. And there was a ton of stock news. So I was just telling everybody on the Locked In, man, I do think that today is going to be a different type of headline sensitive. I think you're going to hear more about stocks. You got the NVIDIA GTC. You even have Powell this week, which is a big event, but it does seem like we are a little bit more chill. There was way more stock news in the morning, a lot of developments about buyouts and partnerships and all of that. And the main theme, like I told y'all, if you didn't check the YouTube short or the Instagram video, this joint action, this coalition, there's already a lot of talks about that, and that does seem like the thing we are waiting for. So, hello. War drama. You had big developments over the week. So I do think it's going to be a little bit different than what we saw, but now the question is, does Kharg Island, does it lead to the off-ramp, or does that big escalation get matched with another big escalation? So we're going to see. There's a couple of things, like I said, war related, but it does seem like the market is not responding the same way today. So we got 7 hours. It's going to be a glorious Monday. And before we begin any of it, baby, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, especially with everything going on, man. As we sit here on our computers, there is some your fellow brothers and sisters of America, man. There's people putting their lives on the line. They're supporting all this, making sure that the trouble don't come your way, man. And I do think the least we could do is honor them. I'm not the biggest war supporter, but I am the biggest supporter of giving people the honor they deserve, man. I don't think you could ever take that away from the people who have served. So God bless every single one of you, man. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to your families as well. They made that sacrifice as well, too. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the digits! Oh, it's game time, Chad. Hard. Oh my goodness, Catadonia. Oh, it's gonna be a good day, baby. It's gonna be a good Monday. Do you feel it? Are you ready, bro? Are you ready for a Monday? Oh, yes, welcome back. It's different, bro. I don't know how to describe it. Last couple of weeks, this one's different here in March, so maybe it is seasonality, or maybe all of that goes out the window within an hour of headlines. We'll find out, baby. But Chad, I got a couple of plays for you, and then I need to use the restroom. I'm going to be watching Lioness, Rare Earths, Nibis, Caesar, Dollar Trees, China. Oh, I forgot to talk about China. We got to talk about China a lot. So remind me of that. Meta, and then SMH. There's one more thing I wanted to tell you about. We're going to go over some of the Kharg Island history. I think you guys will enjoy that. But other than that, give me a second.
Moderate to severe volatility.
I was going to play swimmer. Long-term monthly. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done.
Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we live in it.
Are you ready?
You could say it's one hell of a decision.
Oh, 15 seconds. Let's go. Oh, I forgot about Coupang. There was a big insider buy. Remember, your boy, Kevin Warsh. He is on the board of Coupang and UPS. So let's see. I mean, again, I do think today's more stock-driven, surprisingly. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, yeah, Nibis and Meta. Meta too, bro. Remember, Meta had that bad news with the model. They're like, all right, screw it. We're going to fire 20% of our staff. And now they're up 3%. And then they did $25 billion with Nibis. So that was the other one. SOC's a piece of shit, dude. What the hell? Why is it not moving? Oh, yeah, so that one just that held the same gap up from last night. I know there was something on the pipeline, too. We could talk about that as well. Greer, China will continue to work on rare earths. Oh, what was the other one? Linus is like a Australian ETF. But, yeah, they had a rare earth deal as well. So they gapped up a little bit, 16%. So we're going to see... Or 6%, not 16. So some of them are small, but, again, a lot of the... what's it called is going up. Intel's up 6%. Oh, yeah, they gapped up. So, again, there was a lot of chip news. TSM and Micron as well. I believe Micron's up another 5. But chips are killing it. The whole chip index right now is up by 3. So, and then we'll see your boy IGV. IGV's just kind of chilling. Again, yeah, last week was its first, like, calmer week out of all of them. But now think about the ones that kind of got clapped. And then oil's coming into the low right now. You're down by 4.3 on the futures. Again, Iran, anybody related to the data centers, again, after that Nibis deal or energy, they're starting to go up as well, too. You know, I kind of like the other one. I have a couple of ideas here. Ooh, those are jacked up, dude. Did? I'm in a coat. And then Caesars did get the offer again, too, so you're going to hear about that. All right. I'm going to have to wait on one of these. And then let's check one more. Meta, Tesla. Oh, yeah, let me switch this to the SPY. Get you on a daily chart. Oh, I got to add it again? Boo. Today, 1 minute. And there you go. Yeah, oil's still dropping. Well. So, yeah, this is going to be your chart for now. Let it grow. Actually, where is shipping? Alright, they're chilling. Let's see Bitcoin. They start getting Bitcoin and chips were probably the bigger industries here today. Actually, I think how did that stack up next to IGV? So Bitcoin's trying. I think they're matched up. Bitcoin might be catching a little bit more of a bid. Well. Futu, China names. There was a lot of Baba news. I think I might be too... I have an idea, but I might be too early on it. Let's see. And then where are we at index-wise? NASDAQ up 1.2, Russell 1.3, Dow 0.7, and SPY 0.9, with the VIX down 9%. So very much calmer compared to last 2 days, you know? People much calm. Believe me, little bro, you a child, you a son of the highest and above. Tell him. What time's the NVIDIA stuff? I don't know when that's going to be. And then value, again, even you had still more credit news and people clamoring about that, but it didn't really cause anything. Alright, I got a surprising one for you. I think you might be surprised by this one. What range would I consider Intel? Oh, like 25 bucks. So unfortunately, so I'm not a big fan of buying the plays that we're up on. I like Intel a lot. I was supposed to be their CEO at one time, but yeah, that's it. SPY still, again, remember, even Mondays we like to gap up a little bit. So are you ready for this next one, man? So here's your surprising play of the day. Days, just in case any of the premium runs out. But yeah, watch that one, just in case. Is war considered old news? No, not at all. I mean, it's definitely chilled out a little bit more for today. Again, over the weekend, it was actually escalatory. We'll talk about it here in a second, but you know, it's not like you know, you didn't. It's a lot less bad news than we've had, but then there's also some things with seasonality. And then, you know, I think today was just like the investment news. The fact that, you know, again, a lot of like chip companies, a lot of people started to like get involved in just like other investments. I mean, I think that's what calmed down the fear, but the war stuff is still there. We're just at week 3 now. But, you know, after that Kharg Island stuff, the Kharg Island is very escalatory. It should have either escalated things dramatically, or it's going to start winding some things down. But the fact you had no news over the last 2 days, it kind of calmed people down. But other than that, it's, you know, it's still putting us in a very interesting spot. So I wouldn't say it's over. I wouldn't say it's gone, but you are going to play a game with that one back and forth. The backstory of me being the CEO at Intel, you had to be there for it. Before Donald Trump and the White House, you know, before they saw the value, I've seen Intel's value long ahead. EU imposes sanctions on Chinese and Iranian entities for cyber attacks against EU member states. So Iran is still up. Baba's going up again. China is another thing too. People were talking about that. If we get more volatility, China and some of those other emerging markets usually benefit. But then again, oil is going to kind of get in the way. But yeah, oil it hit down 4. It's calming down for now. Let's see where we're at price-wise. Still about just under 1% on the SPX. Again, Dow is the only one not doing as good. Blue Owl on the high. Interesting. There might be another one. All right, so check up. Damn. All right, so this is good news, bad news, because this might play a little bit. Polish jet fighters intercept Russian aircraft over Baltic Sea. But yeah, this is what happened on Friday, I think, or Thursday. Here's the problem. You have 417 names in the green right now on the SPY, 83 in the red. So it's either, yeah, you might continue that all day, but you have a lot of room for things to go down. So that's kind of how I remember when we were feeling good on Friday a little bit. Dow 25 in the green, 5 in the red. NASDAQ 84 in the green, 16 in the red. So yeah, everything is still upside for the most part, which means you have a lot of room to go down if that flips. Otherwise, you're going to kind of keep chilling. It's a pretty strong start though, which is kind of fascinating. SOC's not doing shit. I mean, it's up. It was up 10, but I still wasn't happy with that. So again, I think they're gonna have that one even then too. Pre-market barely moved. And then Meta, they're still up 2.6. Again, the firing news. Watch the banks. Coupang. Up 30%. Let me get another one. Calm before the storm? No, I mean, we just had a storm for the last 3 weeks. I think it just all depends on, like I'm saying, this Kharg Island stuff. It's either Iran is going to lash out. Otherwise, if Iran doesn't lash out, it might start opening up some of the window. Or, you know, I think this could even be some of the seasonality. Remember, we were talking about it on Friday, how usually from here on out, it starts to calm down a little bit. That one's a lot smaller though, and they had cheaper ones on the short terms rather than the ones with time. Not a recommendation. Oh, dude, what happened to Adabe? I forgot about that. Yeah, Adabe's still going. Remember, I think 239 or 240 is its low. Oh yeah, Adabe's coming down. Damn. Oh, this is the week of March 20th. So remember, you're gonna have the Fed. That's gonna be big, but then also too, young Adabe. Or the young expiration. So March 20th, there's a lot. I think this is probably going to be the biggest expiration of the year. I mean, until everybody goes crazy again. But yeah, Oracle coming down. Yeah, Oracle's kind of, I mean, $10 up from where we got it, and then $10 off of the high. Intel's doing good. IGV it's up a little bit, but it's not as hot as everything else considering, you know, they got to thrive during everything else. Expand, EXE on the high. And then Russell's starting to climb. Russell's actually the leader now at 1.5 on the day. So you hit 669. Where does this put us on the SPY? You're just back to Friday's open. So remember, Friday had a strong open and then we faded it. So this isn't that impressive. I know it feels good, so be careful. Just remember, I mean, we did this exact same move on Friday. Friday, I would say the news wasn't as good, but I mean, again, even it's not like you had crazy news over the weekend. I would just argue it was a lack of news. Yeah, Trump conference at 11:45. 2 hours. He said that they announced it a little bit ago before. You like the new setup? Wow. You've been the first one to encourage it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Sock just knifed its gains. So yeah, that one, again, there's a lot of drama around this one. That's what I was saying. It's either going to squeeze or not, because they still have 40% shorted, and then literally every 6 hours, there's another headline on it. So California tried to stop them from a pipeline even after the order. But yeah, I still like it, but that's why playing a little bit of time. But yeah, it does move like shit. Not gonna lie. SanDisk, damn. Micron. So all the chips are still up too, but they're kind of chilling out. I mean, Intel's still up 5. Damn, Dizzle. I don't know what time GTC is, but you do have it. And the latest one was that Russia news. Apple. March 16th, bro. Damn, that killed a lot of the premiums. So again, this type of move, bro, that slashed premiums by a shit ton. SanDisk been doing it. SPY hitting another high. Korea's on the high. So yeah, Korea's up 6%. So that's actually starting to catch a little. Again, you have SanDisk and all those going crazy, but oil's down 4. I mean, if you think about it, last couple of hours from like midnight till now, I mean, oil has been on a straight decline. So it's not bad. Again, a lot of the oil companies are going down as well too, like Battalion and some of those other ones. It's up a lot, bro. 1, 2. So again, now I'd say the breakout point is going to be 670, and then whether or not we fill the gap. The only thing I don't like about this is that this is still pretty low. I mean, again, I think you're still within the range or a little bit lower than where the war began. But yeah, just remember on Friday we had that gap up. People were feeling a certain way, and then that all kind of flipped there. 11 a.m. for Jensen on the keynote. Oh, no way. So he's going to go on at 11 and then Trump at 11:45. So you got like 2 hours before hearing headlines, essentially. And then Microsoft on the low. Yeah, software is just not as hot. I mean, meanwhile, chips are up 2.4. EM might even be. Yeah, EM's up 2.7. So again, like the Korea, the ones that are more oil sensitive, remember they go both ways. You could play Korea both ways depending on what happens. EEM, it's the same idea. If oil goes higher, EEM gets clapped. Otherwise, EEM should benefit. But yeah, those are starting off pretty good. Yeah, well, remember, SanDisk was even doing that on Friday. SanDisk, WDC, Micron, and then Micron had a deal with TSM this morning. Ross on the highs. Who else? We had Dollar Tree earnings. So Apple's leading. Meta's coming down. NVIDIA's up. Let's see. Google's starting to run. Amazon, Dow Jones up by 1% now too. 1.1. NASDAQ 1.3. Russell 1.6. And SPY 1.2. Not bad, Habibi. Chemical companies. Stay blessed, my friend. Stay blessed. Amen. Any Intel news? No, they're just running with all the chips. All of really the lack of news over the weekend was kind of the good news so far. Otherwise, Kharg Island. That's kind of what set a lot of this in motion. And the fact that we escalated pretty heavily without a reaction, that's it. And then, two, the other call to action from like late last night or middle of the day yesterday till now is this idea of a joint coalition or a coalition of countries gonna offer some help. Trump called on China, pretty much said he's willing to cancel the meeting. He even called on NATO. And then, yeah, like in the next week or two, if you could have a calm week by the 4th week now, end of the month, that's where that timeline will match up a little bit more on getting ships through. So I wouldn't say the problem's over. It's just today, no news is good news, but then also, too, there was a lot of individual company news. So a lot of investments, a lot of stuff related to AI. I mean, dude, even this morning, I heard people talking about AI power again. And people saying back to the companies that need power and kind of focusing on the demand there. So it seemed like this was the first weekend and Monday where in the last like 2 or 3 where we woke up talking about, investments in markets rather than bombs in the Middle East. Why would you go to Kharg Island? So that was... Are you guys ready for the fun fact? This is what I asked people this morning. Do you guys know who attacked Kharg Island before Donald Trump? So Donald Trump is the latest person to initiate an attack on Kharg Island. But besides Battlefield 3, there was somebody else who attacked Kharg Island. Do you guys know who it is? That was the pop quiz this morning. And pretty much what happened, this was from the 80s. In the 80s, Kharg Island, the whole idea was the last person who attacked it, they wanted to piss off Iran. They actually did it in an attempt to make Iran escalate so that they could throw Iran under the bus on the global scale. And it worked, but it actually led to... it actually took 2 months, so that was the bad part. But yeah... it's one of those issues where it's like we've seen this before. I'm surprised most people, this one didn't get brought up as much. But yes, it was Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein in the 80s. You could go look it up. There's something called the Tanker Wars. So in the 80s, they were bombing the Strait of Hormuz. Not like the 70s, not like the last time Homeboy did it. But in the 80s, there was the Tanker Wars. And they were bombing the Persian Gulf as well as the Strait of Hormuz. No, Saddam. So Saddam, that's what his plan was back then. His plan was, let's fucking bomb Kharg Island to piss off Iran. And if Iran retaliates heavy, he could throw them under the bus and be like, look, everybody, Iran, we need global support. Kind of like what Trump is doing right now. So yeah, that's why it's one of those things. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of different ones. In terms of how this could go. But the whole idea is that it was escalatory, but it should get you one of those things where you, it's either Iran is going to respond or they're going to pretty much avoid this like they, different than what they did last time. So yeah, that's what we're kind of waiting for. Because that's what happened over the weekend. Nothing bad happened, and now you're hearing the call on the joint coalition of everybody else. The owner of Frontline, John Fredrickson, made his fortune in the Tanker Wars. The Brazil one, I didn't take that play. Like I said, you could watch it, but yeah, that one, it's going to go both ways, though, too. Even like I'm saying here, for the rest of the week, even the next couple weeks. Whatever happens with oil in emerging markets, they could be good. But yeah, I'm glad you hit. Core Weave on the low. Oh, they're up 2.9. It's a vulnerable island. Not really, but it has its history. It just, again, though, even in the Tanker Wars, though, the difference in the 80 and why everybody probably may be not, more scared are the insurance companies, because the Tanker Wars in the 80s, everybody was getting fucked up. Everybody, literally they were bombing China ships. Again, it was, imagine Saddam Hussein and Iran just beefing it out, and they were taking it out on Japanese ships, Chinese ships, everybody's ship kept getting clapped. But it's good, though. Today was the first, chill day. I mean, we'll see how long it lasts, but, even over the weekend. But, unfortunately, the price action's it's not too strong. But today felt different, and I do think it's going to be it's going to be different than the headline-sensitive nature we've been coming into these last couple of weeks. So take that how you please. That could either be good or bad. It's locked in. Welcome, Elijah. There's another chat, bro, so make sure you go to that one so you could actually use it. Am I short or long on oil? I only have one small oil. I have an oil call left that I should have sold on last week. That one that kind of went crazy. Other than that, I got I don't really have any other like energy plays except for SOC, and then I have a wheat debit spread, but I'm not too into that. But then I have been buying other calls too along the way, even one today. But yeah, I don't have a crazy oil position. We've just been flipping it back and forth and then playing the headlines. That's something I keep saying. I'm like, I don't. Even from last week, I don't think anybody knows what's really going on. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean it in just like, I would approach the market very humbly. I think a lot of the info is delayed. But even last week, I was like, I don't know, man. I feel like everyone's getting played. There's something we're not really knowing here. But it's either the game plan I've been talking about is I've been bearish on the market unless there's a clear off ramp. And a lot of these situations, even Kharg Island, it's either going to create an off-ramp or it's going to cause a massive escalation. And that's just the way I'm viewing a lot of this, very binary. You're either going to get big escalation or everyone's going to just calm the fuck down. But the one thing I was talking about last week that I might have to make a video on it, because a lot of people are unaware of this, is that, it's not even political. Like, if I told you, like, oil is going to go back to $70 by the end of the year. I'm not saying that because I'm a Trump supporter. I'm saying that because that's what the damn oil futures say. And a lot of people are unaware of this, that if you go out through the oil curve, and you guys could all look it up. This is what I was showing people on Friday. Just go like CLM, CLN. You could go any of them. Go June 2027. Anything in 2027, even the end of the year, they're all like $70 or so. So that's one of those things where it's just like the situation in the short run is very bad, but at the same time, the market is still generally pricing that this will be done. That's why what happened with Kharg Island now over the weekend, the response we get, whether or not we get the coalition, and then you tie that into the final week, by the time you should be able to get some of the ships out there. That's where we're gonna really find out if this could meet timelines or not. Otherwise, if it doesn't, then that's where demand destruction and some things start to change. So yeah, I do think these next 2 weeks will be extremely critical. But so far, today was like the first week that we didn't like go nuts. They had the CENTCOM one. I didn't know the IEA was going to be live. Oh, they are going to be live. 2 minutes. I think he's going to talk about when the oil barrels are going to hit. Trump says cost of conflict is negligible. Trump to PBS, the oil prices will drop like a rock as soon as it's over. I mean, again, oil's already down 5 right now. So again, oil's even taking a low into that. Sock flipped red. No way. What a piece of shit. Yeah, it already gave up. Literally, that's a 10% move. Who else is the other one? Fastly's on the low. I think ServiceNow got an upgrade. Again, software is just not as hot this morning. Okay, well, SPY hit a new high. Is TOS going to be the trading screen on stream moving forward? Yes, it must. I don't think I'm going to use the E-Trade, the new E-Trade. I mean, that's where we get the high-low ticker from, but I don't think I'm going to incorporate it. Oh! What about the peach? Oh, the peach nation. Into the highs. Oh, dude, did they invite you to the joint coalition? Honestly, that's how, if you want to doubt everything going on until Bradley Frizzle shows up at the, did they call on the peach? I bet you the peach could get us some safe passage through the strait. It's amazing. Trump declines to comment on deploying ground troops in Iran. I'd like to comment on Bradley Frizzle and the peach and the amazing consistency. Good morning, brother. Amen. No, I like the setup. It's fine for now. I mean, as long as I got the high load. I just don't like I can't click. Because they're two different platforms. I can't click on it and then send it through. But it's not too bad. Tesla's going up again. High ticker's pretty active. There's a couple names. I want to say they're like more industrial and energy names that are all coming down. I mean, XOM and XLE is actually doing pretty good. Again, oil just hit a low into 5.3. Excuse me. SPY 670. Are we higher than Friday? Oh, you're 2 points off. Treasury Secretary says fine with some Iranian and Indian ships going through. And we're waiting for the IEA. They are about to go live. Oh. Stream starting shortly. I can't believe his name is Beryl. You guys don't think that's hilarious? Shit like this that turns me into a conspiracy theorist. You know that? The guy who releases oil barrels is named Beryl or Baral. Like, come on. Baral, Barrel. Oh, no, man. NAHB 38 versus 37 housing index. Let's see. I think do we have pending home sales tomorrow? No, it's bad. No, it's bad.
For joining us at the International Energy Agency today.
So they're just going to probably talk about when the oil hits.
Executive Director, Dr. Fatih Birol. Dr. Birol is going to first give a brief summary of how the IEA sees the current situation in energy markets, and he will then provide some comments on the state of play regarding the release of emergency oil stocks by IEA member countries that he announced last week. Dr. Birol, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Greetings from International Energy Agency headquarters in Paris. The war in the Middle East is creating the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. The volume of oil supply now offline is already higher than the supply lost during the oil shock of 1973. And higher than any of the big disruptions we have witnessed since then. The disruptions in the Middle East are also creating significant challenges in the natural gas markets, as I highlighted last week.
Trump says the war will end soon again.
I just want to pause.
Another Trump war will end soon. This situation it doesn't hit the same, but
it's about more than just energy markets. The conflict is resulting in loss of life and suffering in the region. I would like to express my condolences to all of those who are affected. At the IEA, our focus is on energy.
Oil still holding
and the
down
market
5.
disruption
going
we are
up a little
currently
bit more.
witnessing has major implications.
Again, 672 is the high of Friday. Remember, you opened up strong on Friday and then faded it all.
And for the global economy. The IEA has responded strongly and rapidly to this. As we announced last week, 11th of March, IEA countries unanimously
Netflix and Intuit
decided
on the
high.
High ticker's actually
the
almost fully
largest
gassed.
ever release of emergency oil stocks in the history. IEA countries are making around 400 million barrels of oil available to the market to offset the supply lost from the effective closure of Strait of Hormuz. This quick action by the IEA had a calming impact on markets.
It
Oil
went higher
prices
2
today
days later.
are significantly
Now down
lower
after we
than
take
they
Ireland.
were 1 week ago.
1 week ago.
But while our stock release can provide a buffer for now, it is not a lasting solution. As I said last week, repeatedly, the single most important thing for a return to stable flows of oil and gas is the resumption of transit through the Strait of Hormuz. In the meantime, the scale and the growing length of the disruption is already having impacts on economies and consumers around the world. The most immediate effects on energy importers are being felt in Asia. The consumers that are hardest hit by supply shortfalls and the price spikes are in emerging and developing economies
Oh,
in
yeah,
South
what's up?
and Southeast Asia.
He's right. And Korea.
That is where we are seeing emergency measures, not only for transport, but also for cooking fuels
Yes, this is live
in
right now.
economies that are short of LPG for cooking. And it is not just the consumers that are being affected. Key producers in the Middle East, such as Iraq, are now being deprived of much of their main source of fiscal revenue. This is the situation we are facing. So let me tell you a bit more about what the IEA is doing, where things stand with our emergency stock release of around 400 million barrels. Dear colleagues, as I speak now, as a result of IEA action, additional barrels of oil are flowing to the market in Asia. And on top of those barrels being released right now, more and more are coming from IEA emergency reserves, both crude oil and oil products.
So Asia's
in total,
getting the oil
from
first.
the IEA collective action, countries in Asia Pacific have committed to release well over 100 million barrels.
Sorry, all coming from Japan.
In Europe, a similar amount. And in Americas, countries are releasing over 170 million barrels, with more additional supply coming, over 20 million barrels from increased production. We are coordinating closely with all our member countries to ensure that the oil stocks they have agreed to release reach the market in a timely manner. We are closely monitoring this process.
Do you have a time frame, sir?
And now, we still have a lot of stocks left. Despite this huge release, we still have a lot of stocks left.
So much more.
This current stock release, once it is completed, will reduce the emergency stocks in IEA countries only by around 20%. In terms of government stocks and industry stocks held under government obligation, if you combine them, there will be still over 1.4 billion barrels remaining, which means we can do more later as and if needed. In addition to full IEA member countries, other countries are looking to see how they can support us. I have been very grateful for the support for the IEA collective action from several
Coupang got a huge insider buy. That one actually kept going too. It gapped up like 8 or 9. Took another
These
extra
include
2%.
supports from India, Colombia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. With this unprecedented action in place, I very much hope the situation will be resolved quickly to enable markets to start recovering. But of course, we also have to be prepared in case it continues for a while longer. And even if the strait were to reopen tomorrow, the IEA estimates it will still take time for the global energy trade to recover.
Okay, a
With
couple
the
more
security
banks and then
situation in
SPY
the Middle
new
East
high, but then it
still
already
very
hit a
much
red.
in flux, the IEA will continue to work closely with the governments around the world to discuss options for responding to the disruptions we are seeing.
Yeah, Google's running too. Oil's still coming
We
down.
have already started to review what information and recommendations we can provide also on the demand side to further support energy security. Dear colleagues, as I said last week, the IEA was founded over 50 years ago with the core mission of upholding energy security. That is what we are doing today for oil markets and what we will continue to do across the entire global energy sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Birol, and thank you to all of you who are following us online for your interest. And just to note that the IEA will provide further analysis
one's
of the
chatting in
market
here?
situation and further details regarding the progress of the IEA collective action in due course. Thank you and goodbye.
That's it, yeah. All right, I got to tell him I love him. Dr. Barrel. That's it. So again, he kind of, I mean, the question everybody wanted to know is when the barrels are going to hit. Because again, there is a big difference between, like, even in the 90s and like Desert Storm, I don't think the barrels hit till like a couple more months after they announced one of the releases. So he did say it's going already to Asia and the Southeast or the Southeast Asian Pacific. So again, Korea, other emerging markets, but he pretty much also warning that they have a lot more barrels in store just in case. He's saying this was not a long-term fix. They got to be ready for it. Speaking of which, Korea is going up, and now airlines too, as oil's getting back to 93. I mean, where was it actually? So when was it? Was it on Thursday? I think around 93 to like 89 to 93. That was when everything started to come out. So yeah, I think if you do go below like 80 something, that's where people will get a little bit, then you'll actually be lower than the first announcement. But again, he said the other part too, which is the reality we've talked about for a while here, is that even if the Strait opens up tomorrow, it's going to take time to like still get things. It'll take at least a week or two for things to move. So at the end of the day, though, people are still feeling a little better. Throw in the IEA. You're going to have the NVIDIA event here in about like, what, an hour? And then after that, Trump is going to be on with a press conference at 11:45. And then we're waiting to hear about this coalition. You want to hear about who's going to do what. Again, Trump kind of put the screws on China today, trying to say that they need to, he'll delay the meeting if they don't help out since they benefit the most off the oil. I mean, even Besant had a comment on that this morning. Besant was saying it's okay if Iranian and Indian ships go through. So that was part of it too. Indian ship did pass in the morning. That was a headline from Wall Street Journal. So again, just today, it's not only all of these developments, but I also believe there was just like a lot of investment news. There was a lot of, it just seemed like we came into today with people more focused on investing, the economy, and although there is a big situation here with oil and whatnot, people did, there's still other things going on that the market kind of focused on, and now we're doing this. Spain's PM Sanchez, Trump's war on Iran undermines global order. That just came in now. So oil, again, it hit 93, again, like 89 to 93. That's when the IEA announced the release. Today they talked just a little bit about how the oil is flowing through, but remember, that was one of our big questions. You could announce a lot of the oil, but how are you going to get it there if we're talking supply chain stuff? Yeah, well, a lot of big tech is doing pretty good. I mean, Meta's up, NVIDIA, all the big tech is kind of holding today. Bitcoin. Banks, I mean, even though we heard a little bit more about like private credit redemptions, but even over the weekend, you didn't get it. No, his name's Birol, Barol, also pronounced Barrel. But yeah, I love it. I love it, man. I love it. Schlumbers again. XLE and energy plays are actually still up, which I think is quite fascinating. Nasdaq up by 1.3, Russell 1.7, SPY 1.2, and Dow 1.1. It's been just under an hour and we've held. So I don't know. Friday we sold off pretty quick, huh? Yeah, bro. Friday you would have already kind of started to sell. So you're still kind of holding up pretty good. I still believe it's like 400 names in the green. Yeah, 438. You have 60 names in the red on the SPY. NASDAQ, 90 in the green, 10 in the red. 90% of the NASDAQ 100 is green. And then Dow, there's only 3 names red. Walmart, 3M, and Verizon. It's risk on until we get a little bit of a bigger development. I just think today, if you were here in the morning, I was talking about it. Just today felt different right off the open. I don't think we're going to be as headline sensitive to the war. I do think oil will be sensitive, but now oil kind of has a very wide range. But unless something Trump says anything crazy, or depending on what happens with that NVIDIA event, it'll be there. But I do think people are more focused on the market a little bit more today than the bombs going off in the supply chain. Now, I don't know how long that's going to last. I mean, although seasonality gets a lot better from here, that's something we talked about on Friday. It's not I would say today is just different than the last couple weeks to start week 3 of this conflict. But I mean, considering everything, it's either we're going to get a coalition and China starts forcing Iran and you start getting stuff like that, or Iran is about to go crazy. So I still think that possibility remains. But for now, I just think today's market is trading. You could have sensed it from the morning, a lot different than any of these days to start off here in March. So we'll see if it continues. But for now, it's risk on. But the risk still is lurking around the corner, I would say. On TLT, it makes sense with oil down. Like I'm saying, I mean, that's the thing we were talking about even on Friday, and I still believe in it. It's just like that's why these next couple of weeks are going to be so critical, because if oil doesn't follow this timeline that we're on, if it starts to extend, like if Iran goes crazy and this starts to look like it's going to take even more and more and more longer, the problem is going to be that we will have to reprice again a lot of things. We will have to reprice the crude futures getting repriced higher for longer. That's going to affect demand, and then demand destruction, and then that starts to have way more inputs that I think get a lot riskier. But for now, I mean, you got like 2 weeks pretty much, and if things keep winding down, I think you're going to be fine. Otherwise, you don't need a repricing, but otherwise, if that changes, we might be in for a world of hurt. But yeah, I would take it weeks at a time, like we said, weekly, but definitely one of the better days here to start. Okay, because even Friday, we felt it a little bit, but you faded that within 30 minutes. But then there was a lot of other things where it wasn't, I mean, you didn't have the events that you had over the weekend, like Kharg Island, as well as the fact that we had Kharg Island, that we struck it, escalated it, but then nothing further happened after that. And then again, oil's down 5, but I think oil's still going to be sensitive. SPY might be able to dodge it a little bit more, but yeah, oil still is still kind of the key on this. How high does it go and for how long? It's like, I don't know. Do you guys remember with rates? You know, that one point we did the same exact thing for rates, and we're like, how high will rates be and for how long? Higher for longer. It's pretty much applying the same thing to oil now, you know, because if oil is higher for longer, you're going to have more problems. Higher for shorter, you could brush that off. But, you know, how oil plays out the next couple of days, I do think are going to be really, really critical. The final 2 weeks, pretty much. Like I said, by April, we're going to really have an idea. And if by April, this still looks like it's going to take a long time, April, I think the cutoff is like April 17th, or 14th. That's when you're going to have to reprice all those futures. SOC is alive again. kind of just holding, bro. Just holding. Is that a Oracle? Or no, that's Circle. Oracle ain't doing shit. Bitcoin's still at the high. Again, Meta, Google, Amazon. I believe those are your leaders here in terms of big tech, and Apple. And Meta, too, actually. I think you just need NVIDIA. NVIDIA might be waiting here for the next call. Who's the other one? Coupang. Coupang's still going, bro. 10.8. Energy companies, you would think they'd be down, but, I mean, again, if anything, oil could come down. They're making a lot of money. So, again, XOM is on the high. Because remember, even the days oil would go up or down. I mean, energy itself, XLE, that was kind of one of the fascinating parts where they were kind of going up no matter what. Because, like, at the end of the day, all this stuff benefits oil. Like, that's what Trump was saying. People got mad about that because he was saying it with the countries, you know, like the Saudis, America, and Russia. They all love this scenario. You know, even if Iran starts to wind down, they're going to love it too because oil's very expensive right now. So, anybody who sells oil should be benefiting off of this. Short report on ResMed. They're coming down a little bit. I think oil will go back to break even by close. Well, let's see. I want to say the premiums are cheaper than they've been. Yeah, this is the cheapest you could get oil premiums since even right before the IEA release. So, that's if you're right, it'll be good. But again, there's still a lot of volatility priced in. But yeah, I mean, right now, that's what I'm saying. Even today just played a little different. Even though oil's still kind of at the higher end. Like I'm saying, since the IEA move, I mean, the premiums are lower. The volatility, a little bit of air got deflated from it. But then again, if oil rockets up $6 more in the next couple of hours, then that will also kind of bring back the volatility. Circle, PayPal, Robinhood, a couple of financials going up. I don't know. My girlfriend, I didn't know she was serious, but she was like, why doesn't Trump just name it the Strait of America? So yeah, she's European, bro. She doesn't understand. But I said, it's not a bad idea. Don't tell him. From now on, after our coalition, we're gonna call it the Strait of America. Well, I guess. And then did you hear the other propaganda? So remember I was telling you guys last week how like people thought BB got clapped? That got a lot of traction over the last couple of days. And everybody was saying that homeboy got clapped. And then he put out a video. So, like, you gotta think about it. One side of the propaganda was that he died, but now did you hear over the last, like, day or so, there's another set of, they're doing counter propaganda. They're trying to say that the new leader is gay, that Khomeini's son is actually, they're saying he got briefed, that Trump got briefed that he is gay. So that's the other side of the propaganda. So Iran gets the internet to believe that BB gets clapped. So now, in response, they're going to try to make Khomeini Jr. be a little bit of fruity. You know, that's the idea. The tanker getting hit is fake. I mean, at least that's if you believe Donald Trump or you believe the Wall Street Journal. I saw the video of it that was going on, but Donald Trump, he said that on the little plane thing yesterday. Who does that help? It's designed to like manipulate people. Like, think about it. You know, it's supposed to like both manipulate and then either strengthen or weaken. right? So like the idea that BB was dead, that got, that emboldened people who felt a certain way, and it gets people spreading a message of a weaker Israel state, and then vice versa. I mean, if you start spreading a rumor and then you get people to believe that Khomeini is gay, I mean, that's fine if you're American, but in an Islamic country where right now you don't know if there's going to be a revolution and who's going to lead, the last thing you want is, how is that? How do you think Shiite Muslims in an Islamic state are going to take that their leader might be gay? So do you see its idea is state strengthening or state weakening? And both sides are just playing a dirty online game of spreading rumors, more or less. I don't think BB got clapped. I mean, for a little bit, he was quiet. We didn't know, and then they started doing AI videos, or people were like, he got 18 fingers and playing that game. But he's made a couple of posts since then. But, I mean, I don't think we'll know until we see him probably at, like, a global meeting with everybody. But I'm starting to believe he's alive more. I didn't really doubt it at first, but for a second, I was like, man, everybody keeps saying this. You think the Mongolians named it Hormuz, like back in the Golden Horde days? No way. I never really looked into it, the name. Interesting. The Mongolians. You took a note. I had a quote in my journal. Fog is designed to make you reactive. Amen. That's what I'm saying. The fog of war is real. And that's what I was saying, just give things like the 72-hour rule. And, I was telling you guys from 2 weeks ago, this is a week-by-week type of environment. Even though we really want answers right away and it seems like people are reacting, once I noticed last week, I'm like, dude, some of this info we're not finding out till way later. But it's just like, give it time. The first 2 weeks, 1 week was defined by the conflict starting. The next week was the quick response, the IEA, and then things getting even worse, and then the mining. And now this week, it's going to probably be about the coalition, and then whether or not even Iran or if China and how they're going to both be involved in it. But we'll see. It's only Monday. A lot of people are hearing stuff now because they, at one point you want to, but that's why I'm chill with anything. I'm going slow. It sucks because it seems like, and that's what I was telling you guys though from Friday and last week, you want to react and you want to be like, oh my gosh, this is going to happen. But this isn't even the easy trade. This is the hardest trade. And right now, unless you caught the first oil moves, it's kind of already happened. But that's why I'm saying it's like really these next 2 weeks, how these finalize and how they play, it's going to really depend on, it's going to depend on the on oil getting repriced. And then if that starts to play out, that's where we start talking the economy. We start really talking about kind of what this is going to lead to. Iran mayor says Iranian Supreme Leader Khomeini Moshtaba appointed former Revolutionary Guard commander Mohsen Rezai as military advisor. You're frustrated, you had a good long-term pick and you forgot about it and you want to add it. Seagate? Well, wait till it comes down, but either way, there's always more opportunity. That's the one thing I keep telling everybody, man. I can't stress it enough. I mean, I think Ben Graham would agree with me, but there's a revolving door of opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Like there is, you miss one thing, it sucks to miss it. I mean, you want to learn to capitalize on good moves, but one opportunity comes in, another opportunity closes, there's going to be another one opening up right around the corner. So that's how financial markets work. I mean, that's how kind of we've done it over the years. You're going to have different plays and different opportunities. So the sooner you learn this, the sooner you remember, reactionary, emotional reactions. No one's ever like, wow, I was really emotional and reactionary and chased something, and that was the best thing in my life. So as long as you keep playing that, stay in the game and utilize your advantages when you have them, you're gonna learn it sooner than later. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Do you think there'll be a reversal where the fake videos takes people back to legacy media? Oh, I have no idea, because it's not. I mean, sadly, in this situation now, like, yeah, there's a lot of fake stuff online, or they're just censoring it. But then again, it doesn't help when Wall Street Journal and New York Times are like, yo, here's a video of a boat that got hit, but it didn't get hit. So we're playing, sadly, a pretty fucked up game all around. And then that's what I was saying, from last week. Like, there's no internet in Iran. Do you guys know where these videos are showing up from? Do you know where the most of the videos of what's happened in the Strait of Hormuz? Do you guys know where the source is? So you'll notice it if you go back to them. You'll see it, but there's one place where these videos are coming from. It's kind of close. You're not wrong. You're close, very close. Not India, China. A lot of these videos are they're originating from Chinese social media. Not the fake ones, but some of the real ones. Meanwhile, everybody else, like, even then over the weekend, you didn't see the other propaganda. Over the weekend, people kept putting they tried to do propaganda that the revolution was starting again in Iran. It wasn't. They just kept replaying videos from January. So it's like you're gonna keep playing this game where it's like both legacy media, the fake content. I mean, again, until the algorithms change, but again, there's certain how the data is there's data and there's stuff happening and it's out there, but a lot of it either gets censored or you're only getting pushed, and the way to like find it is kind of based on the algorithms. But no, they come from Weibo. It's coming from, or like Duo, what's it called? The Chinese one. It's like both Weibo, WeChat, and then Duo or something like that. But a lot of the like actual videos some of the first stuff we've seen in Hormuz, it's from people posting it on Chinese social media. The video of the women throwing their hijabs was from January, most likely, yes. Like, there was a bunch of videos going around this weekend of like knocking down statues, saying Iranians are going in and they're protesting. It's all from January. That's why it was shocking. Remember in January, I was even surprised because the women were taking off their hijabs and they were getting killed. And then we were all surprised. We were like, how come no one's talking about this? How come legacy media is ignoring that? But at the same time, that a lot of those videos kept getting circulated this weekend, but they are old. It's not, that was to push the idea that, the revolution is starting and then you're going to get the Iranians to take over and do all that. But unfortunately, that was all from January. Biggest Boeing 747 user makes first Airbus order for freighter. Is that why they just had a little pop and lock? Doyun, yeah, there it is. No, that's how you spell it. Iranian foreign minister says stances should be promptly clarified. Reports claim neighboring states which host U.S. forces and permit attacks on Iran are also actively encouraging killings. Hundreds of Iranian civilians have been killed in Israel U.S. bombings, including over 200 children. Post. All right, well, SPY, you hit right below the high of Friday, and we're coming down. Oil popped about $1.30 from that low. All right, SPY's coming down. You got gold and silver on the low, too. Where's the dollar? Keep an eye on emerging markets. And Brazil. Again, even IEA Barol. That's kind of what he was implying. Asia is going to be the first one to catch any of that release. Where is it? Oh, did they already start it? Are they already doing the, what's it called? Are they doing the NVIDIA GTC pregame show? You guys remember? Where they have everybody? So yeah, Jensen's keynote comes on in a couple of hours. Yeah, Bowen reacted a little bit to that. Workday on the high. I'm seeing it because I think they're still talking on it. I'm pulling up the NVIDIA GTC. Jensen presenting a cake? No, I didn't have that on there. Dude, they make you fill in so many things. They have other live feeds of it, but I'm gonna go through them. You have to be 18 years or older to join the GTC? Wow. WNW? What's this? Is there two W's? Oh, that thing's already up 140%. Yeah, I think they're playing the other one yet, so nothing's started yet. SOC, they did a pop and lock. Yeah, I went 17.5 now. Oh, is that red yet? It's about to be again. Oh, where's Linus? What is it? Leonidas? What was that stock? LYSDY. That one's still, again, they had a deal with Critical Minerals. Yeah, it should. I was trying to see if the GTC had the, if they were doing that little pregame show. Because that's what I forgot. Remember, they make, this is like the Super Bowl. I'm pretty sure Jensen bought like a new jacket for this one. Gold went red. I mean, people were talking about that. Gold kind of not even being the safe haven. And like how it's reacted. Because I think gold's going to react a little later, but then if the oil situation gets crazier, I mean, I do think in the 70s, that's literally a war in Iran is what stopped the ultimate rise of gold, ironically enough. I mean, because think about it, the dollar, oil keeps going up. Most of the time that gold has been climbing, it's been on a weak dollar over the last couple of years. So if the dollar does start to hold up this strength, I mean, and then you have oil demand problems, that's where gold's going to probably pay for it. Yeah, so 10 a.m. to 10:40. That's the first one that they have scheduled. So it's 10 a.m. Pacific time. So Trump is going to come on earlier then. So Trump is going to be on here in like what? Just under an hour? An hour and 5 minutes. You're going to get Trump at that little press conference he announced this morning or right before Mr. Healthman RFK. And then you're going to get the GTC 10, 11, 12, 1. So like 1 o'clock Eastern. What worries you about private credit, like Owl as an example? Just if it crashes, and we have an issue. I mean, let me put it this way. I mean, last time you had a global conflict where oil got, rocketed up to 100, 140, went crazy. There was also a financial calamity at the same time. So just right now, that would probably be the most worrisome thing. I think Mike Wilson, Bank of America, that's even what they said over the weekend. They were just like, I don't know if I should be more worried about the war or if I should be more worried about, a financial equity problem or I don't what's the terminology he used? I'll get you the direct quote. But yeah, the whole idea would be is that we have a reason to talk about demand destruction and higher prices caused by oil. But at the same time, if you have a liquidity concern, banks failing, or people losing a lot of money leading to that, that would be a problem. USO climbing, that's on the high. You're getting a stick on USO right now, a little baby one. Eyes up, my friend. So you're back to open. You've already faded that little morning extra risk on. You're still holding about 1% on this SPY, though, so you've given around like 0.3. Yes, that's what he said. I can't work out what's worse, the oil thing or the credit thing, in the words of Michael Wilson. That inflation would drop on this war? I mean, if it gets resolved and we walk away pretty much owning the Strait of Hormuz, I think it'd be really good for energy in the long run. But vice versa, it could get a little bit, it could cause inflation depending on how things play out. Or really, a lot of this is kind of eyeing stagflation as the first stop above all else. The free long-term alerts? Maybe, but for now, I mean, if you're still on them, you'll get them. And then, I have posted them all on YouTube. So when I do make a purchase, I post them on the Trading Fraternity channel. I'm seeing, I thought I saw a Besant headline, but that one's old. Keys. Yeah, latest one. You had the Iran foreign minister comments. That was it. Again, low ticker is pretty aggressive now. A couple more industrials on the low. Again, I was surprised how they were holding up. Dollar climbed to high of the day, or pretty much where it gapped down to. Dollar, SPY, all matched up, and then oil is a little lower. That's the today chart. I guess, yeah, everything kind of came back up. So SPY's where it gapped up to, dollars where it gapped up to, or down to, and then oil's back at the gap down level from the morning. So that extra $3 already got eaten up again. The SEC, SOC. That was what we talked about from a couple of days ago. So even like last week, I made the play. So that's why like there's still, we have some pretty good cushion on it. It was a lotto play. The idea was that the Defense Production Act, that they were going to put it in. So essentially that ended up coming true. Even on Friday, they announced the Defense Production Act. So now they... it's a federal order that SOC needs to begin drilling and start selling their oil. But the whole time, they've been getting clapped by California. So the stock is heavily shorted because people are like, yeah, if the state of California is clapping you, you won't be able to do anything. But then the Defense Production Act pretty much allows them to start selling oil they have and then begin operating pipelines that they already have in place. So there's just a lot of drama back and forth. So even though they got the Defense Production Act, even over the weekend, California tried to say, well, you can't go through a state park or something like that. But in reality, you know, the Defense Production Act does give them authority. You know, they answer to the federal government now, not the state government. But there's a lot of drama with like state and local governments, even like Santa Barbara. They've been clapping SOC. But now the whole Defense Production Act is supposed to make it where they could start to monetize a lot of their oil, both inventory and then pipelines that they have in place. And then some stuff will still take them a minute to get set up. But yeah, that's the whole idea. And then mix it in with, I think it's going to be a little slower. I thought it was going to go a lot higher here this morning because of the DPA. But it keeps hitting this like 2022 and then calming down. But the general idea is that there's a lot of people short. There's 40% short. I think there's arguably more shares short than even exist, but you know, we don't have to get into that conversation as much as it's just heavily shorted. There's a lot of drama back and forth between state and federal, but you know, the DPA, they have the federal authority now. So that's kind of what we're waiting on for that to start hitting. But even as they've been getting good news, they've been getting hit with the state's definitely trying to fight back a little bit. I think he's going to try to fight it, but they can't. I mean, again, some of the state authorities already, even over the weekend, this news was everywhere, but even the states they're already trying to, like Santa Barbara, and then one of the state parks was like, no, you can't do this. But then again, I mean, it doesn't matter what they say now. It's literally, it's federal authority. Sends insider buy. It's up 10. Habibi. And SPY going lower, even though oil got a little bit of a red. Greek parliamentary approves $3 billion anti-ballistic anti-drone dome. Sens sounds familiar, but that's kind of ever since people saw the TTD one. These guys are like, wait a minute, if we buy our stock with a decent amount, they're like, people really like that sign of confidence right now. Sensonic, medical tech company which engages in development of glucose monitoring. The stock is SOC. That's the one we've been talking about. It sucks because it came down. I mean, I traded it a little lower on the rumor. And again, I made a couple videos on it already. But the premiums are still higher. So it's just moving hella slow. But, I mean, I'm expecting a little bit more out of it. Am I going to vote for the new Cali governor? As long as it's not that crazy bitch. Excuse my language. Who's that what? What's that chick's name again, bro? The fucking psycho? I don't even know. Chad Bianco. I met Chad Bianco. I don't think he knows I'm a stock personality. I know, weird little Egyptian boy. But I like Chad Bianco. But other than that, he rides a horse. Good guy. But yeah, as long as it's, what's that crazy lady's name? Kathy? That lady just scares me. But I don't do. They want to add, Cali, they want to have more taxes on gas than the price of gas. And then I don't know how I feel about that charge you per mile. But yeah, and then again, a lot of people, like you already saw in the last couple months, you've had, wasn't it like half of the money already left, Cali? After they started to even just discuss some of the passing of some of those wealth taxes. XPEV and Rivian EVs are on the high. Remember, XPEV had news and SPY's coming down now. So it's like a slower version of Friday. Friday, you sold it off in like 20 minutes. You held here like an extra hour. We're already coming back. And then oil. Again, everything came back to its open. But low ticker once again. IGV on the low. They want to do the same thing in Illinois. Yeah, Kathy Porter. That's her name. Other than that, I only know Chad Bianco and Kathy Porter. And then Kathy Porter is fucking terrible. She's scary. Good weather. You have great weather. You know that, bro? I was on the what's it called? I was on the beach yesterday. Super nice, bro. It's hella packed. But other than that, yeah, it's so funny though, because like everybody, all the politicians, like they try to take credit for the weather. Everybody's all like, you hate California, look at this sunset. I'm like, no politician made that sunset. I don't know if you want to hear about the Lord our Savior, but you have nothing to do with the weather and the beautiful scenery, Republican or Democrat. So yeah, but it's a nice place. It's a nice place. Definitely nice. Yeah, no, that Kathy lady is terrifying. She was like up until that one like viral time, like where remember everyone's like, was this lady real? She was like projected to be the winner, which is mind-blowing. So yeah, I don't know. Other than that though, like I said, I think Chad Bianco, was it the other guy, or is he only running for mayor? But yeah, I'm still everybody's a liar. But I just welcome to politics. Show her. She scares me, dude. She's terrifying. Tap 4290. Are they not drinking alcohol in this? Well, it's good though. So this might be the next one if they keep dropping. But yeah, that's even lower now. That's 5% lower than the lowest purchase we've had. The logic works. Ever since JB is governor, the weather has been shit in Chicago. Have you guys ever had good weather? PayPal, Duolingo, AAL, Nike. AAL and Nike I like. AAL, I mean, depending on what happens here with the airlines and like oil, you're going to have a good midterm move. Other than that, Nike, I just like the price of Nike. PayPal, I think you're going to go back. PayPal's not bad. I'm just not a fan of Duolingo. Unless Duolingo rebrands. Not like rebrands, but if they like shift. If Duolingo becomes Candy Crush, I'm bullish. But if they keep, LARPing as a language teacher, I don't, again, bro, even my girlfriend, she be talking, like, I'll have her help me out with some projects, like booking stuff. My girl booked me a contractor the other day, and she low-key just using ChatGPT to speak Spanish. You know that? It's pretty crazy. So, but and again, Duolingo, she used that bitch for like 3 months. All she knew how to say is Jose is Cuban. Jose es Cubano. The latest lie that I told. I think I told a kid he wanted to make a really bad financial decision. And I could tell he was already angry, so I just agreed with him. So that I was like, yeah. Something about buying, I think it was another, like a shit pump. But I just had to agree. I just didn't have the energy that day. No, seriously. I'm going to say it's probably one of my top lies. I try to not do it to you guys, and then you guys get mad at me. But like in real life, when I don't have the energy and like people bring up stocks, I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. Cool. Good luck. Google Translate has been around. Yeah, but it's quick, bro. You could do it really, really fast. Like ChatGPT, you could just it worked. It worked, bro. I got my girl booking contractors. Good deal, Habibi. She's multilingual now because of ChatGPT. A GPT. Duolingo has a keyboard and piano training software. You never mentioned that fact. Dude, I've never met I know more people who have Guitar Hero. You know what I'm saying? I know more people, actually, like literally, who have a Guitar Hero guitar than they have a Duolingo keyboard and piano training. Like, I don't know. Like I'm saying, if they made it a game, if they just took all these software downloads and turned it into like Candy Crush, had microtransactions, I think it'd be awesome. But I've never been a fan of Duolingo. I mean, again, I think their branding's awesome. I love the little Duolingo guy. But other than that, I haven't really, I've never gotten as excited about that company as many other people. Dude, I have the Translate AirPods. I have the AirPod Pro. I just don't know how to use it. I want to try it. I have them, but I haven't tried it. Well, people used to love Duolingo. It's still a pretty expensive. I mean, again, the stock was at $500 in 2025? What? That was last year? Habibi. Yeah, that's crazy that was even last year. Oh, the meta displays. I want to get those. Yeah, I mean, it could be a good trade. I wouldn't add it to the long term. But it's low, it's very low. But that's crazy that high was in June. Your girl and her friend are obsessed with Duolingo points and streaks. They do it every day. Oh, I don't doubt it. That's what I'm saying. They have a lot of users and it's like addicting. That's what I'm saying, bro. My girl did it for months. And the thing would like harass her on her phone. And it was like a fun little game. But like, she ain't learned shit about those Spanish. She ain't learned nothing, bro. I don't even, and I'm like, man, she speaks multiple languages. She's already, like I'm saying, she could be very productive, but she ain't learned shit, bro. Like, even then, like, I even asked her, like, well, she did it before we went to Mexico, because that was one of our stops on the Christmas holiday. And then she was just like, I was like, you don't know how to even ask for a check? I was like, you don't even know how to say, help me, they're trying to shoot me? Nothing. Like, you don't know any phrase that we could use in I'm telling you, all she knew how to say was just random adjectives about people and scenarios that didn't exist. I don't even think she learned how to say my name is. She kept saying Jose S. Cubano. That's it, over and over. I'm like, that means there's no context. But yeah, I know it's an addicting game. Trading halted in key contracts on the London Metal Exchange. Or? I don't know when Discord's going to go public. Banks are on the high. KRE. Yeah, banks are actually ripping. Gold below 5,000, bro. Isn't that crazy? Everybody in the GLD for the first time. It was there a little bit earlier in the morning. I like General Mills, but, you know, again, if Kimberly and then TAP are down, I'm just going to keep stacking. Unless another high-quality play pops up at a new low. That's weird. Usually on the pops or usually on the little haltings, this thing just dies. Again, silver, bro. What's the spot price of silver, actually? That thing chill. Remember how crazy that was at the beginning of the year? Did we already memory hole that? You guys know that was 2 months ago? 3 months ago, where gold and silver was just going ape shit? You don't remember every day? They were like, Josh, should I buy gold and silver? At the high, I think we should have known, though, bro. The top was in, and the motherfucker was like, no, it's a good idea to put 30% of your long-term in gold and silver. I said, why would you say that? Who taught you that? They're like, nope, I think so. $80, not bad. To think one of those bars are still worth 8 G's is fucked up. But yeah, $80 spot on silver. 5,000 on gold. Should you buy into the full Duolingo suite and give the chat a report on my findings? I mean, bro, if you want to learn the language, yeah, why not? But yeah, it's up to you, man. If that's what if you're being called towards it, maybe a nice little study on whether or not it works. But then you might be more motivated. Like, if you're just a motivated individual, you might, but I don't know how good it would be. Like, for the normal person who's just like, I want to learn Spanish, like my girlfriend. I just don't, she wanted to learn Spanish, but I think she wanted to just download Duolingo, and it was fun for a little bit, but I just don't think, I think when you are if you really want to learn a language, I think you'll learn a language. And then how about we do 3 months of Duolingo and we see what you learn with all their products. And then we'll do a month. We'll send you to the Strait of Hormuz and see how fast you learn Arabic. How about it? No, that way because I think if you really get thrown in there, you'll learn a lot more. I had this idea that I could learn Japanese if I just watched One Punch Man without subs. Futu poppin'? Or $2. It's like 1 point something. Adabe's on the high now too. Speaking of software, Adabe ripped. I do have some CMG stock, yeah. I might be down to add a little bit more, but I need it at a newer low. It keeps going to this price. Remember, it was at 29, and then we went break even, and then it came back down. Do I speak Arabic? Kalam Arabi. Shwaya shwaya. Ifham kwayis. Like, I know, like, general conversation in Arabic. And I know a lot of threats. Yeah. Well, yeah, bro. I think you learn TV and, like, actually living somewhere. That's a good way to learn a language. Yeah, Adobe just popped $3 in a couple minutes. Jose S. Cubano. I know I'll never forget that. That was one of the best Duolingo lessons. Yeah, it's not really moving, but yeah, I think that's going to be very sensitive with oil, up or down. The new season of One Punch Man, when did it come out? Orbs OpenAI gives investors direct exposure to OpenAI before their IPO. Is that what this thing gets? A hype once every 3 months, but it doesn't follow through. Maybe it will one day. Tell me why. Trump is 11:45, so it's 11:05 right now. Yeah, give him a little bit of time. APO and KKR stocks you would hold in the long term? Not really, but I mean, if push comes to shove, I mean, they're getting pretty discounted, I think, valuation-wise, but I don't know. This is, what year is this? 2019? 2023? It's like if they fell below some of their banking levels and we really wanted financial exposure, I could be down, but I do still think there's a lot of risk in there. I think it's high risk, high reward. So, I mean, the lower it goes, the more appealing it gets. But yeah, Bank of Agreement agrees to settle claims that they aided Epstein's sex trafficking. And then more than 7,000 flights delayed or canceled for Monday due to major storm. Oil's climbing back up again. So you're actually higher now, or getting right above where we opened on oil today. SPY's still right at the open. You've been playing that for the last, like, hour. $5 below. I haven't looked at it. Is they not doing good? Or it should be killing it. Yeah, bro. All these dollar store cheap stocks, they've been killing it. Yeah, that's $200. It's kind of nuts. Broadcom, Figure, Melly. Broadcom kind of running here, only 60 highs, and Dell too. Again, software has kind of been on fire today. There was a lot of those Nibis deals, and then even something with Micron and the other one. Yeah, Adobe just ripped. That hit the low, was about to break. I want to say, oh, it was like $1 off of hitting the 52-week low and then popped. I also think this is buybacks too. I think even from day one. Because remember, it did that on Friday. It ripped and then it fucking just sold off by the end of the day. I mean, they spent a lot. Didn't they spend $1 billion on buybacks last quarter? There's people waiting outside of Five Below for squash dumplings. Really? I've never heard this. Keysight and Broadcom demo Ultra Ethernet for AI networks. Is that why Broadcom just moved? Long-term real estate is the way. Amen. Amen. I think we're going to get a little bit more real estate data this week, but I'm with you, man. I mean, so far, the next couple months, we're going to, now that it's spring, or about to be, we're going to really see where real estate goes from here. I know, again, rates are still, it sucks because it was looking a lot better when the rates were lower, but we will see. Oh, yeah, some people are already relisting. Yeah, oil's like right where we opened up by. Again, Broadcom's still moving off that. Warren queries Pentagon on XAI Grok getting classified access. Yeah, I've never heard about this squash dumplings thing. Mystery squash dumplings? Really? I've never heard about this. Because usually if it's dumb enough, my girl would be like, yeah, let's get squash dumplings from the fucking dollar store. She's a big fan of TikTok trends. I'm surprised. I've never heard of this. Squash dumplings Five Below? No way. What is this? Is this real?
Insane. Part 2 of opening squishy dumplings until we can find a full set. If you haven't watched part 1 yet, make sure to watch part 1. But originally, I was gonna unbox.
It's not food,
Unbox the giant dumplings. I'm going for
I'm an
the
idiot.
glitter dumplings.
I thought y'all talking about
the
food.
dumplings are the blue one.
Is this not real
We are
food?
back with another unboxing of this viral jumbo dumpling. This is part 7. If you have not seen all the other parts, we're going to be opening this baby up.
Oh,
and if it's the glitter one, I'm gonna freak.
Oh, yeah.
I'm at Five Below looking for the viral blind bags, specifically the little dumpling ones. Thank you to my friend Addison, who's keeping me on.
Yeah, y'all were. I'm an idiot. I thought it was food. I was like, what? I said, people are going to that. It sounds like a Trader Joe's trend. Squid. It's a stuffed animal, like a squishmallow, that's shaped like a dumpling. They go there once. Do they get the squish dumplings? It seems like this is a trend. IDYA sock came back up. They're like, oil's back up. This thing just not. Remember, it did this. Remember on Friday, even the day before, it kind of just stayed pinned here for a minute. I think they're letting him move some shares around. Futu's still going off. You wanted squash? I really thought it was food. I was like, I didn't know they sell food. Sure, they had a freezer section, but still. Saks Global to access additional $300 million of committed capital. Oh, dude, QSR's up. Apparently, what's it called? One of the bigger franchise owners of Popeyes went bankrupt. So QSR, I know they own the company, but in Georgia, one of the big Popeyes guys got clapped. The Waymo. So did you guys hear about Waymo and Skid Row? So apparently in LA, the Waymos, the way they're coded, and I think because of trust, safety, and the law, discrimination, they're not allowed to go around Skid Row. So your Waymo has to cut you through Skid Row, and then people are complaining about getting dropped off in the middle of Skid Row. And then Google's like, yeah, we can't route you around there for trust and safety reasons. Adabe again, bro. Dog, that's a stick. So again, Adabe's moved 248 to 252. Last minute, it just took another $2. Hi, and then SPY at VWAP, oil up. Dell again now. Dell's actually printing. So Dell, again, you had Broadcom news as well. That started to move with the other one, with Keys and then AMD. I like TAP. I mean, if you haven't, you'll be able to get it cheaper than even I bought it right here. You're going to have to wait a couple months for the dividend, but other than that, I mean, I'm not turned off by TAP. I mean, it kind of makes sense with how some of the other alcohol names performed recently. Because, again, like Dio and some of these other ones got really, really clapped, and TAP was holding up. But as of late, that last oil prices, everything else, that kind of got to them a little bit more. But I still like it a lot. That's just one value-wise that you're not going to, I don't think you're going to make too much. Even at the top, we made like 20%. But it's still, I do like the valuation of it. They can't be programmed to avoid hoods. No, I think it's illegal. Alrighty, what time is it?
Tracking the geopolitics as to what
the geopolitics. Where's Trumpet? Yeah, Trump. They're getting ready for. I don't know if he'll be live or if he'll be late. Do 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 do. Yeah, they have him scheduled 8:45. What time is it now? 15? So 30 minutes you'll get Trump. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Here is your daily dose of legacy media propaganda.
Here, and he found that they could produce almost nothing so far. And so based on those two issues, he said this was really a pretext meant to harass Chairman Powell.
So in terms of Mr. Warsh, where do we go here?
Yeah, so this is what's really interesting, right? Because
Mr. Warsh being the...
Yeah, Kevin Warsh is President Trump's nominee to replace Chairman Powell as chair of the Federal Reserve Board when Chair Powell's term in that seat ends on May 15th. Remember, Chairman Powell's term as a governor doesn't end until January 2028, and his role as chair of the FOMC actually runs until the next coming January, in January 2027. So Kevin Warsh is the nominee to replace Powell as chair of the Federal Reserve Board. But Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, which oversees the nominations and confirmations of Warsh, has said that until this Justice Department probe is resolved, he will not vote to confirm anybody in this seat. He actually likes Kevin Warsh. He thinks he's qualified, but in terms of the process, he thinks it's a problem that there's this investigation. So what does that mean for Warsh? It means right now, it looks like his nomination is going to be delayed.
It's going to be delayed, and I guess the question is whether there's any kind of workaround for that, or does it have to be? Does it have to go through that confirmation hearing that is chaired by Tom Tillis?
Well, in order to get Warsh on there, you have to go through the confirmation hearing. This could have been an off-ramp for the Justice Department to sort of end the investigation and sort of clear the path for Warsh to go through the confirmation process without any issue. But the Justice Department, Janine Pirro, indicated that they're going to appeal this decision. So that's probably going to run several months. It's likely not going to be resolved by May 15th, so you're not going to get a confirmation of Kevin Warsh. What you could see, because on May 15th, I think Chair Powell will have to step down as chair of the Federal Reserve Board, not the FOMC, but the Federal Reserve Board. And you could see President Trump name someone like Stephen Myron as acting chair of the Federal Reserve Board at that time. He's already on the board. He's been confirmed as a governor. But he could name Myron, I think, as acting chair of the board, not of the FOMC. The FOMC votes for its own chairperson. And
there's so many layers to this.
There's a lot of layers, and the FOMC is really what's important here.
I'm gonna just refrain from commenting. Okay,
right.
Fuck
and of course, the FOMC begins its 2-day meeting
fuck
tomorrow
y'all
this week. Yeah.
and concludes
okay, y'all,
with
you know that some of
announcement
y'all, I can make fun of y'all real
interest
easy.
Rates, Wednesday
I'm gonna
at
let
2
it
p.m.
slide, bro.
Elliot, thank you so much.
I'm gonna let it be like, oh, it sounds just like Josh. Okay, all right, man. I see how it is. I see how it is. I'm gonna let it slide. This is called mercy. Okay. I hope you know that. I don't know if y'all ever knew what that term meant. Mercy. This is what it looks like right there. Okay. I'm gonna let it slide, bro. I say I'll let them. You're forgiven, bro. I could have destroyed all the oil infrastructure, but I'll let it slide. Data center outlays hit 3.5 versus 3.49. That's the interesting part. Think about it. We've all been freaking out over power. And then we have a damn energy crisis. A little short-term one. It's not good, man. Not good. AM Dizzle again and a dibble. A rackle. Copper. Hi, Copper. Copper's up 2.5 today. I don't know about spot copper. And then energy names. Oil's coming back still where it was at open. LME is aware of it. Comes after trading halted. Gas is up. I mean, I think they're just taking advantage of it. And I mean, well, we have a lot of oil like domestically. That is the ironic part. But I even think in California, some of the taxes, like Bay Area has an extra tax on their gasoline, and it's up even more. But I mean, short term, you got a little bit of a shock, but it shouldn't stay up. But if it does, and then you mix that in with all the power stuff, the power generation demands, I mean, this is arguably the worst thing that could have happened. I mean, if it stays up, that's why I'm saying the next trade is more important than this one right now. Because if this does lead into something long, I mean, again, how many weeks and months have we been here talking about what's going to happen with oil? Or not oil, with energy and just electricity, solar, all of this stuff for the AI data centers. You paid $6. Are you in the Bay? I filled up yesterday at 6:05 or 6:15. And then, yeah, that was, it was disgusting. I feel like when I look in my car, bro, and it says E, I feel like it's propaganda now at this point. I'm like, man, this is bullshit. I'm kind of disappointed, though. Did you guys not see it? Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live. They made a gas price joke. You know that? They opened up Saturday Night Live with a joke on gas prices. So you want to know why that's so special? Because during all of Joe Biden, they did not once make fun of gas prices. I know. It's amazing. So yeah, our first gas price move. But then again, I mean, shit. I almost turned into a Democrat for some reason when I was filling up. I have a big car though, so I had to, but it was and then I was like, wait a minute. Until it gets above 750, 770. I think that was the highest I paid. Isn't that crazy? I just remember, what's his name? Was it Conan? One of the late night guys was like, I'll pay $15 a gallon because my conscience is clean. It's like, okay, man. The $1 gas, I know, man. $6.79. I know the Bay Area is ridiculous. LA is still pretty expensive. San Diego, it's about $6 in San Diego. Philo's available for everybody. The members only videos are the watch list at night, and then there's a real-time stream going on right now with no delay, and then you get the morning news. But no, the Philo's for everybody. And then on the trading fraternity in my Instagram, I have been posting some daily quick clips for you guys. So, I mean, even over the weekend, I posted on YouTube on the trading fraternity. I gave you an update on what to look for with this joint action, this coalition. I even put in some plays. I mean, Fastly and Sock have been up since I've put them in the videos there. So, giving you guys some ideas. But then the nightly watch list, more in depth, is for the locked in. I think I didn't like the shorts at first, but I'm surprised how many people have grown on them. Because it is quicker. I mean, it's easy. I got, as long as I talk pretty fast and I don't ramble too much, I could get you a decent amount of info in like, 1 or 2 minutes. So, that way we could cover it. Because I like to go in depth, though. Like some of them, I could spend like a minute telling you how dog shit some options are, but at least get you the info early. And then, too, with some of the broader updates and what's happening, especially if something goes crazy. If something breaking happens, I'll be able to post it there for you guys. I don't know if I could do it while I'm on stream, but yeah. They're raising it more for the anti-Trump agenda. As much as I would want to believe that, I just think I think it's more greed above all else. I mean, don't let a crisis go to waste. Like you see oil prices are high, everything's up. I mean, again, this is a gold rush for anybody selling gas and oil, so they might as well. I don't agree with it, but as much as I think some people don't like Trump, I wouldn't underestimate the greed, where people are like, well, we have a media situation. There's everyone's talking about it. People are worried because the prices went up quick. That's why I was like, damn. Even last week at like 560 to 580, I was like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, so it's I just don't think they're letting a crisis go to waste. All these gas companies and everybody else who can make a little bit extra margin. And then again, the taxes don't help. I mean, at least it just depends where you're at, but like California and different parts of Cali, depending on how much tax you pay, it's kind of insane. Shake Shack expands to Western Canada? No way. Wow, you guys get Shake Shack now? Adabe again? MPC in that oil? Chipotle's still been going up too. Dubai says fire at fuel tank at airport extinguished. You know that they canceled every flight from Dubai last night. No flights could go in or out. They said, please do not come to the airport. Where is it? UNG on the low. So again, oil hasn't budged, but SPY came back up here to like 1.2. Again, we're at like 135 at the highest. Is IGV up? 85. Yeah, even IGV starting to climb up there. Again, banks or regionals did a little bit better. No Adobe news. I think it's just buybacks, but they hit the low and then just started ripping. We had that up there. Israel to create Lebanon buffer zone up to Litani River. A week off during the spring break, baby. What's up? Good morning. When is it spring break right now? Is that why the beach is so packed? But like, I don't know when spring break is. I don't have kids. I'm not in school. I don't know. Didn't Miami ban spring break? Miami. Spring break just ended? You're on spring break? Starting now for most schools? Party. Baba and Baidu on the low. You're reading The Wealth of Nations. I feel dumb. Don't, man. Keep reading. History's dope, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not like, it's so easy to forget. That's what I think is like, there's just so many things that have happened before. There's nothing new under the sun. But that's why I like history. Nah, man, keep reading. Keep reading. It's more shocking that we don't like, You know, we just kind of live in our modern bubble. The further and further we get away from history. You got a snowstorm in spring break? What? Is it? Well, they said there's a winter storm now, but it's about to be like a heat wave in SoCal. That's what they were saying. It's about to get super hot. Am I looking for properties in South Florida? Not anymore. Thank God. I mean, I'm always down if there's like a single family. But at one point, you know, that's what happens to me is like I'll go somewhere. And if I really like it, I'm like, I want to buy a house here. And I want to live here for a week. And then if I don't buy it in a week, I'll never go again. So I'm good. But I wanted to get a condo in Miami for a little bit, bro. I still love Miami. It's just, I wish it wasn't so far. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't buy one. Thank God, I would have fucking got wrecked. But yeah, I mean, I'm always down for a good deal though. But just sticking to single family investments is probably the best way to do it. Wall Street South. I don't even care about any of that. I just like that it was walkable. There's a beach. I don't like the direction the sun sets. That's kind of whack, but other than that, dude, Miami, I just enjoyed it. I just didn't like the humidity, but it was fun. I liked Brickell and I liked South Beach. I don't want to go during spring break though. They literally banned spring break in Miami. As I remember, like 2 years ago, everybody went crazy and the streets were filled. There's a lot of little random names going up. I mean, Adobe is that almost a $10 pop? Yeah, literally $10 off the low. We've watched most of that happen right now. Everything. Well, yeah, I mean, it's cheaper than Cali still. Like, you could get some nice shit in Miami for Cali prices, but it's a lot more than what it used to be. But then again, those like condos are coming down heavy in Miami. The new ones hold up, but you know, the assessments, and then if it's older, those are affordable. But just remember, Miami used to be extremely cheap. You could have even, dude, do you know how many houses in Miami were like $3 million that are worth like 20 now? It's actually insane. So, but yeah, Miami used to be dirt cheap. So like a lot of it's popped up, but now like if you're trying to get into it on certain areas, you're paying a lot. But then I mean, there's still deals that pop up, and there's still areas that are just getting developed, and it's pushing out a little bit more. So, like I said, I'm like, I've looked at single families for like investments. If there's distressed and there's good offers there, but Miami has had a unique market, just in the sense that like their inventory has gone up, but the prices necessarily, they still haven't budged on there. But this has happened in almost every big city. These condos, if it's a condo and it needs repairs and it's not like it's an old condo, they held for a little bit, even in San Diego, anywhere, even in LA, bro. Like some LA condos were going for a decent amount, and then they just, as everything slowed down, the rates, all of that, and then you get hit with an assessment, or then a new building comes up. That's really what's killed it all. Yeah, Trump is going to be live in, 10 minutes maybe? 12 minutes? Supposedly. He's usually late. Miami or Miami? Miami! That's a good place to go. I like it, bro. I'm a huge fan. I just wish I could drive there. That's it, bro. I just wish it was closer. It's all I would need. But, like, I'm not ready for hurricanes, man. I'm not built for that. FPS. Microsoft going up again. Software might be moving off of Adobe, believe it or not. All right, SPY near the high, even though oil's pretty much right where we opened up. In Westchester, New York. Nice. Is it like a newer condo or what? It's hard to make a decent return renting a $500,000 house, $3K rent. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, assuming you had no mortgage, but even if you only made a little bit with a mortgage, I mean, the idea isn't really cash flow as much as it is the equity. And then especially, too, right now, we've been in like 3 years of equity stalling. You have more sellers than buyers. I don't think it's going to stay like that forever. And then if you could buy it, good enough on the equity, the idea is capital preservation and an adequate increase. It's not sexy, but, it's way easier to make money on a $500,000 asset than, unless you're going to put $500,000 into stocks. I mean, paper could move up and down a lot quicker, but you also can't you can't panic as easy on paper. But yeah, I really like the equity and appreciation. That's kind of what I go for. But then, cash flow, it does build up. And then little by little, I mean, at least it pays for things. The one bad, that's why I'm saying, though, it's like if it's an old property, repairs, that's what's going to kill you. I need to fix the, does anybody have a HVAC guy in SoCal? I bet you we have Chads here. I know we got HVAC. Y'all do it in another place. They want $1,000 for a switchboard on the AC unit at the barn, not the main house. So I need to get that fixed. That's $1,000. So it's like, that's what they said. I was like, the $100, Habibi, come on. You can't make it chat to GPT. How about chat to GPT make a switchboard? No? But yeah, repairs will kill you. But other than that, though, it's like, you buy it with enough equity. That's generally the game plan I've been doing for the last 10 years. The part or install, both. So I think for part and install, $1,000. But the AC is not even fucked up. It's just like the board that like triggers it on. I'm like, can't I just buy a new thermostat? I'm not following. HVAC, bro. I hate HVAC. You didn't get one hurricane this year? That's awesome. I've never had a hurricane in my life. Built in the 70s. There's only property that hadn't gone up. They want it out. That's good, though, as long as, eventually you're going to have to repair it, but as long as if the building's still in good shape and you don't have any crazy assessments, then yeah, you're straight. I think it's I call it a switchboard. They gave me the name for it, but switchboard is just easier. The SPY near that. We might start to chill out. Again, you're near the high of the day. Oil. Again, you had the IEA stuff earlier, and then now we're waiting for the what's it called? The Trump thing that's going to begin soon. I don't know. Maybe he will be on time. Can I paint the barn roof white? I'm not sure. I might need approval, but I don't know. Your HVAC in Texas? I think the flight would get high fuel price. I would fly you out, but we'd probably spend more on the flight. A wallet vac. I always told you, I was like, HVAC, bro. That's why I said when you get a house, that's one thing. Like roof, HVAC, foundation. Those are the things you want to make sure are good. Because like one repair on those costs a lot. You're in school for it. You don't trust yourself. That's good, though. It's a good business, man. The East Coast hasn't had a significant hurricane since early 2000s. East Coast, well, Miami. What was that one in Miami a couple years ago? Remember, like it flooded a bunch of shit. Yeah, the control board. That's what it's called. Yeah. In the furnace. I think that's it. That is what it is. I thought it was just for the heater, but then I'm like, okay, it's going to be warm. But now you can't even fire up the AC. PayPal's still going. Again, Adobe near the high. General Mills on the low. I mean, staples are doing pretty decent, but yeah, they're pretty weak. What brand? I'd have to check. That is the issue. When it gets like either really hot or really cold, them HVAC demand prices, crazy. Yeah, it's a good business. I mean, again, people have been talking about this for the last couple of years. You have to know how to do it though, because like a lot of people have even like some people are like, oh, I don't know anything about HVAC and roofing and all this stuff, and they're like, let me buy a business that does it. But if you don't know how to manage it and you don't really know, like that will cost you being an owner if you don't have the experience. But those of you who know how to do it, you should probably start your own companies. I mean, it's definitely high income nowadays, especially saying AI could do a lot of stuff. It's not gonna fucking fix an HVAC unit. They sell control boards on Amazon. Oh, no way. I'll look into that. All right, bro. Let's see where Trumpet is. Trump meets with Kennedy Center board at 11:45. 4 minutes. We'll see if he's late or not. But otherwise, I mean, give it a market will probably stay frozen for a second, and then if he's late, it might move a little bit. He is usually always late. I mean, the other day there was one. I mean, he's been doing like random ones where they've kind of came out in a timely manner, but I feel like it's when the market's not open, he's on time. And then when the market's open, he lags. Where's Korea? EEM. Sire on the high. Where's Kupang? That one's still up. AI cannot landscape. Not yet, but yeah. China, He Lifeng urges U.S. to remove unilateral tariffs. So we get a China headline right before. Yeah, 2, 10, 11, 12, 1. I think 1. Well, yeah, no, it's 10 a.m. but then 10:40, I think. But I think the live video goes up at 10. Have I been watching Fish Tank? No, was that like Shark Tank? No, but I have watched One Piece. The new season came out. I'm a really big fan of that show. You know, I like my live action animes. I've been nerding out, bro. But yeah, I don't know what fish tank is. No, the live action one, not the like fucking 1,000 episode cartoon one. Every time I watch the live action, I want to watch the cartoon or the anime, but I'm like, dude, it's not the same. I like it. I like the live action one a lot. Kuwait Army says they detected 4 hostile drones in the past 24 hours. It's not bad. It's not bad. 4 in a day. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Even after Kharg Island, like you didn't get a bunch of you didn't get a lot of like issues. Like I feel like we've been hearing a lot less attacks, except for the Dubai one. But like you're not getting the same like velocity of attacks. And then it is 11:45. So yeah, Trump should come on any minute now, but I do not see the I don't see any clips. I saw FPS on the high ticker a little bit ago. What's the ultimate end game with AI? Robots don't buy things and everyone can't be blue collar. I mean, this may sound like dramatic, but utopia. So like the end game is that you get better or the same or better production than you have now at a much lower price all across the board. The idea is that pretty much robots both do thinking for you as well as implementation. You know, eventually, right now you have large language models, you have the computer, it could come up with ideas. I mean, it could even simulate medical studies. But then I was telling people, I still haven't found it. I figured there's like a big site out there that's paying people to put out videos of like general tasks. It's for robot training. So they'll pay you if you like replace windows, if you do HVAC, if you do plumbing. It will pay you to record a video of you doing it. And they're building a database so that eventually they can plug that into a robot to learn how to do that. But the end game is productivity. The end game is to be able to create and have both services and goods created at the same scale and quality you have now. But then again, if it's a robot doing it, you don't have the same labor cost, and then it's able to do it a lot cheaper. And, you know, and the idea is that it makes things more valuable. I forgot the name of it. I can't find it. There's a couple of places out there now, but there's one big one that pays you money to like so if you work like a blue collar job, you film yourself and you'll get paid to upload to this thing. Yeah, exactly. Help us train robots to replace you is pretty much what it is. Robots can't do push-ups, so do your push-ups. I'm down, baby. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, Chattadonia. You've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Welcome to Monday. The world seemingly did not freak out over war, man. So, you know, you got kind of a chill day. Oil still in focus. We got to hear from the IEA. We are waiting for Donald Trump right now. So you can do push-ups when he comes on too, but I'd move around. If you're sitting down, if you can't, if you're driving, you're at work, breathe in very deeply. Just get a good deep breath in there. Focus on your breath. Get your posture straight. Flex your abs right now. How about that? Have you thought about flexing your core? Making sure you're activating your core, bro? That'll do a lot for you, man. Universal income? What's the word? They have another word I've been hearing lately. Not like universal income. It's like universal... fuck. There's a word for it that's slightly different, but yeah, it's just general idea. What company? We're just talking about AI. Terminator. Bro, that's what my brother-in-law told me. Because I was trying to show him all these bots and I was explaining it to him, and he's like very well aware of it. He's like a technical savvy guy, but he's like, I'm not doing none of that shit. He was like, I grew up watching Terminator. He said, I'm not with it. All right, man, I'm gonna do some lunges. Come on, Trump. Trump's supposed to be on at 11:45, so he's about 5 minutes behind right now. You gotta be real with the world, my guy. There's no way the elite that control it will allow this utopia you speak of. We will always be enslaved in the system they create. I mean, you're talking to a guy who believes in the Christ inside of him. And I believe in the power of the mind. And I believe I'm free. I believe freedom is a real thing. I do believe, the devil owns the world. But I also believe there's freedom in Christ. So that being said, the one thing I believe in, and kind of agreeing with what you're saying, I believe there is a period of disruption. And that's what happened with the internet. That's how I changed my life and my family's life. That's how I even reached millions of you guys, the internet. And I was on the internet from day one, and it's just like these new technological developments, although it will lead to power and control of people, I do see there is an opportunity for disruption. So I do think even the people you speak of who have power and control, eventually it will be harder to maintain if you have a certain amount of information, and there will be a window where disruption will allow a lot of people to either change things or to stay enslaved if they want. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I do believe, though, there's another theory with what you're saying where essentially, people believe, though, that the same people in control now, they're just trying to get the very last juice out, because once you do have super intelligence, I mean, it may be very hard to control people in the same way, at least for a little bit. So I kind of agree with you, but I believe in freedom, and that's why I've been encouraging all of you, man. I've been encouraging all of you. You should take advantage of the disruption while it's there. That's why I'm saying, think about your future. Don't waste your opportunity. I would not be too negative. And I would just, because when that time is there, bro, like, again, I mean, I've gotten in a lot of things early, and I was there when the internet disrupted stuff. A little immigrant family like mine, we shouldn't have done shit. You know what I'm saying? And you hear about all these wars and revolutions and conflicts, and people, if you were there at the right place, the right time, and you were aware, you were able to change the trajectory of your life and your families. So I do believe that some people will end up falling to the negative side of this, but at the same time, there is going to be a window where that disruption, it's going to level the playing field for a little bit, and you better be fucking ready to take it. Because that's what I believe, and I would hope that I could train a lot of you to be ready for that too. But then again, it's a personal thing. It's a personal choice, and it's going to be to react there. And that's why, I mean, one thing, man, just have hope. That's above all else, because if you don't have enough hope, you're not going to see it, and you're not going to, the window will be wide open, but you're going to be like, what's the point of going out the fucking window? Which there's nothing out there. But I do believe, I really believe in disruption, and I think you get these moments every now and then that disruption levels the playing field briefly. That, like I said, that's how I got in front of all of you guys. I mean, I think we disrupted the stock market. I disrupted the trading world with a lot of things until they started fucking silencing us. And, they started banning you and doing certain shit like that. But at the end of the day, there was a window. And in that window, you can make a lot out of it. So that's what I plan on doing here with this AI stuff and the utopia. And I'm sure the balance of power is going to shift. But there is going to be a window. And I would encourage all of you to be excited about it and be ready to take it, because that's it. That'll be the final window into the last great technological shift of probably our era. Because again, we've done a lot in this generation, which is crazy to think about. Most of it, that's what I was talking about the other day. Most of the changes, like, we had the radio, the TV, but like in one generation of the internet, it has led to a lot of technological advances. That is kind of crazy. You think greed will go away once we have AGI? No, but it'll change. But like, that's not what I'm. Did you take a step back? Like I'm telling y'all, you need to. It's up to you. That's what I say. I can't. That's why I think how you mold your mind right now is so critical, because you know it's very easy to focus on the negativity of this world and what's like out there, but that's not what I'm saying. I don't, even if humans stay exactly the same, which I would bet on, you know, and people being weird and, you know, controlling and acting a certain way. Listen to what I just said. There's going to be a window of disruption where the playing field gets more level. Everything you think is unfair, disadvantageous, systematically corrupt, all of these things, there is going to be a brief window where technology and advanced technology is going to level that playing field for a little bit. What are you going to do with it? Yeah, the video's live. He's not out there yet, though. Does that make sense? That's what happened with the internet. There was a point where, you know, again, you had to work a certain way, or, you know, how people made money, who was in control. Imagine how much the internet changed even the balance of power over the years, to the point where they even had to start silencing people so dramatically, to the point where companies, it changed politics forever, it changed your leaders, all of that. That was all because of the internet. There was a window where you could get involved in it, and that you had a lot of opportunity to make a change. That's why it's, you know, we need hope, and you need people who actually want to make a change, and hopefully understanding how the greed and corruption and all these things have affected people. You know, it prevents another fucked up set of people who want to take the power and take these opportunities and use it for bad. But also too, like, you know, again, you should go watch that future video I made with the AI, because I do think, though, the real big tinfoil is that if super intelligence and AI and certain things occur, you know, I think currency is going to operate different. You're still going to have currency, but it's just going to be different. And that's hard to speculate on, but yeah. Oh, I'm grossly naive. I would just argue you're grossly cynical. But at the same time, for how naive, this may have been the first time you've heard me, but you could ask a lot of people. I'm pretty cynical at the same time, but not to the point where I would let the cynicism or realism, you know, prevent me from being ready, or prevent me from being prepared. Not to mention, I've been fucking with AI a lot and early. I've even been sharing it with a lot of people in advance. Is Iran live? Like, what do you mean? Like, Iran? You're like, hey guys, it's the new supreme leader. Just make sure you guys like and subscribe. You know, I don't see an Iran video. Low ticker getting kind of aggressive. There's a live feed from Istanbul. China willing to strengthen military cooperation with Vietnam. Trump, I have the video, but he's not talking yet. They're playing the music on longer Oracle or NVIDIA. I think Oracle, higher risk, high reward. NVIDIA is just good. Just NVIDIA, it's not like you're getting it at the cheapest, but NVIDIA has lagged in the last couple of months here. saying regular people have a good opportunity in front of them if they use AI properly. Yes. I just think apply it to the internet. Like I'm saying, my family was very regular. I was just I'm a little Egyptian boy. My parents came here in the 80s from barely speaking English. They still barely speak English. You know what I'm saying? They told me go to school, get a job, go work for somebody, do all of that. And that was my plan. But, I got involved. Thankfully, they locked me inside and I was a little internet nerd. But being around the internet and that opportunity you saw, like imagine e-commerce, imagine connecting the globe in a certain way, these abilities, again, even being able to get into the market without having to be in New York, without having to work at a bank, do all of these other things. Like this is what I'm talking about. So I don't know what AI is going to bring, but if there truly is a real generation of technological shift, it's very disruptive and it's going to offer many people different opportunities that once didn't exist before. And that's why I'm saying, although you might believe the whole world is controlled, and I do believe that to a degree, you know what I'm saying? I know there is very evil people and people who control things, and in a way where they want to, why would anybody give up their money and power? People really love that shit. They always have since the Bible days. Ask Solomon, but it's like there is a window where that you cannot be stopped. I genuinely believe that. And I've done it before, and I plan on doing it again, and I would try to help and make sure as many people do that, and I think we would have a nice opportunity to really change the world if done correctly, this time with more and more people who actually think the right way. But again, some of you will probably get corrupted by greed, as Homeboy said. Like, I don't think greed, I've helped millions of people, and some of them, they were great. They didn't have anything. I helped change people's lives. A year or two of making money, I couldn't even recognize them. They gave into the greed. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure the same thing's going to happen. But that's why it's like the more and more people who actually use this disruptionary period, I think things are going to change. Things are going to change, and I don't think you're stuck in this caste system. We have freedom now, and we're not in a caste system, but there kind of is one. But I do think that there will be I do think there's an opportunity for it not to be permanent in wherever you think you are, and that I genuinely believe in. Well, yeah, it's gonna be like AI, but it might be a result of AI. You see what I'm saying? So some people who know how to do the AI will have one thing, but then it's just like, it's going to start opening up different avenues. So either way, I would just, like I'm saying, I wouldn't be too committed that nothing's going to change, because it's going to change. Got the hope from future dude. I agree with that. I think medicine, that's something I talked about it last week. I was saying, bro, like, well, imagine if people didn't have to spend as much money on a bunch of like medical care, and because again, what we've already seen with like just AI, the studies and how it's able to analyze data and figure things out, that's a real possibility. So I agree. That's one area. But yeah, I think there is I don't know when it's going to happen. That's the problem. That's the real problem right now, is that it seems like it's close, but at the same time, it might be several years away. And that would be the issue. I don't know why we're moving. I think we're just getting ready for whatever Trump's going to say here. But yeah, let me see if I could find that Iran thing. But other than that, I haven't gotten a comment on the on anything right now, actually. Trump posted on Truth Social. Yeah, Susie Wiles. He was just shouting out Susie Wiles. Nothing market moving. Imagine companies don't want to make as much profits as possible. So like, what happened with e-commerce? So like, what happened with newspapers? What happened with radio stations? What happened with Sears? So, some of you guys hear the hopefulness and you guys are resorting to like dropping logic or assuming we're not speaking on the same level. We are. I'm not assuming that companies aren't going to want to make as much money. It's called disruption. You can't stop it. You see what I'm saying? And that's like I said, I believe I will not be stopped, and I believe you will not be stopped for those of you that adopt this mentality. You get what I'm saying? It's just not like you think the companies that had stores didn't want to make money and that they didn't want to. Eventually they did. Eventually it took them a decade to at least hold on to market share or to try to even enact policy and other things to stop them. But e-commerce changed how all of that is. That money and that profit moved to other people. Again, the newspapers used to control literally everything you would read and see. They still got disrupted, right? Again, how many news sites have even gone out of business in the last few years? It's the same exact thing. Like, yeah, the horse salesmen were pissed about the cars. You can't stop it. So that's why the sooner you could adopt this mentality, I think you are going to have a nice future ahead of you. But, we're not assuming that maybe that's why I said maybe the word may not be utopia, but I'm not assuming that humans are going to change. I'm not assuming that business and maximization isn't going to change and that people will do whatever they can to maintain power and profits. But I am saying there's some things you cannot stop. Why do I say that with such confidence? Because that's how we got here every single time, no matter what. And every time you get an opportunity for new players to appear and new players to disappear. A lot of different. That's why I just think about it a little bit. You guys will come up with your own examples. You'll see it. Yeah, he's behind now. 15, 20 minutes. Well, no, I think, that's the whole point. It was like I was telling you with the war stuff. Anything you're seeing is because motherfuckers want you to see it. You guys don't get it? Like, even if you make a video talking about freedom, you'll get no views. If I made a video saying Satan controls everything, the algo will pump the whole Satan devil worshiper thing. You know that? You got to really think about it. Well, they want you to see that. They want you to feel like their control cannot be lost. So yeah, I'm not saying I don't believe in you will own nothing and love it. I don't believe that at all. Some of y'all having difficulty getting encouraged about how disruption has led us to this moment. I love disruption. I've made so much money on disruption, like again with all of the little events that have occurred, but then also, like I'm saying, I've changed. I should not be where I am if it wasn't for the internet. Above all, God, I think he put me in this position. But above all else, it's like, dude, without disruption and being willing to go forward through that, yeah, that's it. You do control your future. Even if people want to push and pull you, you still have more say than you think. And that's why it's like, I think a lot of people want to, it's easy to believe that you're in chains, but I think when I'm just telling you, one day, if those chains fall off briefly, I hope you run. that's exactly what I'm trying to say. And I do believe that, I don't think everybody is freed now. And I think people got freed and they found a way to make the prison a little bigger. But I do think every now and then those doors are going to open up. So, you know, I think you should do it. And the number one thing I teach is ownership, believe it or not. Own stocks, own real estate above all else, and I would become an owner. So yeah, man, we'll see. We'll see, my friends. We'll see. It's literally you versus the world leaders. And in the spirit of Christ within you, my brother, I'll take that any day. I know how the story goes. You should read it. I thought they were playing the ice cream truck song. Google, NVIDIA, Cloud and NVIDIA expand AI across industries. NVDA. Google caps control over monthly Gemini expenses. Project spend caps in Google AI Studio. We got EU von der Leyen talking about price caps and stuff. Freedom is in the brain. Amen, bro. Amen. But like, you guys don't think that's weird? That the messaging that is allowed, that you see all these viral videos promoting this idea that they're controlling people, which again, I don't fully disagree with it, but the one thing that makes me question is how the algo pumps that. You should question it too. You see what I'm saying? They want that idea to be spread, that people are somehow in these shackles that can never be removed, and you're fighting something way, way bigger than just a fucking human with money and old power. Ooh. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Think about it, bro. I have firsthand experience. You put out certain thing that is real and true, the algo will suppress it. Yeah, you make up bullshit, or you start talking about something there's no coincidence that a lot of these algos keep pumping. People make a video about demons, Satan worship, all of that. It's not that they're like, you think they're trying to hide and then they own all the algorithms and then they let that get freely promoted when something's really happened and you watch it get censored? Come on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just propaganda. It's trying to look at, even having this conversation, you can see how many people are influenced into this idea thinking that what they're up against is something they cannot defeat. I don't believe that. Again, I believe I go against fucking Google, dog. So it's not I think we're gonna win. That's fine. We'll lose a battle, we will win a war, my friends. But it's not. You got to really think about that, because I believe in hope, and I think, like I'm telling y'all, when the disruption comes and the chains fall off, you better fucking run. Okay? Do you hear me, everybody? I don't want to hear. Don't try to fucking box it in and say you believe this, you believe that. No. Like I'm telling you, when the chains come off, when the door of the prison is already, the key's already inside, when that shit open up, you run and you fucking make the most of it and you do something with it. I think it's super simple, but again, there's so much messaging trying to beat you down that something's hovering over you, this cabal, these baby eating, blood worshiping ball, whatever it may be. Even if it's true, they cannot defeat you. I don't know how to explain it, bro, other than that. And I'm like, there's a reason why y'all keep seeing that content. Don't make no mistake, bro. Why do you keep seeing it? I could go give you the best video in the world. There's other content out there, some of the best true content. That shit gets suppressed all day, all fucking day. And the stuff that gets promoted and the algo keeps running it. You don't think that's weird that they keep letting the algo run the devil worship shit? They want you to see that, brother. They want you to fall and believe in that to the point where you give up your will so that they have less people going against them when the disruption is here. Oh, amen. Adabe? I just had Adabe up this whole time. VIX is already down 10% today. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the little fog of war has highlighted this a lot more. Because you see it. Something they don't want you to see, you won't see it. That's facts. You just saw it. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Trump's coming out now. So it's like anything, even if it's about them and it's bad, they're allowing you to see that. And they own the algos. So if they let that come up, it's for a reason. He's coming out right now. Hello.
Susie.
Hi, Susie.
No place like the White House. Do we agree? Right, Mr. Kraft? No place like the White House. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. And we'll maybe discuss a couple of general topics. This is a board meeting for the Trump Kennedy Center, but we'll go into a couple of other things that we have the media present. It's always present.
The fake news
unfortunately.
media.
Constantly. And I'll say a few words about what's happening in the Middle East. And if you have a couple of questions, we'll do that, and then we'll get on with our board meeting. So, thank you very much for being here. We have a wonderful group of very, very smart, talented patriots at this table. Our powerful military campaign to end the threats posed by the Iranian regime continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many, many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them.
And I think Khomeini Jr. likes boys.
Anti-aircraft is decimated. Their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well.
I thought he was going to mention it sooner than later.
They've been a terror for 47 years. And now, I guess, the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran, and these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels.
I'm going to go to the bathroom, so if a candle goes crazy.
They don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, where the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones. And that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. And it's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. That has to be some kind of a record. Additional strikes continue to launch from all directions every single hour. And as you know, we attacked Kharg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. And we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in. But we don't know that any have even been dropped in. We're not sure that any have been. That's a big negative for them if they do it. It's a form of suicide. But
they've been dropping mines, but we don't even know if they've really dropped them, to be honest.
We've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the Strait, and some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%. China gets 90%. Many of the Europeans get quite a bit. South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care of Iran, but now, because of the fact that literally a single terrorist can put something in the water or shoot something or shoot a missile, a small missile, and it's fairly close range because it is a tight area, and which is one of the reasons they've always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm, it matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from
YouTube
harm's
cut you out
way.
for a second.
And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that
coalition
is very minor. Very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. But they said, we'd rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that was said, because when... I've been a big critic of
so he's pretty much
all
saying
of the protecting
nobody's agreed
of
to help him out
because
yet.
I know that we'll protect them. And
again, we knew this in the morning.
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time.
Numerous
just like
countries
I knew
told me they're on their way.
About the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago. Predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction a year before he did it. I said, you better get him. He's a bad guy. I watched him be interviewed one time, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things.
Pretty much lack of enthusiasm by other
nations
countries
whose economies depend on the Strait.
And he said numerous nations are down.
Blood. I mean, these people literally need it. 95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the Strait, and they should be in here very happily helping us. And it's incredible. We have such great... We're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill. We're double any other nation. And it's going to be soon triple any other nation. And that doesn't include Venezuela, who's been great. By the way, the relationship with Venezuela has been fantastic. Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out.
Why do they keep
it's been
crapping
a great
you?
help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well.
I gave y'all too much
but we've
truth.
taken out millions of barrels.
Y'all don't
of
realize,
oil,
bro, that video I showed you on Twitter,
to Houston and
30
other places
minutes, the
for,
video got demonetized on YouTube.
We have refineries
Meanwhile,
set
it
up
hit like
specifically
fucking
for that.
15,000 views on
And
Instagram
it's been a
before
great, it's been a
anything.
great
Instagram
relationship.
didn't do shit.
And,
That's
more
why
and more
follow
is
me on
happening. It's
Instagram.
a
But yeah, you're gonna have to
tremendous
deal with
oil
that anytime
source, and,
I
we're
drop
getting,
facts on you, bro.
We're stepping it up
Welcome
very
to the
rapidly.
modern
The
era
big
of
companies
pixels.
are going in, and they will actually numbers in a pretty short period of time. Numbers that they've never been able to do, we'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us and get involved quickly and with great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now. So now we're going to get down to the reason. We'll take a couple of questions in a moment, but we're going to get down to the reason we're here today. Actually, this was set up a long time ago. It's the Trump Kennedy Center. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition.
Again, I think it's just
been let.
People want to hear
it's
the
been
coalition,
disaster,
but
to be honest,
you don't really have any update from last night this morning. He didn't even sound optimistic
about
it.
To hell. That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places.
And then average daily Middle East exports dropped 60% to March 15th. That's February average, as Hormuz stays mostly closed.
And the money was spent incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape, but when they're completed, the bones
it's been down since he talked, and oil
oil
took like another $1 pretty
something
much.
that could be unbelievable. So I want to.
And down detector, a lot of hacks are popping up right now.
A friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He went to he was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happier that he was no longer going to be the ambassador to Germany.
Yeah,
he was
AWS,
difficult for them.
Cloudflare, Zoom.
He was not your typical ambassador. He was the opposite.
A couple places have spiked.
He would do what was
YouTube's
best for the United States,
Instagram's
not for
going
Germany.
down.
And I want to tell you, he did a great job. So good that I put him in charge of the thing called intelligence. And something he didn't really want to do, but he did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leakers. He found out the leakers. And when he didn't find out who the leaker was in a certain area, he fired everybody. And he went into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, "Who's the one that leaked this?" And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired the whole room. And he did a good job, I'll tell you. He was very good. And
I would do the same.
During this transition period, I asked Rick if he would run it, because we wanted to see. And if you remember when we first took it over, I didn't do it with enthusiasm. I did it because somebody had to do it. I had to turn it around because it was failing. It would have closed, and physically it would have almost fallen down. It was in very bad shape. The steel columns outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, exposed steel is unusual to have in building. What I do best in life is build. I build buildings really well and under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what I do. Unlike the Fed building, which is going to cost billions of dollars. It may never open. I mean, right now, we have a wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new head of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex that was destroyed by Jerome Too Late Powell. I call him too late because he's always too late with interest. Should cut interest rates. He should cut them right now. They should have a special meeting. What's a better time to cut interest rates than now? A third grade student would know that. But that's a terrible thing. But what I do is build. I build great stuff. And what we're going to do is, right outside. In fact, if you look behind me, see the nice gold curtains? If you want to look into a nice foundation and you want to see a lot of work, very deep, very, very deep for specific reasons, we have a magnificent ballroom being built, because this is the biggest room, and it holds like 98 people for dinner. But
he just
behind me,
urged
you're gonna have a
Powell cut
ballroom
rates.
that's gonna-
I still that one I don't
this
understand.
Building and the people occupying it, in particular, every president for 150
and then Regional
years
Emergency
has
Plan
clamored
Committee for
a
Petroleum
ballroom,
Products
a
of the
large,
Gulf
beautiful room.
hold
This
urgent
is a
meeting to
cocktail
discuss
room.
regional developments,
And this
maintain
will actually be,
continuity
this whole floor
of
will
refined
end up
product
being a
supplies.
cocktail room for the cocktail area.
Yeah, bro, he
pre-area
just said
for
it
the
again.
ballroom
He said
before
Fed
dinners,
should have
so we'll
special meeting to
heads
cut
of
rates.
state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner.
I don't get it.
Usually
that's
what
the
they
only
do is
one I
they
don't.
would do
I'm
them
like,
on
listen,
the lawn
man.
with a tent.
I don't know if that's
But when
a good
it
idea.
rains, the lawn is very low, and you know the land in Washington. It was built on swampy, wet land, and when it rains and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have as an example the king of
Europe is
the UK.
closed now,
I would
yeah.
say king of England.
Give it 15
was a
more
great
minutes to
guy.
settle,
He's
but
coming
yeah.
in very soon. And when it rains, you know what happened? The rain would go over their feet. It would be about 4 or 5 inches over their shoes. This was not good. So, and it rained
Hey,
a lot.
low ticker's still full. I mean,
So we're
crazy. You're
building
still up 3/4
finally,
of a
because
percent.
I do that.
Oil's
And by
still
the way, spectacular. I'm looking at Mr. Steve Wynn, who's over there. He built a spectacular building, and he knows Trump builds a spectacular building. I built better buildings than him. I don't care what he said. But Steve is over here, and he really, with his incredible wife, Andrea, and thank you both for being here. Andrea's on the board, and Steve is so in love with his wife, he asked whether or not he could come. And I can say the same thing for the great Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's so wonderful. He said, do you think I could come? She didn't have to accept that, you know. She could have said no. But Bob said, I would like to come. So, Bob, we will not let you vote, although his vote would be a good vote. He will vote for the proper thing. But it's good to have you both here. These are two great couples that know a lot about the things I'm talking about, like fixing, whether
Dude,
it's
why do they
building a
keep
stadium
cutting
or
you
building
out?
a building. We know they know how to do it. So thank you, Steve, very much. But
I don't know.
we
maybe
made incredible
it's the down
strides over the
detector, but holy
past
shit.
year. If you remember, I said I want to run it for a year just to see, because the place is falling down. It's horrible. Air conditioning, heating is going to be ripped out in its entirety, and needs new. It's old. It's how many years is it, Rick? What's the total? 50, almost, over 50. And we have 50-year-old air conditioning, more than that actually, and it's in bad shape. Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than, you can't just go into something and try and figure it out. And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting and going to a play. So we thought the best way, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly, and reopen it, have a grand reopening. And when it's finished, it's going to be far better than it was when it was originally built. When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great
Trump
sound.
praises win.
I think there's a lot of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to get involved with saying which one, but in New York, as an example, where the acoustics were never good, and they've ripped it apart 4 times and rebuilt it, and it was never good. The good thing about the Kennedy Center, the acoustics are good, and they'll only be enhanced based on what we're doing. A lot of it has to do with the stones and the stones you use, the marbles you use, etc. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige that this building will soon gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere in the world. It's got the location, and it will have the building. It's got good bones. It's got good structure. Again, they wanted to originally cover the exposed steel. It was painted a cheap gold, and we turned it into a very expensively painted white, very heavy coat of very powerful white paint meant for steel, exposed steel. A very different kind of paint, but it's almost like putting a stone over the top of it. And the color is white, shiny white, and it looks a lot of people have commented it looks so much better. Before they had the steel painted gold, and the gold was very cheap. There's actually never been a paint that's made that will look like gold. Steve will tell you that. You either gold leaf it or use real gold bullion, or you use a different color, Steve. Nobody's ever been able to make a gold paint that looks real. A little minor thing for the media. I'm sure you're thrilled with hearing that. But there's
I think he's
never
talking
been
about
a
wind.
paint. I said someday I'm going to discover a paint where you don't have to actually use gold leaf. Gold leaf is a very, very big and expensive process, but it's a beautiful thing, but not when you use paint. So we got rid of the gold columns, which looked always terrible. They looked cheap and they looked fake. Very much like the media, actually. And we took the columns and we painted them white. Before we painted them, Matt, very importantly, we structuralized them. We replaced bad steel that was very badly rusting. I mean, these are columns that are holding up a building. And we had to replace areas of columns that were actually rusted out because it was in very bad shape. It's not even describable how bad this building was, both inside and out. I want to thank Rick Grinnell, but you really did a great job, Rick, on this, and we appreciate it. I'm looking for your next venture, because he really was, there was a story he got fired. He didn't get fired. He was here for a short period of time, for a year, figuring it out with Matt and everybody else. And Matt now is going to take over, and he's a pro at construction, great at construction. And I think Matt would like to run the facility too. He's fallen in love with it. And I think he'd do a good job. But if I don't think he will do a good job, I'll say, Matt, you're fired. I'm getting somebody else. So you're under no pressure, Matt, okay? It's like Bob Kraft. If a football player doesn't perform well, typically you will fire him immediately, Bob. Do you ever let them stay around for 4 or 5 years if they're bad? Not too many times, right? So, anyway, I learned from you. So I want to thank also Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello, Pam. Good. She's been great. And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4, and then we had a death. And death is very bad when you're the Speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and but we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
what was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay. That's it was grim. That's what I was going to say. I don't think
with a heart problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So, the long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation. And the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, I ought to get my doctors involved, and they did. And within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed Emergency Surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention. And thank you.
He actually called Mike called me, and he said, "Sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June." I said, "Who?" "Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible." He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart, there's nothing they can do.
Is he supposed to say
this?
That's
bad. Number one, it was bad because I liked him.
Has he announced this?
Number two, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said, Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you. And however long I live, I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end.
He's an extraordinary
man.
But
he didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible. And they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said, I have to call them. And I called the two doctors. They're both great. And they immediately went over to see the congressman. And he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long operation. They gave him more stents and more everything that you could have. I think he's got everything that you could possibly have. And they called up. They said, sir, I think he'll be fine. I said, you got to be kidding. He said, I think he'll be fine. And Mike was telling me the story that the other day he came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So, again, a testament to great leadership. And he's, my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his beautiful wife and family. He's an extraordinary individual.
And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. But I did it for the vote second. All right? I want to also introduce Susie Wiles, who's fantastic. She's our chief of staff. And she's an amazing person, an amazing fighter. And she announced a minor difficulty, which will be in good shape. Good shape he'll be around for a long time. She had a diagnosis, you probably saw it. And she's going to take care of it immediately, as opposed to waiting. She said, let's do it now. I said, do it immediately. Because with that particular ailment, the faster the better. That's the only thing I know about it. The faster the better. She's going to do it immediately. So she just started, actually. And she's going to be in great shape. The prognosis there is excellent.
Excellent.
Beyond excellent. So,
thank you, Trump.
But who needs it, right?
That's right.
Who needs it?
I think he needs it.
So before we took over, just a year ago, the legendary, this wonderful place was literally on the verge of collapse, both from a financial standpoint, maybe more from a financial standpoint, but also from a physical standpoint. Necessary maintenance has been ignored. The programming was very woke and out of touch with reality. And we had an orchestra that lost like $18 million a year, and they subsidized it every year. So what kind of an orchestra loses 18? And I'm being nice when I say 18, it was much more. And I started looking at the programming. They had tremendous union difficulties, like 19 different unions, and driving everybody crazy. And I think the unions are going to be great. I've always gotten along with unions. As you know, I got great union support. But you had 19 unions. Every time somebody wanted to put on a play, they had to deal with 19 different groups of people. And it's they say it was like Broadway, but worse. And you don't get worse than Broadway when it comes to the unions. I've watched that for many years. The programming was terrible. And they had a budget deficit of about $26 million minimum. Owed a lot of money. We're out borrowing money, which is a lot of people don't understand. So under the leadership of this exceptionally talented and rich board, it's a very rich board. Not everybody, but most of you are loaded. Ike Perlmutter's got so much money. Look at Ike Perlmutter. He ended up being the largest owner of Disney. Started with, was it $100 or less? It was a little less, Ike, right? He didn't speak English, and he became the largest owner of Disney. Right? But then they went woke and he sold the stock. He didn't like Mickey Mouse being woke, right, Ike? But he's one of the most brilliant business people. Thank you, Ike. It's great. And Lori, thank you very much for being here. So I think it's Lori that's on the board, though, right, Lori? What's with these husbands? All the husbands are traveling. I think it's the White House. I got all the husbands with the wives. That's never happened. Boy, oh boy, what great relationships. My wife is going to have to speak to me. This is pretty good. The biggest guys in the country travel with their wives to come to a meeting. But it has something to do with the White House, right, Ike? Right? You don't want to see me. You want to see the White House because it's a special building. But thank you. And congratulations on an amazing career. Most people don't know Ike Perlmutter. Isidore Perlmutter. And started with nothing and built a vast fortune just by deal after deal. Did you ever have a bad deal, Ike? Which was that? Don't tell. See how honest he is? Most people would say no. He says one. And it couldn't have been very bad. Great to have you. So under the leadership of this board, which is, as you see, incredible, we're achieving a very dramatic and quick turnaround. We got rid of all of the DEI. Some of the news media loves DEI, but we got rid of it. Maybe you're right. Brought back patriotic and family-friendly programming, and last year we raised over $130 million to keep this place going. Otherwise, it would have been closed. The building, let's call it the Kennedy Center from that time, was losing so much money it could not have stayed alive if we didn't come in as a group of people and a lot of wealthy people that made a lot of contributions. So with the Trump Kennedy Center honors alone, we raised this year a record $23 million, which was double what they had ever done before, $23 million. There's still much to do. The previous management left us a facility in very bad condition. Abysmal is the word, and everything from busting pipes and leaks to serious electrical and structural problems. And some of it we fixed, but most of it we're saving for during the construction period because we'll do a much better job of it that way. Major renovations are required to keep the facility functional, and that'll start right after July 4th. We're going to have a little bit of a celebration, not a big deal, but a little bit of a celebration on July 4th. We'll have a little party, and then after that we close and we start construction. We're fully financed. As I announced in February, after a one-year review based on input from highly respected experts and subject to board approval today, we determined, it's a little late for the board because we've already announced it, but these are minor details, but I think everybody agrees. But subject to board approval, we determined that the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease the entertainment operations for a 2-year period of time as we complete high-quality, really high-quality construction. And we've already purchased seating, as an example. We've already purchased a lot of the marbles and some of the things that are hard to get. Getting quality marble is very hard. It takes a long time. It comes from areas where it takes a long time to mine, and we're getting some of the best things you can. The marble is going to be incredible. The seats that we have, the seating is the highest level. Everything is the highest level. So this temporary closure will enable us to complete the work much faster and much higher quality. As an example, it's hard to show Shakespeare when you don't have any seats. As the seats are being changed, it's not exactly a great experience for people. So the right way to do it is just close it and fix it and open it. We'll begin right after, as I said, July 4th celebration. And thanks to the great, big, beautiful bill, we are fully funded, ready to go. And we have tremendous amounts of money coming in from some people around the table, but also from people that are not here, but that have made very generous contributions toward the Trump Kennedy Center. People that have never given to it before and would never have given it except I asked them to give. So, Rick, I thank you very much for the job that you've done, and I'm delighted that you really are. You did a great job. It was a little rough with a couple of the people, but that's okay. They've survived. Some of the artists, they took a pounding from Rick. It's almost like this guy right over here, Anthony. He knows what it is to pound people. Right, Ike? Anthony knows. Anthony's another great. You're not on the board either, Anthony. You're here with your wife? What's going on here? The most successful people, they're all here with their wives. I'm looking around. Wow, that's impressive. Anthony's another one. He started off with one truck. He had one truck 45 years ago. He ended up with 4,000 trucks, and he sold his company for billions of dollars. And you're here, Anthony? He's a member of one of my clubs, and all he has is cash. He said, I have a big problem, sir. What? I don't know how to invest my cash. Most people have a problem. They don't have any cash, right? Anyway, thank you, Anthony. You're the greatest. So all of these people have done so much, and they've done so much to help. And Matt, I just really, I'm here to a certain extent to wish you good luck with everything and to introduce you to the board. Many of the board know because Matt's been running a lot of the initial construction and planning and going to be assuming the role of Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director, where he'll lead a construction crew for the next, a big crew, by the way, because it needs a lot of work, for the next 2 years in preparation for the grand reopening. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be very, very special. We're doing a lot of special things. We have a lot of things happening. We have at the front of the White House on June 14th, you probably read, UFC is going to be here. Dana White, the great Dana White, he's building literally a stadium, a 5,000-seat arena right outside the front door of the White House. And they're going to have
the
about
UFC
100,000 people
pound people.
in the park.
Are you
right
good at
across
pounding
the street,
people?
Where he's building,
He is. He's
I believe,
good at
8 massive screens for people to watch, free, all free, for people to watch. It's June 14th, happens to be my birthday, and that was only by happenstance. It was not planned that way, but it's a Sunday night, which they never did. Sunday night's super prime time. It's going to be broadcast on CBS, which is the Ellison family, two great people. It's a great family. And it's going to be a tremendous event. And we have Roger Penske is going to have IndyCar here. We're going to have a race around the Capitol. That's going to be in August. So we have that. And we have a tremendous number of things. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, and we have the 250. And as you know, I was responsible for getting the Olympics. Actually, Bob Kraft helped me. And he helped me with the World Cup, too. You were very good. Who could be better, right? But he helped with the Olympics and the World Cup. But we have the Olympics coming. I was responsible for that, right, Bob? We have the World Cup coming right now, and I was responsible for that. Then we had a rigged election, and because of that, I was always very upset. When I got the Olympics, I said I won't be president because it was last term if I went by the normal progression. And then I said, well, let's see what happens. And then they rigged the election, and I said, let's do it again. And we won in a landslide. And I came back, and I ended up with the Olympics and the World Cup. Somebody said, did you do that on purpose? UFC. So I claimed the Olympics, and I claimed the World Cup because I did get both. And then I tried to claim
seasons growing up,
250-year celebration.
I guess I'm retired.
I said, I got that. They said, no, you didn't. That one you didn't get. They're giving me no credit for that one, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't. So I gave up on that one quickly. That wasn't working. It wasn't working. But I just want to thank everybody. This board has been incredible, and it's really nice. What we're going to do is we could take a few questions from the press, and then after that we'll have our meeting.
Donald Trump, you just spent an hour talking about everything not Iran. Can we ask you about Iran?
And it's an honor to have you all here. It's so many of you, Jimmy, so many of you are friends. It's a great honor to have you here.
Mr. President, we're going to ignore all these people that you brought up, and let's ask you about something highly political related to this conflict. Maybe we can mislead it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you for the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way. Can you give us a hint what they are, what that entails, how soon they might be there?
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that. We'll be announcing. And I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. It takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean. So it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it. But
security,
we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic, and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have one or two that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years. at, tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate, and I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness of NATO. We were going to protect them, but I always said, when in need, they won't protect us. Now, this isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. But I will say that we built the greatest military in the world, and we protect people. And if we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us, because we've helped them for years stay out of wars. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you tell us if you have spoken with French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz? Have you been speaking with the French President?
What does that mean?
Have you been speaking with the French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I have spoken to him. He's been, on a scale of 0 to 10, I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France.
Are you
we don't expect perfect.
Are you confident that France will help with the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz?
Who's your confidant?
Yeah, I mean, sure. He's going to, I think he's going to help. I mean, I'll let you know.
BMR,
I
NVIDIA
spoke to him
GTC.
yesterday. I don't do a hard sell on them.
What are they going to do?
Because my attitude is, we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But
Two explosive
it's interesting.
drones
I'm almost
hit Iraq,
doing it in some
southern
cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Because I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's. I think
can't
it's
borrow your mine ship. I'll give it back.
I was very surprised. I told him.
I'll insure it.
We requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them after the war has ended and won. I need it before the war. So I was very upset with, not upset, I was not happy with the UK. I think they'll be involved, yeah, maybe. But they should be involved enthusiastically. We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us. You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He doesn't fear, he has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
President, you mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate, in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah, so China is a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them. We didn't need them before we started dig we must. Dig me must, that's the Trump policy of lots of oil. And we didn't use them very much. It used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost 0. We don't need, we don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have. We have more than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there. So we did it for a lot of reasons. But it always amazed me that we did it. We never asked for reimbursement. And it was really there to serve other countries, not us. And by the way, we have the Sugar King. The same story. Look at that. Alfie von Hoel. Alfie, thank you both very much. Huh? That's Pepe here. Pepe. Hi, Pepe. How are you?
Who's Pepe?
How are you? Is Alfie in the backstage? Huh? Is he sitting back there?
How about I take you to the Strait of Hormuz?
You doing all right?
We all have come
Pepe
together. Let's make a peace and turn it to Strait of Hormuz.
We appreciate you being
Yalla,
here.
Habibi, yalla.
Great to have you.
Come on,
Thank
come on.
you.
Let's
It's
make
a
money.
pleasure.
Why we bomb?
That's great.
Why we bomb?
Both of you. Thank you very much.
I say my hummus is bomb,
go ahead,
Habibi. Yalla, come on.
Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make a deal. Now, into the third week of this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like? What are the ask that you're making of the government?
They want to make
of
a
Iran?
deal.
Market
They're
like that. He
talking
said
to
U.S.
our
doesn't need
people.
oil.
I don't know if they say that to you. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't.
Again,
Don't forget,
and Iran wants to make a deal.
They're
talking to our people.
For years, I didn't know this.
I don't know if
until
you'll get
recently.
follow
They're a
through on
country
that,
based on
but
disinformation.
Algo's triggered on that.
And now they're using disinformation plus AI, and that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation. They showed all sorts of things happening in the
Sir
last.
President, is
2
Netanyahu
weeks
alive?
that never happened. Between their kamikaze boats that don't exist, between blowing up the aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the Abraham Lincoln, on fire. They showed it on fire. I called the general. I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. I said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel Aviv burning to the ground, high-rises burning. They showed buildings in Qatar. They showed buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. They weren't hit. It was all AI-based. Terrible. It's terrible. And that's their only, I think that's the only thing they do well. They're negotiating. And we always talk. When, somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody because sometimes good things come out of it. But
yeah, like I said, I don't think it's going to have follow through.
I don't know if they're ready yet.
Algo's like
they're taking a pounding.
He said that over the weekend,
I don't know
too.
if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know. But they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with. We knocked out the first group. Then the second group met to pick the leader because the first group was all dead. And the second group got knocked out. They're all dead. Then the third group met. I would think they're a little nervous about meeting. I don't know if they're nervous. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're crazy. If they're not nervous, then they're crazy. But we met with the next group, but we don't know who their leader is. We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are. Yeah, please, Peter.
Thanks, President Trump. What are your advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader?
Is he
what are they telling you
Well,
about
it's
him?
not only them, it's you people. I mean, a lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured.
No. His
they're saying
sexual
that
preferences.
He lost his leg.
Fucking Peter,
one
bro.
leg, and he's
Peter just
been
wants
hurt
views,
very
dog.
badly. Other people.
Peter really tried
are
to.
saying he's dead.
Peter really asked the question.
Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy.
No.
And,
Sir President,
he hasn't spoken because
who does he?
The Ayatollah would
if he
sit
wanted to go on a date,
and he'd spew hate.
Mr. President, who do you think he would invite?
A form of a throne, not as nice as a throne. I like the English throne.
His
much
sexual
better.
preferences align.
It was a
the
fancy
Islamic
chair,
State.
But he'd spew hate from his chair. But you'd see him a lot, right?
I can't
this
believe
one,
he asked
we haven't
it.
seen it all.
Trump didn't pick up on it.
That could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
Now that you've announced,
I will say this: nobody's seen him, which is unusual.
Something else. Now that you've announced that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could.
I have a
It
question.
takes two to tango. We
Is
have
it
to
the
get people
Ayatollah
to
gay or not?
Take
Very
a $1
simple.
billion ship and
Tell me about you like gay?
drive it up. If when
Said you
when
need
Pepe
ships
has
to want to
his
go through the
big
Hormuz.
sugar ships coming around and they cost $1 billion, and we say, I think it's okay now, Pepe. Take your ship, drive it through the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners and these ships are very expensive. They can cost up to $2 billion. So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any
and Eli
minds.
Lilly moving up.
But the thought that
Little
they
bit.
may have is enough to keep people from saying, we don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast, as you know, left side. We're pounding it, like really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mindset. We hit every one of their mine dropper. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships. Every one of them is gone.
Cone is said to
But
be in
it
discussion
only
to
takes
buy
one.
TK
So it's
elevator.
little unfair.
What's that
you win
one
a war,
elevator stock you guys
but
told me
they-
about
they
with the
have
O?
no right to be doing what
Some
they're
elevator
doing.
company
But we're
is
hitting
getting
them
bought.
very hard, and today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the
What was
strait.
that one? Otis.
And I think we'll get it going
Yeah,
very
check
soon.
them.
In addition, we do have other nations.
Yeah,
coming
Otis
in.
is moving off
you
of that.
need people
Another
to watch and
elevator
people to
company
see.
is
We have
getting
other
bought.
nations coming in. Yes,
Got to
please.
pop.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much
Kramer tweet on
involved. They can
Sanders?
on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? These are the richest countries in the world. Why
Sock
aren't
on
we
the
being
low?
reimbursed for
I just
maintaining
wanna
the Hormuz Strait? And why aren't we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the straits. Number one, I said it's the one advantage they have, but that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do with time. There are other things you can do, but I think we're going to have the situation straighten out pretty quickly, and I think we're going to have some good help, and I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations too. And I'll let you know who those nations are.
One of your advisors, David Sachs, said the other week that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war.
Yeah,
He
we
also
can do that.
warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, yes. And Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And, there's a theory. You pounded them to hell, and you can just leave now, and it'll
Word
take
of the
10 years
day
for
is
them
pounding.
to build back not nearly
Never
what
heard
they
it this
have
many
right now.
times.
And I guess that's another theory. But
First it was
we
obliterated.
wanna
Now they're just getting
have it
pounded.
ended so that another president doesn't have. Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier.
Should have pounded them a
There's
lot
no
sooner.
president that wanted to do it, and yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president, who I like actually, a past president, former president. He said, "I wish I did it. I wish I did," but they didn't do it. I'm doing it. Yeah. I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead,
President,
please.
you mentioned.
How about the man right
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is in Iran. Do you see a viable opposition movement still in that country following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that, they put out a warning, and we have the warning. We get everything they get. And it said any protester that goes onto the street will be immediately shot and killed. This is a little tougher than the American way. This is not quite as tough.
We can't do that here, can we?
Nobody
Can
can
we?
believe
Look
it.
into it.
So I can't imagine. They don't have guns, and the other ones have guns, highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47s and other kinds of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000, even 500 people protesting a year ago. And they shot women right through the middle of the forehead with snipers. And they didn't have to do many. About 10 went down bleeding profusely. And 250 to 500,000 women went running in the other direction. Because they can be brave, but they're not stupid. And they have no gun, and you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down falling, bleeding from the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent. They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago, if you protest, you will be shot and killed. So, I don't know. I would say Mike Johnson's the only person I know who has the courage to go out in that kind of an atmosphere. I don't think so. Right? Yeah.
Come on, Mike.
Advisors told you anything in terms of how long we can expect gas prices as high as they are right now?
I don't need advisors to tell me that. I know what it is. You know,
I don't need to check fucking Poly Market.
UK,
I see
United
it.
Kingdom yesterday told me.
You want to get pounded? Shut
I'm
up.
meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the prime minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil prices are going to go down very, very rapidly.
Algo likes that for some reason.
So is
None of
inflation,
these have had
so is
follow-through,
everything
though.
else.
You got a lot of tweets.
Frankly,
You're just back to where we started.
Much more important than short-term,
Again, him
even
saying
long-term
that
oil prices.
Ships will move and all that.
You
Again,
can't
there's no
let
follow-through, though.
the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon, because the Middle East will be gone. Israel will go first, without question, and they'll certainly take a shot at us before we get our act together and say we got to take them out. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened in the last 2 weeks. They weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by what we did and what Israel did, too. Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did. And I know, look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was
LME to resume trading at 5:30 p.m. London.
This is a very substantial person.
So LME trading won't open up till after the bell.
Whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh, yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's the section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, fuck you. Sorry. All right, well, you're back to where you started. I mean, you're holding up the 1.0, 1.07. Again, there was a couple of comments that he made. I mean, he briefly talked about it, just the, again, back and forth with people getting involved. He did say the war will be done soon. Again, you reacted there when he was talking about oil prices going down, but I would argue nothing was new out of that. Again, this whole coalition, that's going to be the narrative this week. He's implying that the UK didn't want to help, and then they did. He said Marco Rubio is going to have a meeting, and they're going to announce who's getting involved. So that'd probably be your next headline to look out for. Other than that, though, market's still holding up. Oil is still down about 4% on the day. SPY is barely up. We're holding it, and now our next event for the rest of the day is going to be the NVIDIA GTC. I think it actually started. I think the keynote is going to come on here in a little bit. Let me double check. Otherwise, we'll just get into our philosophy. Join now. Log in. I'm already logged in, bro. Access portal. Where is it? Accelerate, 3 p.m. Oh, Oracle's going to be at GDC too. Virtual. How come, dude, it says add it to the schedule, but then it doesn't show up. Accelerated cloud. Yeah, so you're going to get some GTC stuff here in a little bit. Enphase. I never liked Enphase. So I do like the whole AI stuff, but I prefer the infrastructure in a way. You know, as much as I do think energy is going to be important to all of this, I'd rather own the infrastructure rather than the energy, because, you know, energy is a commodity. So yeah, I'm not really been the biggest fan of Enphase, and I don't think I will become one. It's already Philo, dude. It's 10:17. I'm gonna make sure the NVIDIA doesn't what's it called? That the GTC doesn't overlap. But I think we should be good. I mean, again, we'll see if we fade any more of today. But like I said, you know, today was a little less headline sensitive. The algos did react for a little bit, but other than that, I do think today was a little bit more chill with all things considered. Again, that Kharg Island and the lack of major escalation for now, I think it's getting people a little on ice. But then again, we got to make it through this week, see where this coalition leads to. And then again, second half of March is usually positive. So we'll find out how this plays out, man. All right, that being said, let's get a quick Philo in, huh? Is it on NVIDIA's GTC? Because I do believe there's a lot of people are showing the old NVIDIA GTC. So yeah, I think Keynote is scheduled at 11. So we got about 40 minutes. We'll be ready for it. So let's get a little Philo in here, and then we'll be ready by the time Philo's over. It should be a quick one. We'll be able to get right into it, man. Be a good day. Good day. So get ready. God bless America. Good morning, baby. Happy Monday. And all right.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, that's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there. Like swimwear, I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for philosophy. So, I got a decent one for you today. I don't know how much time it's gonna take, but you know what I'm gonna start with? I'm gonna start with what we were talking about before. You know that? And I just say, I'm telling you, Chad, I believe. I hope you watch me every day. You know that? For some of y'all who have already watched, I hope you see it. And you know what I'm saying, bro? You cannot be defeated. That's what I mean. I hope you understand how well this is at the core of myself. How much I believe it, my friends. Do you understand? You could go up against anything in this world and you will not be defeated. You know, I even said it. I think I might even show you guys. Watch, I'll post 2 videos. I will post one video all about all this hopelessness. I'll say the devil worshipers, all of that. And watch, that video will do a lot better than if I give you a video explaining the hope that remains. That's the one thing, bro, is they kill hope. You know that? We were just talking about it earlier. And I think there's just as I've been encouraging you all, bro, you should think critically, think accurately. You saw it already with the war stuff, man. If they don't want you to see something, they won't let you see it. Again, there's people, there's algorithm. They own the algorithms. And someone say, who's they? It's the people who have accumulated, a big majority of the both wealth and power that everybody likes to talk about. And I say this in a sense of, man, just be mindful. And all I care about is when the chains get ripped off for a little bit, you better run. You better use your freedom. And I believe all of you can. And I know it's a very hard mentality to fight, especially when, like I'm telling you, man, a lot of what gets encouraged, a lot of what gets promoted, it is that hopelessness. It is believing that there is a power bigger than you that will stop you. Do you not understand what I believe? I believe there is a power bigger than you that will make it so you can't be stopped. Do you understand? So yeah, bro. And I think it's an awesome time to be alive. I think even with all the evil, even with all the good and bad, my friends, I think it's very, very simple, bro. I think there is going to be a time for disruption. And I do think when that disruption occurs, man, I encourage you to be the best you could be. I hope filled with hope so that you actually make a movement. And I hope that you do not get corrupted by the opportunities that will present themselves to you. Simple as that, my friends. So that's the first part. The second part I want to tell you, and then I'm going to play you guys some videos. But this is actually what it's funny. It kind of relates. You know, it's actually crazy. Because you know what I would call this? You want to know what I would call, again, you speak hope. People will react so many ways. You know, in a world where the algorithms promote the opposite of hope, it's, I feel like hope is a controversial topic. But I feel like the lack of hope, it gets people into a certain mindset. You know what mindset I'm going to call it? The Nazarite mindset. What good will come from Nazareth, my brothers? That's what they would say to your boy Jesus. That's where he was from. And it's funny because he never did any miracles from where he was from. He said he couldn't. Isn't that weird? And this is the thing that stuck to me, man, about this story. And this is what I'm saying. There's a Nazarite mentality. You get into this mindset where things don't happen. Things don't create. Oh, y'all don't. Do y'all feel me? I hope you do. But let me just put it this way. Jesus was marveled by their unbelief. He went to his hometown. He said, I can't do anything here. He was marveled by how little they believed. Do you understand? Their familiarity caused them to not even be able to see anything than what they already thought they knew. It was amazing. It was amazing to Jesus. Think about it. You know the way that what did it say when Jesus would go around and do miracles? He could go walk on water. He could feed the 5,000. He'll heal people. And you want to know what's funny about it? The crowds marveled at Jesus. It was marvelous. They were like, whoa, look at what this guy, look at what he just did. They would follow him around. They were marveled by the miracles that he would do. And the irony, he goes to one place where the people thought, just because they grew up with him. They knew him. They were so familiar with him. They thought, what do you mean? This is the carpenter. I know your brother. I know your sister. I know, and he didn't have a sister. I know your mom. Isn't that crazy? And he was marveled by their unbelief. So the same thing. So the humans marveled at the miracles that Jesus did. And the thing that made Jesus be marveled was their lack of belief. You don't think that's trippy? Let me put it in another way. Jesus was not astonished by power. You know that, right? He wasn't astonished by Pilate. He didn't care about the Pharisees, the religious leaders. He didn't care about nobody, Roman soldier, you name it. Nobody's power astonished Jesus. The thing that astonished him was the absence of it. The people who refused to believe. That shocked Jesus. So I don't know. Remember I kept telling you, I was like, man, you share more similarities with God than you think. Go look at the story of Jesus, bro, and you even see how he behaved. You probably shared more similarities with that man, even if you didn't like him. You didn't like the same things Jesus didn't like. You liked the same things he liked. You ever talked to somebody and ever been shocked by how little they believe? And that goes both ways. Y'all think it's political. You could go talk to a Republican, go talk to a Democrat, go talk to anybody on social media nowadays. You'd be like, how do you not? So you don't think anything good could happen? So you think it's only one way and that's it? He was astonished by how little they believed in with themselves and what could be accomplished, all of it. That shocked him. So this is what I mean by the Nazarite mentality. It's where you let familiarity become a ceiling. Do you see what I'm saying? Don't fall for the trap of a ceiling, my friend. Do not fall for the idea of a routine being everything. You understand me? My brother, just because every day feels the same, it's not going to stay like that. Just because the routine of this happens and these people do this and these people do that and these people say this, it's all going to be the same thing over and no, it's not. I promise you. Well, wake up, dude. Like, I have no other way to explain it to you. Do not let familiarity become a ceiling. Familiarity with evil, the world, whatever you think it is. Why would you have a ceiling? In a world where this world has already shown you things change all the time. Things still get crazy. Yeah, some things repeat. History loves to repeat. But that's astonishing to believe that there's a ceiling on you and humans. And what, that something's always going to be like this? I know humanity has followed and tracked the Bible very closely. They've wanted power, they've wanted fame, they've wanted the death of their enemies. That's been in the Bible since before all of us were alive. But at the same time, look at how much has changed. And right when you get familiar, bro, all it does, that's the prison. I encourage you all to escape that. You know why? Because I think Jesus would say the same thing. I think Jesus would be astonished. He would marvel at how much. He's like, you really think? You really don't believe? Jesus was moved by people's faith and he was moved by their unbelief. He said, what? So, Chad, there's no ceilings, bro. I feel like Lil Wayne gonna pop out. Oh, but that's deeper than you think. You don't have a ceiling. Stop falling for the routine. Stop falling for familiarity blocking you from what you can actually accomplish and what is about to happen. You know that? If take the ceiling off of yourself right now. Just humor me for a second. What if there wasn't a ceiling on possibility? What if everything wasn't going to follow a routine? What if the routine broke for a second? Humor me. What would you do? What would happen? Do you get it? Now we're talking. Now you're thinking. Now you're going to start looking at the future. Now you might actually believe what you have. Just humor me and think about it for a second. So, amen. That's all I wanted to tell you. So now, I'll have a couple of videos for you that can hopefully explain some of this other stuff too, which I like. I got Miles Monroe and some Krishna Nerdy. I don't know how to say his name.
Whatever you fail to manage, you will lose. If you fail to manage your body, you will lose your health. If you fail to manage your marriage, you will lose your spouse. If you fail to manage your money, you will lose all of your money. If you fail to manage the house you live in, you will rent again. God doesn't allow any growth until he sees management. God's primary measure of trusting you is management. He will only trust you with what you can manage. God will give only to effective management. If he sees a manager who's managing effectively, he will give you more stuff. Whatever you fail to manage, you will.
I think that's simple, right? Whatever you fail to manage, you will lose. Can we all agree? And whatever you successfully manage, you will manage more. Take anything you have right now, you manage it well, how is it not going to grow? And vice versa. You go look back at any trading mistake you've ever made, that will all come down to management. How did you manage the execution? How did you manage your risk? The long term, it's all management. That's what I've noticed in a lot of you. Those of you that managed well in the beginning, you managed something small, you managed it. It grew. This goes for everything. I love it. That's what I'm saying, bro. Now's not the time to give up on your management and to say, oh, nothing will change, nothing will, no. This is the time to manage it. Because, my brother, if you can manage it with the chains on, what's going to happen when the chains come? I hope they feel me, bro. Management. So, amen. Become an effective manager, you get growth. I would argue this is a rule of life. Become ineffective at management, you're going to lose whatever you mismanage. This isn't a curse. This is a principle. This applies to anybody. Don't matter who you are, don't matter what you believe, don't matter where you're from, none of that matters. What matters is if you manage it. Management equals growth. Lack of management equals loss. All day, every day. So now here's another one. Let's see if you see what I like this one. Something about this. And again, it's funny how I had all of these prepared for you. I had all of these from the weekend. I was thinking about things. I'm doing my reading. I write this stuff down. And then I come in today and we have our talks. It's so funny how it works. So here, take a listen.
Authority right throughout the world has really crippled the mind. And not only religiously, but inwardly. Because authority of a belief imposed by religions surely destroys the discovery of reality. Because authority, one relies on authority because one is afraid to stand alone.
I'm a little puzzled by this because surely the accumulated wisdom of the human race is not to be thrown away totally.
No, but what is wisdom? Is wisdom mere accumulation of knowledge? Or does wisdom come only when suffering ends?
Yes.
You follow what I mean?
Yeah.
After all, wisdom isn't in books. Wisdom isn't in the accumulated knowledge of others' experiences. Wisdom comes surely in self-understanding, in self-discovery of the whole structure of oneself, and in the understanding of oneself, the ending of sorrow is the beginning of wisdom. How can a mind be wise when it is caught up in fear and sorrow? It's only when sorrow ends, surely, which is fear, then there is a possibility of being wise. Authority right throughout the world.
You know which part I liked? I liked all of it. So that's why I got through it. There's one part I really like. How can the mind be wise when caught up in fear and sorrow? How can the mind be wise when caught up with fear and sorrow? Bro. That's why I said it's funny how this all works. Funny how the discussions. I think for all of y'all future, man, you really want to be wise about what's going to happen. How do you plan on doing that, living in fear and sorrow? Fear of something out of your control. Fear of all the people in the world. Living in sorrow of what's already happened. Y'all have lived already. Just because you know, look at we know more things than ever. I think we're going to know more things than ever. There's a lot of information out there. That doesn't mean you're going to get wisdom. You can have all the information in the world. You live in fear and sorrow, you're never going to tap it. Remove the fear and sorrow and tell me now what you're thinking about. See, I would argue fear and sorrow are part of that ceiling. Why is it so hard to remove the ceiling? Why is it so hard to believe in things in the future? Think about it. Fear and sorrow. I don't think a lot of people who believe, that's why I said sometimes I see people say stuff and I'm like, I don't disagree with you. I don't look at it though from the same lens of fear and sorrow. That's why some people even get shocked. They're like, how do you not have sorrow about this situation? I do and I don't. I could empathize with it and I understand. At one point in my life, I would be way more sorrowful about the situation and what's going on. I can't let that affect my thinking. The true wisdom is what this is all leading and building up to, and what you are going to do with it. Same thing with fear. The number one killer of critical, accurate thought is fear. That all the ancient books will tell you that. My favorite one, too, the Bible. It reminds you many, many times. How will you achieve wisdom if all there is fear and sorrow? Again, humor me for a second. Remove the fear and sorrow. What's your outlook on life going to be? Now imagine all the knowledge you've acquired. Imagine all these things life has put you through. Undoubtedly, I bet you life has probably been filled with fear, and you have probably gone through some sorrowful things. I think we all have. Not so you live in it. Not so that can't make and paint the whole picture. So now I'm saying, humor me for a second and tell me, what has that all taught you? Because that has something in there. If you could learn to think without that lens of fear and sorrow, my brother, you are so much closer to the wisdom than you think. All of you. You have no idea. That's why I heard somebody even say this. They say pretty much up until the point where you have a real enlightenment and you remove fear and sorrow, it's all an ego trip. Because some people get really good at the fear and sorrow. There's some really smart people. They could explain why the world is a certain way and why this and why that, but then they stop one step short of real wisdom. It's because that lens of fear never comes off. That lens of sorrow never comes off. You're right there. But that, in a weird way, is still the ego trip. You know why? It's ego. You're still living in something where you can't tell me what you see in this world. Tell me how you think when you remove fear and sorrow. That's why homeboy was... Why do you think Jesus was all about that? You don't think so? Why was this random guy in the middle of the Middle East thousands of years ago always just talking about this? The guy would die. He said, "No, have no fear. Don't be sorrowful that I'm gone. I'm gonna leave you with something." He said, "You want to follow me?" He said, "You want to go bury someone? No, let the dead bury their dead." You don't think that's all of this is weird? Think about how his lens was of fear and sorrow. He was thinking different. He was telling you how to think. He said that spirit's inside of you. So my brothers, you want real wisdom? I think a lot of you are way closer than you think. Let this life teach you. See what you've already learned. But don't you dare live in fear and sorrow. Remove that. Now tell me what you see. Remove the ceiling of belief. Then tell me what you see. Remove the routine of it's always going to be the same. And then tell me what you see and think. What you hear. It's a whole new world, brother. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in main channel. First link. I don't even know what's in the first link anymore. God bless you. God bless you. And then, I think GTC is about to begin. Good timing. Good timing. Some cold, baby.
If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist, I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this, already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you this. Are moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a fuel. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Some people don't even have dreams, you know what I'm saying? But if you blessed enough to have a dream, chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple of stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast said them. Good more, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes, but you're talking in your bitch and just show me that you don't get it. Look, now I wasted your time trying to reprimand, explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach the big leagues, ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad, mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I can feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll bought more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes. Welcome back.
Peter walked on water but fell when he looked around. I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Alrighty, Chad, we're back. Yo, you think we could go on Reddit real quick before NVIDIA? And then, bro, you know what I've noticed? This is kind of trippy. The total views on NVIDIA's channel kind of looks like the stock. I didn't really think about it. So as NVIDIA became this AI wave, more people have watched their YouTube channel by like triple since like the whole AI wave. So think about it, like 2023, bro, when all this AI shit came out, they had 190 million channel views. Now they're sitting at 470. Oh, good dog. Hi, welcome to NVIDIA. Today we're gonna tell you all of the great things we've done. Make sure you clap or Jensen will get really bothered. But we're glad to be here. And tell Sam Altman we're not giving him $70 billion more dollars. My name is Sam. Wait, my name is Jensen. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know what jam it is. NVIDIA. All right, well, SPY coming down a little bit. Even Korea. Senator Warren says looking into layoffs at Meta, Microsoft, Target, Nike, and Amazon. Thanks, Elizabeth. I saw that too. They said Italy, France, and 7 other Mediterranean states warn EU Commission that an adrift Russian tanker poses imminent and serious risk of major ecological disaster. You were a viewer in 2017. Dude, I remember when NVIDIA was just gaming, dude. We've all known NVIDIA. If you've played any computer game and like were into any sort of gaming, you knew NVIDIA for so long. So I always say, man, the next big thing, you probably already know about it. That's why you don't need to find the next like crazy one. But yeah, no, it exists. My name is Sam. I need more money. Yeah, that was a good song on Friday, bro. You think Sam Altman's gonna be there or no? I feel like Sam would try to start his own event. How come Sam doesn't do his own event? I feel like he can't afford it, but still. My name is Sam. I need money. I could picture it like a 2000s like Blink-182 song. My name is Sam. Yeah, Senator Warren and the CBDC. It's so weird. I don't like CBDCs. Not a fan. Not a fan. Just of the government. Just don't let the government do it. Then we'll become China. They have one. I don't know. They have one. I don't know why people like it. PUBG start is when I bought NVIDIA. Oh, wow. I remember when PUBG came out before Fortnite. That was the first, like, battle royale. It was just like, you like felt like you were in Russia, just running around. I love that game. The 1080 Ti, bro. Amen, bro. Amen. NVIDIA back at that's why, and you know, people called it NVIDIA. I know people, they like, who's NVIDIA, Josh? It's NVIDIA. It's like, y'all don't, dude, 15 years ago, they called it NVIDIA. My name is Sam. I need more money. Do I like Scrim? What's Scrim? Sounds familiar, but I don't. What's the context? Scrim? Scam Altman? I mean, it's Sam. I just don't like the names. Like, you got, remember I told you the guy Dario? So the guy creating the God AI, Dario means like friend of God or like hand of God or something. Then you got a guy named Sam Altman, alternative to man. And then we got the guy controlling the barrels named Barrel. It's amazing, actually. What's the full one? There's a couple more of them. My name is Sam. Yeah, the Trump and the gambling. All of them. Those are the old ones, like Gates. You have to know the logic Gates to understand Bill Gates. But no, the ones just of like the AI, it's like Altman, alternative to man. Dario is like God. Hold on, I'll find there's one more I'm missing. These are all recent, which makes it even better. My name is Sam. Yeah, emoji means love God. Human center, which is used for military strikes. Altman, alternative to man. Oh, and Gemini, that's the other one. No, Gemini. Gemini literally means two-faced. From a company that promised to do no evil. Isn't that great? I think it's funny. You guys like simulation. So they started what time is it? He's supposed to come on in 5 minutes. They started it earlier. It's funny because there's a lot more going on at GTC, but they didn't stream it all. And then there's stuff after the bell too, I'm pretty sure. Palantir. Isn't Andoril, Lucky Palmer? Isn't that shit named after Lord of the Rings? He's the only one who's like, I like Lord of the Rings. Let's call it that. There's going to be another one called Sith Lord Weaponry. You didn't know your name Dario? You didn't know that? Well, Dario has a different name, but Emoti. Emoti means loves God. But Dario means something else. Yeah, it means possessing goodness. So the guy's name, possessing goodness, loves God. That's the anthropic, to help out. Of course he's going to wear a leather jacket. I think the day Jensen doesn't wear a leather jacket, that'll be like the day Mark Zuckerberg changed the name of NVIDIA, or changed the name of Facebook to Meta. My name is Sam. You need a game besides 2K? Chad said Ark. They said it's not, you don't need to commit as much as 2K. And then it's something else. Mosby sold me on it, but I still haven't gotten it. Andoril is the broken sword they reforge. Supposed to symbolize fixing the defense industry. That's crazy. All I know from Lord of the Rings is Smeagol. My precious! Because I look like him. So that's why I was like, oh, shit. But I never got into Lord of the Rings. I heard it was a good book, though. I think I've watched one of the movies, but I just didn't understand it. I don't know. Like, back when Lord of the Rings was coming out, we still, like, I had LaDainian Tomlinson on the TV screen. You know what I'm saying? That was much more entertaining to me. I know where it comes from. I knew once I found out Andoril was like a Lord of the Rings thing, that's why I was like, that's funny. Are you saying you had a life? No, I was in San Diego, and I was a Chargers fan at the fucking greatness. The peak, bro. If you ever got to watch LT play, oh, that was amazing. That was before we had barely internet, so it was good. It was a good time. Not really, actually. That was like post 2008. It's terrible. You saw the Two Towers in theaters? Is that Lord of the Rings? Or are you talking about Fox News one morning? Because I remember that one. Arc Raiders. Everybody likes Arc Raiders. Oh, the Lord of the Rings movie? Okay. Bolt up, baby. Alright, bro. Where's NVIDIA? Alright, well, we're waiting for Jensen. Wait, how tall is Jensen? Isn't he like 5'8"? Oh, shit. Oh. Yeah, bro, Jensen's 5'7". And you know he got so rich. I bet you he's 5'5". You know what I'm saying? He just made so much recently. He had the ability to add the 2 extra inches. You know, like if I ever go public, I get $1 billion company, you're gonna Google, it's gonna say Josh 5'8". You know, but I'm 5'6" now. But yeah, Jensen's 5'7". So that's a good segue until he comes on. Look at, dude, you guys are about to see a fucking clinic. A clinic in confidence. Okay? Imagine Jensen be like, oh, I'm so short, nobody want to buy my GPUs. That'll never happen. He's like, the only thing short right now is people being able to acquire our products, and they're willing to spend so much more money. And I'm so glad to partner up with everybody. They're all great partners. So what do you, bro, I'm telling you, if sadly, if the German Reich was available right now, I bet you he would be like, well, a lot of people don't agree, but we love all of our partners. And we're just so happy to work with everybody in governments because everybody wants Vera Rubin now. And we really think that there's a lot of upside potential. He loves everybody, bro. Jamie Dimon is 5'10". Nobody likes Jamie Dimon. They just want his money. See, big difference. Big difference. All right. So before we get into Jensen, let's go to r/short. Let's see how they feel today. Anybody else get incredibly lucky? No, my sisters are taller than me. 5'4" and loving it. That's what I'm talking about. This guy's big ass legs. He's pretty swole. I'm proud of him. Okay. Found this Hey Arnold clip. Man, the short guys, they post in 3-minute clips. How do I make peace with being short and unattractive? I'm 19. I have friends. They usually make fun of my appearance. Never been complimented by anyone when I go to the gym. And on top of that, I'm short. And I've felt a sense of invisibility all throughout my life. Sorry, I'm depressed and kind of drunk. Okay. Starting off strong. 5'4" guys who do well in dating assemble. Need some motivation. I made my first ever Tinder profile and it sucks. I mentioned in my bio my height, and I guess it filtered 95% of the girls. Okay. It's not good. Anyone 5'7", 5'8", do you have feelings of being average and then feeling completely short at other times? I feel completely average and don't feel short. My height isn't talked about as a topic that comes to mind nor hinder my daily life. But sometimes I get the gnawing feeling that I'm shorter than everyone. Feel like sometimes I'm the shortest dude in a 5-mile radius. I just got into zoom into insecurity sometimes. I guess it's subconscious. Does anyone else have a complex like this that's similar? Is Flo Rida? mod? I've never seen a mod post. What the hell? What's it like being a mod on r/short? Okay, I'm stuck at my desk with the bum foot that's been plaguing me. I might as well be productive. This is productive. So since I'm not going anywhere, let's have a meta discussion about the sub. I'll take the opportunity to solicit suggestions. Can you prevent everybody from hating life, sir? Heightism should not be something we're ashamed of. I'm tired of hearing phrases like short man syndrome. I agree. Remove the ban on talking about LLS critically. What's that? Oh, surgeries? Oh, man. These guys want to get... No, bro. Okay. The mod post isn't that popping. See, look at this. Even the mod. Remember, like, watch. Tall guy's going to be like, here's my jacket. He's going to have 1,000 fucking upvotes. Are my hands small for my height? This is crazy. I know exactly what you were doing with that ruler before this one. You nasty-ass short villain. This guy, bro. He's so deep in this rabbit hole, bro. You know what he was doing, right? Why the fuck? He's measuring his hands, posting it on Reddit. I know what happened before or after. You are disgusting. This guy. How does this look like? What about proportions? Okay, not bad. Not bad, bro. Look at nobody even liked the fucking comment. No one he have 3 comments. They don't even want to support each other, bro. Not one fake encouragement or anything. You know that? Bro, if I saw a 700-pound girl on TikTok wearing a bikini, she would have 1,000 comments being like, slay, beautiful, so sexy, girl. This is crazy. Okay, now are you ready for the other side of life? Apple acquires video editing software Motion VFX. Let's go to the other side of life, guys. r/tall. See what these guys are up to today. Bet you they're loving life. Does height increase subliminals work? Oh, wow. Okay. This guy. He said, I give myself daily affirmations to grow. Have any of you had success? 6'2" Maria Sharapova and Luka Doncic. Nice. Nice. Next to a door. Look at this. Look at this, man. This motherfucker. This ain't even good quality photo. This ain't even cropped correctly. None of the resolution makes any sense. 43 upvotes, 10 comments, bro. You understand? Just him next to a door. Not even a period. Oh, y'all don't feel, bro. That's what I was trying to tell. Look at how fucking nice it is. Anyone wearing Columbia shirts. I'm 6'8". They sell protective clothing. Did anybody else wear these? Being a tall woman in London. Look, man. And then you always get the girls on both height, on tall and short. They're all like, oh, look at me. I'm a girl. Insecurity about height. I'm 5'10", and I realize it's not tall for a woman, but I'm aware of how tall I am. My observation, a fucking tree? This guy, look at these people are drowning on r/short. This guy's posting a fucking tree. And now they're making him a philosopher. Is it wild I could only press 35-pound dumbbells? I'm taking out the 35s, not incline. I said I look like I could do at least twice that. Don't blame him. Does it get better with pushing exercises? Yeah, NVIDIA. Is it started? It's not live, but yeah, NVIDIA is going. Six, 7. May the gains be with you. Yeah, tall guys, it's hard. It sucks. Tools that fit. Rake, snow shovel, lawnmower. Wow. The only costume I put together that fit for my brother in a 70s theme party. Nice. Does anybody know satin pajamas for tall men over 6'7"? God bless this man. He's 6'7", hunched over his keyboard, barely fitting into his fucking Toyota Tundra. And he's like, where can I get satin pajamas? It's amazing. Amazing. The other guy's like, I'm drunk and depressed. Do any of you have any advice? This guy said, where can I buy satin pajamas? I love it. Spent 2 weeks in Southeast Asia. I became a tourist attraction. They took 100 photos with me. How much do you weigh? I love this question and reacts when you get. I'm a big lad, a bit of a beer belly. 230 at 6'2". Jeff Capes, I don't know centimeters. 6'4", 45 pounds down at lifting. I'm built like a baby giraffe. This girl's 6'4". It's amazing. God bless you. At 38 years, I could squat what the average high school player can. That's amazing. Yeah, tall guys, you guys, like, I can't lift heavy weights. I'm so tall. Don't worry. Trade your self-esteem in for 200 pounds. Why do some people think I'm taller than I actually am? I'm tall, but most people think I'm 6'5". I have no idea why. This guy's like 6'4.5". He just wants to talk about it. 41 comments. They didn't give him likes, though. I met my hero. He looks familiar. I don't know who that is. Full-length mirror selfie. Look at the other guy got 0. She gets 111. The mirror in my bathroom at my doctor's office. Oh, Nissan Murano, backseat legroom. All right, I think that's it. Yeah, we've seen all these. Remember the guy in the hospital, bro? He ain't even tripping. He's in the hospital. He's just like, oh, the bed don't fit. Psst, these guys, they live a good life, bro. Well, NVIDIA's ripping, but your boy is down. You liked it. Well, that was it for today. It's not too bad. The short guys had a little bit of encouragement than some of the typical antics. The tall guys are looking for pajamas, and apparently they're like, oh, I can't gain muscle because I'm so tall. Just don't let a fucking short guy hear this. He's gonna be like, will I ever be able to survive if my family is attacked? Being 5'7", I am unsure if I could defend myself in an all-out brutal street fight. Maybe if I wear insoles, I could help prevent obliteration. You'll fit in at that. You'll fit in at that community. They like the tall guys. All you gotta do is just post like yourself next to a door, or like, you know what I'm saying? Just post anything and be like, oh, look at me, I'm tall, and they'll be like, welcome, brother. The short guys, they don't even fucking no encouragement at all. I feel bad. But it's good. I think our propaganda is kind of working. I saw we're at least starting the day with some good posts. NVIDIA is still going up. SEC enforcement director to leave agency just months onto the job, sources say. Pew. Have we been pinned all day? Yeah, we had a couple reactions when Trump was talking about the coalition, the lack of enthusiasm. Then he'd mention oil and other stuff coming down. But yeah, we had the gap up in the morning. We got as high as 1.3. We're at 1.0 now. Every index except the Dow is above 1%. And then, yeah, that's it. Bolsonaro transferred to semi-intensive care unit, wife says. Wait, Bolsonaro the president still, or am I tripping? Jensen's supposed to start at 11. So he's technically 15 minutes behind. I'm surprised. But yeah, he was supposed to go. Former of Brazil, right? Yeah. Who's the new president of Brazil? My name is Sam. I need more money. Lula. I knew it was one or the other. Lula. President Lula. I'm surprised today's, like I said, from the morning, it just, the vibe felt so much different. Out of any of these mornings in the last couple weeks, we weren't coming back hearing people announce investments and buyouts. And again, maybe it's because of NVIDIA GTC too, but people were a lot more, they were a lot more active. It was very fascinating. So yeah, we'll see if this actually holds up. And then again, the oil going up, oil coming down, what they say with prices, what they say with coalition, the ships. These are still the factors we're focusing on, but yeah, we just need a development. Israel estimates Iran seeking to reach a deal quickly. Channel 13, that's coming out now. Come on, NVDA. Oh?
In a world where Blackwells cost $500,000.
This is how intelligence is made.
It's beginning.
A new kind of factory. Generator of tokens. The building blocks of AI. Tokens have opened a new frontier, turning data into knowledge and drawing on all we have learned. Tokens are harnessing a new wave of clean energy.
I don't know what the fuck that is, dude. What is it?
And unlocking the secrets of the stars. In virtual worlds, they help robots learn. And in the physical world, perfect.
Big money right here, dog, yeah.
Forging new paths.
A lot of robots to start, dude. We were just talking all that physical shit.
A bountiful harvest.
They open it up with all physical, bro.
In the moments that matter, tokens are already there. And in the miles between, they never stop. They work.
A lot of a lot of physical robots to start off, man.
So we may all breathe easier.
Literally. Tokens.
And the smallest hearts beat stronger.
If you'd like to breathe more, purchase our Plus subscription. Faster token processing. More O2.
Tokens.
Oil on the low again. You just had that convoy. Oh shit, you got two.
On a scale.
Again, Israel estimates Iran seeking to reach deal, and then Financial Minister Aragachi and Witkoff in contact via text message. Last few days. That just came out through Israel.
So we can reach. Star Cloud 1, separation confirmed.
I mean, watch the robotics names, I'm telling you. To start off, that was way more robotic physical AI than probably any other time.
Together, we take the next great leap into a bright new future. Built for all mankind. And here, is where it all begins.
Cell regeneration, you could start smoking again. That's what you got out of that? He's like, yo, technology gonna save so many lives, let's get fucked up.
Welcome
yeah,
to the stage, NVIDIA founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Clap! Damn, with the fucking I'm gonna change the world Disney music. Damn, that's how he opened it up today.
Welcome to GTC!
GTC! That's not fitting the music, sir.
I just want to remind you, this is a tech conference. All these people lining up so early in the morning. All of you in here, it's great to see you.
They all got their phones out?
GTC. GTC, we're going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about platforms.
Get to the chips.
NVIDIA has 3 platforms.
Quickly.
You think that we mostly talk about one of them. It's related to CUDA-X. Our systems is another platform. And now we have a new platform called AI Factories. We're going to talk about all of them.
AI Factories.
And most importantly, we're going to talk about ecosystems. But before I start...
Yeah, watch all the robotics ones or anybody who would
think
benefit off of that.
Our pre-game show hosts. I thought they did a great job. Sarah Go of Conviction. Alfred Lim, Sequoia Capital, NVIDIA's first venture capitalist. Gavin Baker, NVIDIA's first major institutional investor. These 3 people are deep in technology, deep in what's going on, and of course, they have just a really broad reach of technology ecosystem. And then, of course, all of the VIPs that I hand-selected to join us today, all-star team. I want to thank all of you for that.
Thank you.
I also want to thank all the companies that are here. NVIDIA, as you know, is a platform company. We have technology, we have our platforms, we have rich ecosystem. And today, there are probably 100% of the $100 trillion of industry here. 450 companies sponsored this event. I want to thank you. 1,000 technical sessions, 2,000 speakers.
Intel Xenon 6 used to host
this
CPU
conference
on
is going to
NVIDIA
cover
Rubin
every
systems.
single layer of the 5-layer cake of artificial intelligence.
Oh, Rockwell.
From land, power, and shell, the infrastructure, to chips,
yeah, that
to
might
the
be.
platforms, the models, and of course, the most important and ultimately what's going to get this industry taken off is all of the applications. But it all began here. This is the 20th anniversary of CUDA. We've been working on CUDA for 20 years. For 20 years, we've been dedicated to this architecture, this revolutionary invention, SIMT, single instruction, multi-threaded, writing scalar code could spawn off into multi-threaded application, much, much easier to program than SIMD. We recently added tiles so that we could help people program tensor cores and the structures of mathematics that are so foundational to artificial intelligence today. Thousands of tools and compilers and frameworks and libraries. In open source, there's a couple of 100,000 public projects. CUDA literally is integrated into every single ecosystem. This chart basically describes 100% of NVIDIA's strategies. You've been watching me talk about this slide from the very beginning. And ultimately, the single hardest thing to achieve is the thing on the bottom, installed base. It has taken us 20 years to now have built up hundreds of millions of GPUs and computing systems around the world that run CUDA. We are in every cloud. We're in every computer company. We serve just about every single industry. The installed base of CUDA is the reason why the flywheel is accelerating. The installed base is what attracts developers, who then creates new algorithms that achieves a breakthrough. For example, deep learning. There are so many others. Those breakthroughs leads to entirely new markets, which builds new ecosystems around them, with other companies that join, which creates a larger installed base. This flywheel is now accelerating. The number of downloads of NVIDIA libraries is incredibly accelerating. It's at a very large scale and growing faster than ever. This flywheel is what makes this computing platform able to sustain so much applications, so many new breakthroughs, but most importantly, it also enables
why is this clicker so
these
big?
Infrastructures to have extraordinarily
the
useful
clicker looked
life.
like a Nokia 3900.
And the reason for that is very obvious. There's so many applications that you can run on NVIDIA CUDA.
How come you don't have it implanted in his head?
We support every single phase of the AI lifecycle.
Makes no sense.
We address every single data processing platform. We accelerate scientific principled solvers of all different kinds. And so the application reach is so great that once you install NVIDIA GPUs, the useful life of it is incredibly high. It is also one of the reasons why Ampere, that we shipped them some 6 years ago, the pricing of Ampere in the cloud is going up. And so all of that is made possible fundamentally because the install base is high, the flywheel is high, the developer reach is great. And when all of that happens,
everybody buying it is high as well too. Just a little bit, just a little bit.
The computing cost declines. The combination of accelerated computing speeding up applications tremendously. Meanwhile, as we continue to nurture and continue to update software over its life, not only do you get the first time pop, you get the continuous cost reduction of accelerated computing over time. And we're willing to nurture, willing to support every single one of these GPUs in the world because they're all architecturally compatible. We're willing to do so because the install base is so large, if we release a new optimization, it benefits millions. This applies to everybody in the world. This combination of dynamics is what makes the NVIDIA architecture expand its reach, accelerating its growth, at the same time driving down computing cost, which ultimately encourages new growth. So CUDA is at the center of it. But our journey to CUDA actually started 25 years ago. GeForce I know how many of you grew up with GeForce.
I did.
GeForce is NVIDIA's greatest marketing campaign. We attract future customers starting long before you could afford to pay for it yourself. Your parents paid. Your parents paid. Your parents paid for you to be NVIDIA customers. And every single year, they paid up. Year after year after year, until someday you became an amazing computer scientist and became a proper customer, a proper developer. But this is the house that
I almost bought a
GeForce
Blackwell,
made.
but still.
25 years ago, we started our journey, which led to CUDA.
I feel like a failure
25
now.
years ago, we invented the programmable shader.
I didn't become a doctor. He's just like my mom. Holy fuck.
Unobvious invention. To make an accelerator.
Did not become a doctor 25 years later and buy my chip? What's wrong with you? You waste
25
time.
years ago, that led
waste
us
your time, your future.
to explore further
Are you
and
American?
further.
Huh?
20 years later, 5 years later, the invention of
You
CUDA.
could have been buying a
One of the biggest
Blackwell,
investments
maybe
that we made.
Ruben. What,
And
you
we
play
couldn't
now
afford it
the
at the time.
RTX? That's
And
all
it
you do?
consumed the vast majority of our company's profits was to take CUDA on the backs of GeForce to every single computer. We dedicated ourselves to create this platform because we felt so strongly about its potential. But ultimately, the company's dedication to it, despite the hardships in the beginning, believing in every single day, for 13 generations or 20 years, we now have CUDA installed everywhere. The pixel shader led to, of course, the revolution of GeForce. And then 10 years ago, we introduced, about 10 years ago, 8 years ago, we introduced RTX, a complete redesign of our architecture for the modern era of computer graphics. GeForce brought CUDA to the world. GeForce, therefore, enabled Alex Krizhevsky and Ilya Sutskever and Jeff Hinton, Andrew Ng, and so many others to discover that the GPU could be their friend in accelerating deep learning. It started the big bang of AI. 10 years ago, we decided that we would fuse programmable shading and introduce two new ideas: ray tracing, hardware ray tracing, which is incredibly hard to do, and a new idea at the time. Imagine, about 10 years ago, we thought that AI would revolutionize computer graphics. Just as GeForce brought AI to the world, AI is now going to go back and revolutionize how computer graphics is done all together. Well, today I'm going to show you something of the future. This is our next generation of graphics technology. We call it neural rendering, the fusion of 3D graphics and artificial intelligence. This is DLSS 5. Take a look at it.
Just make her Asian? Wow. Whoa. Now I lift weights. Take a look. Look at how much better our characters mog. With the new mogging DLC, we bring graphics to life with much more chiseled chins. That guy look like me on the right. When are these games from, bro? That was kind of crazy. Go! Intel's selling off on, even though they announced that NVIDIA thing. I don't know why they're going down.
Computer graphics comes to life. Now, what did we do? We fused controllable 3D graphics, the ground truth of virtual worlds, the structured data. Remember this word, the structured data of virtual worlds, of generated worlds. We combine 3D graphics, structured data, with generative AI, probabilistic computing. One of them is completely predictive, the other one probabilistic, yet highly realistic. We combine these two ideas, controlled through structured data, controlled perfectly, and yet generating at the same time. And as a result, the content is beautiful, amazing, as well as controllable. This concept of fusing structured information and generative AI will repeat itself in one industry after another industry after another industry. Structured data is the foundation of trustworthy AI. Well, this is going to scare you a little bit. I'm going to flip the slide, and don't gasp.
Okay.
So we're going to go through this schematic for the rest of the time. This is my best slide.
He's kidding.
Every
He's not
time
going to do that.
I asked the team, what's my best slide? Repeatedly, this was it.
So
they said, don't do it, Jensen. Don't do it. I said, no.
I'm going to do it.
These seats are free for some of you. So this is your price of admission. So this is structured data. You've heard of it.
I'm honored to be here.
SQL, Spark, Pandas, Velox, some of these really, really important, very large platforms. Snowflake, Databricks, EMR, Amazon EMR, Azure, Fabric, Google Cloud.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
All of these platforms are processing data frames. These data frames are giant spreadsheets, and they hold all of life's information. This is the structured data, the ground truth of business. This is the ground truth of enterprise computing. Well, now we're going to have AI use structured data, and we better accelerate the living daylights out of it. It used to be okay, and we would, of course, we would accelerate structured data so that we could do more, we could do it more cheaply, we could do it more frequently per day, and keep the company running at a much more synchronized way. However, in the future, what's going to happen is these data structures are going to be used by AI. And AI is going to be much, much faster than us. Future agents are going to use structured databases as well. And then, of course, the unstructured database, the generative database. This database represents the vast majority of the world. Vector databases, unstructured data, PDFs, videos, speeches, all of the world's information, about 90% of what's generated every single year is unstructured data. Until now, this data has been completely useless to the world. We read it, we put it into our file system, and that's it. Unfortunately, we can't query it. We can't search for it. It's hard to do that. And the reason for that is because there's no easy indexing of unstructured data. You have to understand its meaning, its purpose. And so now we have AI do that. Just as AI was able to solve multi-modality perception and understanding, you can use that same technology, multi-modality perception and understanding, to go read a PDF, to understand its meaning. And from that meaning, embed it into a larger structure that we can search into, we can query into. NVIDIA created 2 foundational libraries, just like we created RTX for 3D graphics. We created cuDF for data frames, structured data. We created cuVS for vector stores, semantic data, unstructured data, AI data. These 2 platforms are going to be 2 of the most important platforms in the future. Super excited to see its adoption throughout the network, this complicated network of the world's data processing systems. And the reason for that is because data processing has been around a long time. And therefore, so many different companies and platforms and services, it has taken us a long time to integrate deeply into this ecosystem. I'm super proud of the work that we're doing here. And then today, we're announcing several of them. IBM, the inventor of SQL, one of the most important domain-specific languages of all time, is accelerating Watson X data with cuDF. Let's take a look at it.
There's another company out there, I think Pega.
IBM introduced the System 360, the first modern platform for general-purpose computing, launching the computing era. Then SQL, a declarative language to query data.
There was another logo on there he didn't mention. That one might, I don't know if it was Pega. It looked like a little Pegasus horse.
The data warehouse. Each the foundations of modern enterprise computing.
Jensen was like, I want to do the voiceover.
IBM and NVIDIA are reinventing data processing for the era of AI by accelerating IBM
they already
Watson
jacked,
X
dude, there's one I was
data
going to
SQL
take. It already doubled.
With NVIDIA GPU computing libraries.
I didn't think that'd have follow-through as much.
Data is the ground truth that gives AI context and meaning. AI needs rapid access to massive data sets. Today's CPU data processing systems can't keep up. Nestle makes thousands of supply chain decisions every day. Their order-to-cash data mart aggregates every supply, order, and delivery event across global operations in 185 countries. On CPUs, Nestle refreshed the data mart a few times a day. With accelerated Watson X data running on NVIDIA GPUs, Nestle can run the same workload 5 times faster at 83% lower cost.
Microsoft.
The next computing platform has arrived. Accelerated computing for the era of AI.
NVIDIA accelerates data processing in the cloud. We also accelerate data processing on-prem. As you know, Dell is the world-leading computer systems maker, and they also are one of the world's leading storage providers. And they worked with us to create the Dell AI data platform that integrates cuDF and cuVS to create an accelerated data platform, well, for the era of AI. And this is an example of what they did with NTT Data, huge speed up. This is cloud, Google Cloud, and Google Cloud, as you know, we've been working with Google Cloud for a very long time. We accelerate Google's Vertex AI. We now accelerate BigQuery, really important framework and really important platform. And this is an example of our work together with Snapchat, where we reduced their cost of computing by nearly 80%. When you accelerate data processing, when you accelerate computing, You get the benefit of speed, you get the benefit of scale, but most importantly, you also get the benefit of cost. And so all of those come together as one. It was originally called Moore's Law. Moore's Law was about getting performance doubling every couple of years.
That's over now.
It's another way of saying,
spend more.
as long as the price remains about the same, and most computers remained about the same, you're also getting twice the performance every year, or you're reducing the cost of computing every single year. Well, Moore's Law has run out of steam. We need a new approach. Accelerated computing allows us
financing.
to take these giant leaps
of Blackwell
forward.
and Vera
as you will
Rubin,
see
you'll
later,
make money.
Because we continue to
Moore's
optimize the
Law.
algorithms.
You need to buy more chips, son.
NVIDIA is an algorithm company. As we continue to optimize the algorithms, and because our reach is so large and our install base is so large, we can reduce the computing cost, increasing the scale, increasing the speed for everybody continuously. This is Google Cloud. You could see this pattern I just mentioned. I just wanted to show you 3 versions of it. NVIDIA built the accelerated computing platform. Has a bunch of libraries on top. I gave you 3 examples. RTX is one of them, cuDF is another, cuVS, and we'll show you a few more. These libraries sit on top of our platform. But ultimately, we integrate into the world's cloud services, into the world's OEMs, and together, and other platforms that I'll show you, together, we're able to reach the world.
Dude, why did those
This
IBMs
pattern,
double?
NVIDIA,
The stock didn't even
Google
move.
Cloud, Snapchat, will repeat over and over again, and it kind of looks like this.
Snapchat?
And so this is one example, NVIDIA with Google Cloud.
Snapchat reacted.
We accelerate Vertex AI. We accelerate BigQuery. We accelerate, I'm super proud of the work that we've done with JAX and XLA. We're incredible on PyTorch. We're the only accelerator in the world that's incredible on PyTorch and incredible on JAX and XLA. And the customers that we support, the Base 10s, the CrowdStrikes, Puma, Salesforce, they're not our customers, but they're customers, developers of ours that we've integrated the NVIDIA technologies into that we can then land on the clouds. Our relationship with cloud service providers are essentially us bringing customers to them. We integrate our libraries, we accelerate workloads, and we land those customers in the clouds. And so, as you could see, most of our cloud service providers love working with us, and they're always asking us to land the next customer on their cloud. And I just want to let you know, there are a lot of customers.
There's a lot of clouds.
We're going to accelerate everybody.
So
there'll be lots and lots of customers who will land in your cloud. Just be patient with us. And so this
Everyone's
is Google
getting
Cloud.
accelerated.
This is AWS. We've been
Everybody.
working with AWS a long time. And one of the areas, one of the things I'm super excited about this
Amazon
year
going now.
is we're going to bring
They're
OpenAI
all
to
just going with
AWS.
it.
And so it's going to drive enormous consumption
OpenAI?
of cloud computing at AWS. It's going to expand the reach and expand the compute of OpenAI. And as you know, they are completely
The only time he stuttered was
constrained.
OpenAI.
And so AWS, we accelerate EMR.
Now Sam's
going to
ask me for $50
SageMaker,
billion.
We accelerate Bedrock. NVIDIA's integrated
IBM
really
News is
deeply
hitting the
into
wire now.
AWS. They were our first cloud partner. Microsoft Azure. NVIDIA's A100 supercomputer was the first one we built was for NVIDIA. The first one we installed was at Azure. And that led to the big successful partnership with OpenAI. But we've been working with Azure for quite a long time. We accelerate Azure Cloud. Now it's their AI Foundry we partner deeply with. We accelerate Bing Search. We work with them on Azure regions. This is one of the areas that is incredibly important as we continue to expand AI throughout the world. One of the capabilities that we offer is confidential computing. That in confidential computing, you want to make sure that even the operator cannot see your data. Even the operator cannot touch or see your models. Confidential computing, NVIDIA's GPUs is the first ones in the world to do that. It's now able to support confidential computing and protected deployment of these very valuable OpenAI models and Anthropic models throughout clouds and different regions, and all because of our confidential computing. Confidential computing is super important. And here's an example where we have different customers that we work with. Synopsys, a great partner of ours, we're accelerating all of their EDA and CAE workflows. And then we landed at Microsoft Azure. We were Oracle's first AI customer.
There you go. Come on.
Most people would have thought we were their first supplier. We were their first supplier also, but we were their first AI customer. I'm quite proud of the fact that I explained AI clouds to Oracle for the first time, and we were their first customer. Since then, they've really taken off. We've landed a whole bunch of our partners there, Cohere and Fireworks, and of course,
you get a cloud. You get a cloud. Everybody gets a cloud.
A great partnership with CoreWeave. They're the world's first AI native cloud, a company that was built with only one singular purpose: to provision, to host GPUs as the era of accelerated computing showed up, and to host for AI clouds. They've got some fantastic customers, and they're growing incredibly. One of the platforms that I'm quite excited about is Palantir and Dell. The three of our companies have made it possible to stand up a brand new type of AI platform, the Palantir Ontology platform, an AI platform. And we could stand up these platforms in any country, in any air-gapped region, completely on-prem, completely on-site, completely in the field. AI could be deployed literally everywhere. Without our confidential computing capability, without our ability to build the end-to-end system, as well as offer the entire accelerated computing and AI stack, from data processing, whether it's vectors or structures, all the way to AI, it wouldn't have been possible. I wanted to show you these examples. This is our special working relationship with the world's cloud service providers. And all of them are here. And I get the benefit of seeing them during booth tour, and it's just so incredibly exciting. I just want to thank all of you for the hard work. What NVIDIA has done is this, and you're going to see this theme over and over again. NVIDIA is vertically integrated, the world's first vertically integrated but horizontally open company. And the reason that's necessary is very simple. Accelerated computing is not a chip problem. Accelerated computing is not a systems problem. Accelerated computing has a missing word. We just never say it anymore. Application acceleration. If I could make a computer run everything faster, that's called a CPU. But that's run out of steam. The only way for us to accelerate applications going forward and continue to bring tremendous speed up, tremendous cost reduction, is through application or domain-specific acceleration. I dropped that phrase in the front, and therefore it just became accelerated computing. And that is the reason why NVIDIA has to be library after library, domain after domain, vertical after vertical. We are a vertically integrated computing company. There is no other way. We have to understand the applications, we have to understand the domain, we have to understand fundamentally the algorithms, and we have to figure out how to deploy the algorithm in whatever scenario it wants to be deployed, whether it's a data center, cloud, on-prem, at the edge, or in a robotic system. All of those computing systems are different. And finally, the systems and chips. We are vertically integrated. What makes it incredibly powerful, and the reason why you saw all the slides, is because NVIDIA is horizontally open. We'll work and integrate NVIDIA's technology into whatever platform you would like us to integrate into. We offer you the software, we offer you libraries, we integrate with your technology so that we can bring accelerated computing to everybody in the world. Well, this GTC is really a great demonstration of that. You know, most of the time you'll see me talk about these verticals, and I'll use some examples. But in every single case, whether it's automotive, by the way, financial services, the largest percentage of attendees at this GTC is from the financial services industry. I know, I'm hoping it's developers, not traders. Guys.
Motherfucker, you know, he's laughing.
Here's one thing I wanted to say.
Get it implanted in your head, dude.
In the audience, represents NVIDIA's ecosystem.
We get you up to 4 trillion. Now you act like you don't know us.
Chain, and downstream.
Remember last time they were talking about
calls.
Remember last time at the pregame they were talking about options, everything. Now he's like, oh, I hope it's developers, not traders. Look at how quick he forgot about it
last year.
Okay, Jensen.
Irrespective of whether you're a 50-year-old company, we have 70-year-old companies. We have a 150-year-old company who are now part of NVIDIA's supply chain and partnering with us either upstream or downstream. And last year, you had your record year. Did you not? Congratulations. We're on to something here. This is the beginning of something very, very big. And so if you look at accelerated computing, we've now set the computing platform, but in order for us to activate those computing platforms, we need to have domain-specific libraries that solve very important problems in each one of the verticals that we address. You see us addressing every single one of this. Autonomous vehicles, our reach, our breadth, our impact, incredible. We have a track on that. Financial services, I just mentioned. Algorithmic trading is going from classical machine learning with human featured engineering called the quants did that, to now supercomputers studying massive amounts of data, discovering insight and discovering patterns by itself. And so this is going through its deep learning and its transformer moment. Healthcare is going through their ChatGPT moment. Some really exciting work that we're there. We have a great keynote track here. We have a great keynote track. Kimberly Powell's doing a great keynote track for healthcare. We're talking about AI physics or AI biology for drug discovery, AI agents for customer service and support of diagnosis, and of course, physical AI, robotic systems. All these different vectors of AI have different platforms that NVIDIA provides. Industrial, we are completely resetting and starting the largest build out of human history. And most of the world's industries, building AI factories, building chip plants, building computer plants are represented here today. Media and entertainment, gaming, of course, real-time AI platform so that we could translation and broadcast support and live games and live video. Enormous amount of it will be augmented with AI. We have a platform called Holoscan. Quantum, there are 35 different companies here building with us the next generation of quantum GPU hybrid systems, retail and CPG, using NVIDIA for supply chain, creating agentic shopping systems.
How long till he gets pissed about the mic?
AI agents for customer support. A lot of work being done here. $35 trillion
Jensen's not
industry.
Gonna talk. He's going to throw it down. He's like, who
$50
the fuck's
trillion
responsible for this?
Manufacturing.
He's going to turn into Ellen DeGeneres.
For a decade now, building 3 computers, the fundamental computers necessary to
2 more wind
build robotic
blows.
systems.
He's going to lose
we are
it.
integrated with, working with literally every single company that we know of building
NVIDIA's
robots.
selling off because
we
he
have
said fuck the
110
traders.
robots here.
Otherwise,
at the show.
he's just
and
moving
then
after that
telecommunications.
this little partnership
About
run.
as large as the world's IT industry, about $2 trillion. We see, of course, base stations everywhere. It's one of the world's infrastructures. It was the infrastructure of the last generation of computing. That infrastructure is going to get completely reinvented. And the reason for that is very simple. That base station, it does one thing, which is base station, is going to be an AI infrastructure platform in the future. AI will run at the edge. And so lots of great discussion there. And our platform there is called Ariel, our AI RAN. Big partnership with Nokia, big partnership with T-Mobile, and many others.
Nokia's already been up on it. Remember, they bought Nokia. They bought like $1 billion worth. We still have those plays.
Computing
made
platforms,
them free,
but very importantly, our CUDA-X libraries. Our CUDA-X libraries is the algorithms that NVIDIA invents. We are an algorithm company. That's what makes us special. That's what makes it possible for me to be able to go into every single one of these industries, imagine the future, and have the world's best computer scientists describe and solve problems, refactor it, re-express it, and turn it into a library. We have so many. I think we have At this show, we're announcing 100 libraries, 70 libraries, maybe 40 models. And that's just at the show. We're updating these all the time. We're updating them all the time. The libraries is the crown jewels of our company. It is what makes it possible for that platform, the computing platform, to be activated in service of solving a problem, making impact. One of the most important libraries that we ever created, cuDNN, CUDA Deep Neural Networks. It completely revolutionized artificial intelligence, caused the big bang of modern AI. Let me show you a short video about CUDA-X.
Thank you.
20 years ago, we built CUDA, a single architecture for accelerated computing.
I love how he does
Today,
the voiceovers.
We've reinvented computing. 1,000 CUDA-X libraries help developers make breakthroughs in every field of science and engineering. cuOpt for decision optimization. cuLitho for computational lithography. cuDSS for direct sparse solvers. cuEquivariance for geometry-aware neural networks. Ariel for AI RAM. Warp for differentiable physics. Parabricks for genomics. At their foundation are algorithms, and they are beautiful.
They be looking like them exorcist machines, you know what I'm saying? They all like using two hands standing up. That's bullshit. That's not even optimal performance for a fucking automated robot. He would have like 18 legs and he'd be on all 18, you know what I'm saying? Using his mouth to fucking screw in light bulbs and shit. None of this make any sense. They still want they want it to look like a human. I don't know if I sound insane right now, but I've just been paying attention.
Everything you saw was a simulation. Some of it was principal solvers, fundamental physics solvers. Some of it was AI surrogates, AI physical models. And some of it was physical AI robotics models. Everything was simulated. Nothing was animated. Nothing was articulated. Everything was completely simulated. That is what fundamentally NVIDIA does. It is through the connection of understanding of the algorithms with our computing platforms that we're able to open up to unlock these opportunities. NVIDIA is a vertically integrated computing company with open horizontal integration with the world. So that's CUDA-X.
The world was built through human anatomy, for human anatomy.
You saw
have to rebuild
Walmart
infrastructure that would
and,
make it operate. That actually
L'Oreal
makes sense.
Incredible companies.
I'm saying though, if he had 8
companies,
hands,
JP Morgan,
you know what I'm saying,
Roche,
8 fucking hands, he could just plug in them light bulb servers real
defined
quick.
society to today. Toyota is
16
here.
legs. Imagine
These
how
are
fast.
some of the largest companies in the world. It is also true that there's a whole bunch of companies you've never heard of. These are companies, we call them AI natives. A whole bunch of small companies. The list is gigantic. I couldn't, this is just a little tiny bit of it. And
Can you
I
name
couldn't
them,
decide
please,
whether to
and
show
which
you
ones you
more or
took
show
a
you
stake in?
less. And so I made it so that you couldn't see any.
Haha.
And,
He
and
said,
nobody's
"Fuck you, Wall
feelings are
Street."
hurt. However, inside this list are
Wow.
a bunch of brand new companies. They're companies like, for example, you might have heard a couple of them, OpenAI, Anthropic, but there's a whole bunch of others. There's a whole bunch of others. And they
He literally
serve
said, I don't
different
want you to see
verticals.
which companies because I still need to buy
Something
them.
happened in the last 2 years, particularly this last year. We've been working with the AI natives for a long time. And this last year, it just skyrocketed. I'll explain to you why it happened. This industry has skyrocketed. $150 billion of investment into venture investment into startups, the largest in human history. This is also the first time that the scale of the investments went from millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, to hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars. And the reason for that is this is the first time in history that every single one of these companies needs compute, and lots of it. They need tokens, lots and lots of it. They're either going to create and build
Power hour
and
again. We
create
went all
tokens
day
and
without
generate
declining.
tokens,
So
or they're going to
your first decent
integrate,
day, decent Monday,
value
without
to
even gapping down and then
tokens
going
that are
up.
available, created by Anthropic and OpenAI and others. And so this industry is different in so many different ways, but the one thing that is very clear, the impact that they're making, the incredible value that they're delivering already is quite tangible. AI natives, all because we reinvented computing. Just like during the PC revolution, a whole bunch of new companies were created, just as during the internet revolution, a whole bunch of companies were created, and mobile cloud, a whole bunch of companies were created. Each one of them had their own standards, and we're talking about one of the major standards that just happened, incredibly important. And this generation, we also have our own large number of very, very special companies. We reinvented computing. It stands to reason there's going to be a whole new crop of really important companies, consequential companies for the future of the world. The Googles, the Amazons, the Metas, consequential companies that have come as a result of the last computing platform shift. We are now at the beginning of a new platform shift. But what happened in the last couple of years? Well, we've been watching, as you know, we've been working on deep learning and working on AI. The big bang of modern AI, we were right there at the spot, and we've been advancing this field for quite some time. But why the last 2 years? What happened in the last 2 years? Well, three things. ChatGPT, of course, started the generative AI era. It's able to not just understand, perceive and understand, it's able to also translate and generation of unique content. I showed you the fusion of generative AI with computer graphics, and it brought computer graphics to life. You guys, just everybody in the world should be using ChatGPT. I know I use it every single morning, used it plenty this morning. And so ChatGPT was the generative AI era. The second, by the way, generative computing versus
AI,
the way we used to do
reflection
computing.
plans, multi-billion data center in
generative
South
AI is a
Korea to
capability
counter
of
China.
software, but it has profoundly
That's just coming
changed
from
how
Wall Street
computing
Journal.
is done. Computing used to be retrieval-based, now it's generative. Keep that thought in mind when I talk about certain things, and you'll realize why it is that everything that we do is going to change how computers are architected, how computers are provided, how computers are going to be built out, and what is the meaning of computing altogether. Generative AI, 2023, end of 22, 2023. The next, reasoning AI, 01.
This is important. I mean, again, today was all
and
about
then
the
took
code.
off
Today was
with
a
03.
really different day in the market
Reasoning
as far as the
allowed it to
Iran war.
reflect,
But, you
allows
know,
it to
this
think
week
to
is going to be
itself,
about the coalition
allowed
and
it to
whether or
plan,
not we actually see something, but it's a different
problems,
start to the war
and
narrative
decompose
in the last couple of weeks.
a problem it couldn't understand.
So some of
into
you are going to have
steps
to deal
or
with it,
parts
man.
that it could understand.
Some of y'all, are you
It could
mad when the
ground
war
itself
affects
on
the market,
research.
then you get mad when it
01
don't affect the market?
made
You're going to
generative AI
you just got to figure it out, man.
trustworthy and
You know,
grounded on
patience,
truth.
week by week basis.
That caused ChatGPT to simply took off. And that was a very, very big moment. The amount
Intel on the
of
low.
input tokens that was necessary in order to produce, and the amount of output tokens it generated in order to reason.
Explosion heard near
the
U.S.
model was a
Embassy
little
in
bit
Baghdad.
larger.
Oil's near
of
the
course,
low
you
of the
could have
day.
much
Still down
larger models.
5.
The model 01 was a little bit larger, not much larger, but its input token usage for context and its output token for thinking increased the amount of computation tremendously. Then came Claude Code, the first agentic model. It was able to read files, code, compile it, test it, evaluate it, go back and iterate on it. Claude Code has revolutionized software engineering, as all of you know. 100% of NVIDIA is using a combination of, or oftentimes all three of them, Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor, all over NVIDIA. There's not one software engineer today who is not assisted by one or many AI agents helping them code. Claude Code completely revolutionizes the new inflection. And for the first time, you don't ask an AI what, where, when, how, you ask it, create, do, build. You ask it to use tools, take your context, read files. It's able to agentically break down a problem, reason about it, reflect on it. It's able to solve problems and actually perform tasks. An AI that was able to perceive became an AI that could generate. An AI that could generate became an AI that could reason. An AI that could reason now became an AI that can actually do work, very productive work. The amount of computation in the last 2 years, we know that everybody in this room knows the computing demand for NVIDIA GPU is off the charts. Spot pricing is skyrocketing. You couldn't find a GPU if you tried, and yet, in the meantime, we're shipping GPUs out. Incredible amounts of it. And demand just keeps on going up.
Bitch.
There's a reason for that. This fundamental inflection. Finally, AI is able to do productive work, and therefore, the inflection point of inference has arrived. AI now has to think. In order to think, it has to inference. AI now has to do. In order to do, it has to inference. AI has to read. In order to do so, it has to inference. It has to reason. It has to inference. Every part of AI, every time it has to think, it has to reason, it has to do, it has to generate tokens, it has to inference. It's way past training now. It's in the field of inference. So the inference inflection has arrived. At the time when the amount of tokens, the amount of compute necessary increased by roughly 10,000 times. Now, when I combine these two, the fact that since in the last 2 years, the computing demand of the work has gone up by 10,000 times, and the amount of usage has probably gone up by 100 times. People have heard me say, I believe that computing demand has increased by 1 million times in the last 2 years. It is the feeling that we all have. It is the feeling every startup has. It's the feeling that OpenAI has. It's the feeling that Anthropic has. If they could just get more capacity, they could generate more tokens. Their revenues would go up. More people could use it. The more advanced, the smarter the AI could become. We are now at that positive flywheel system. We have reached that moment. The inflection, the inference inflection has arrived. Last year, at this time, I said that where I stood at that moment in time, we saw about $500 billion. We saw $500 billion of very high confidence demand and purchase orders for Blackwell and Rubin through 2026.
Yep.
I said that last year.
He's about to give a future update.
Now, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but $500 billion is an enormous amount of revenue. Not one impressed.
Oh, I forgot these are fucking daily.
I know why you're not impressed, because all of you had record years. Well,
I was like, why are these so
I'm here to tell you.
He's about to give a guidance
that right
number.
now where I stand,
yeah,
a few short months after
easy.
GTC DC.
Easy, bro. Come on.
1 year after last GTC. Right here where I stand.
I just made 300% on those.
I see.
Yeah, bro, he's fucking giving guidance.
Through 2027, at least $1 trillion.
Okay, I rolled it over to ones for the end of the week. Go grab the cheap ones, not a recommendation. But that first, I don't know how y'all did it. Come on, bro. I gave you at least 30 seconds on that.
And that's what I'm going to spend the
those
rest of
just
the
went
time
up.
talking about.
Oh, I should have kept
In fact,
them.
we are going to be short. I am certain
Bro, those just went up
will be much higher than that.
1,500%.
And there's a reason for that. So the first thing is,
All right. Oh, I just sold out
we did a lot of work in the
2,000%,
last year.
literally.
Of course, as you know,
1 cent into 21.
2025 was NVIDIA's
Fuck.
year of inference.
I took most of them at
We
3.
wanted
I
to
got
make
the
sure
last
that
couple
not
ones
only
at
were we good
21, but then I
training
rolled
and
them over to
post-training,
next week.
that we were incredibly
got
good
those
at
ones.
every
Those are
single
up.
phase of AI, so that the investments
those
that were
up?
investments made in our infrastructure,
Oh, that was easy.
could
Those are up
scale
100%.
out for as long as they would like to
Yeah,
use
bro,
it.
he just gave a
And the
trillion-dollar
useful
guidance.
life of NVIDIA
You guys didn't see that coming,
would be
though?
long, and
Yeah,
therefore
no,
the
bro.
cost would be incredibly
I was just
low.
yelling it at you.
The longer you could use it, the lower the cost.
It's when he
There's
was
no
saying,
question
well,
in
we
my
did
mind.
500
NVIDIA
last year,
systems
and
are
you
the
guys
lowest
weren't
cost
impressed.
infrastructure you could get for AI infrastructure in the world. And so the first part was last year was all about.
So yeah, he
AI
just gave a
for
trillion-dollar guide.
inference,
Yeah,
and
bro,
it
those
drove
hit.
this
That was
inflection point.
2,000% on the daily. I didn't
Simultaneously,
think those would hit that hard, but yeah, we made
were
a bag
very
on that.
pleased last
And then
year
100%
that
if you got the
Anthropic
ones
has
with
come to
time.
NVIDIA.
But that daily,
That
I was like, why are these so
MSL
cheap? I didn't
has
realize it
chosen
expires
NVIDIA.
in a day.
And
but
meanwhile,
that was a massive fucking pop.
And as a collection,
GG's if
as
you
a
hit
group,
it, baby.
this represents 1/3.
You heard it, John. You heard the
AI
bring.
compute.
I'm not going to
Open
lie
source
to you, bro.
models.
I'm even pooping
Open
right now.
source models
I was
have
pooping,
reached
and I heard
near
him
the
say that,
frontier,
and I got
and
up.
it is
So let me go
literally
wash my
everywhere.
hands and wipe.
And NVIDIA, as you know,
that was fun.
Today, we're the only platform in the world today that runs every single domain of AI across every single one of these AI models in language and biology, in computer graphics, computer vision, in speech, proteins and chemicals, robotics and otherwise, edge or cloud, any language. NVIDIA's architecture is fungible for all of that, and we're incredible for all of that. That allows us to be the lowest cost, the highest confidence platform. Because when you're building these systems, as I mentioned, $1 trillion is an enormous amount of infrastructure. You have to have complete confidence that the $1 trillion you're putting down will be utilized, would be performant, would be incredibly cost effective, and have useful life for as long as you could see. That infrastructure investment you could make on NVIDIA, you could make with complete confidence. We have now proven that. It is the only infrastructure in the world that you could go anywhere in the world and build with complete confidence. You want to put it in any of the clouds, we're delighted by that. You want to put it on-prem, we're happy about that. You want to put it in any country, anywhere, we're delighted to support you. We are now
That was fun. All right, I'm
a
back.
computing platform that runs all of AI.
I heard the Jensen.
Now,
I heard
our
him
business
set up the punchline, bro.
already starting to show that. 60% of our business is hyperscalers.
Dog, that was dirty.
The top 5 hyperscalers. However, even within that top 5 hyperscalers, some of it is internal AI consumption. The internal AI consumption, really important work, like Rexis is moving from recommender systems of tables and collaborative filtering and content filtering. It's moving towards deep learning and large language models. Search, moving to deep learning, large language models. Almost all of these different hyperscale workloads are now moving, shifting towards a workload that NVIDIA GPUs are incredibly good at. But on top of that, because we work with every AI lab, because we work with every AI, we accelerate every AI model, and because we have a large ecosystem of AI natives that we work with that we can bring to the clouds, that investment, no matter how large, no matter how quick, that compute will be consumed. And that represents 60% of our business. The other 40% is just everywhere. Regional clouds, sovereign clouds, enterprise, industrial, robotics, edge, big systems, supercomputing systems, small servers, enterprise servers. The number of systems, incredible. The diversity of AI is also its resilience. The span of reach of AI is its resilience. There is no question this is not a one app technology. This is now fundamental. This is absolutely a new computing platform shift. Well, our job is to continue to advance the technology, and one of the most important things that I mentioned last year was last year was our year of
The plays are still up though
inference.
on the second one. I don't know where those dailies went.
Dedicated everything.
I forgot they even had dailies. They
took
came.
a
They're still up
giant chance
300%
and
on the ass.
reinvented
I
while
can't believe those
Hopper
went up
was
to fucking
at
21.
its prime, and it was just cooking. We decided that the Hopper architecture, the NVLink
Hawaiian
by
Electric
8, had to be
and
taken
Hawaiian
to the
company
next level.
enter in a
We
stipulation of
completely
settlement,
re-architected the
HEC.
system. disaggregated the computing system
it
altogether
AGC or which
and
one was
created
that?
NVLink 72. The way that it's built, the way it's manufactured, the way it's programmed completely changed.
What's
Grace
Hawaiian Electric? I
Blackwell
thought it was
NVLink
AGC.
72
Does it not exist
was a
anymore?
giant bet. And it wasn't easy for anybody. And many of my partners here in the room, I want to thank all of you for the hard work that you guys did. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it HE? Is it HEI? Is this it? It had a pop.
NVLink 72, NVFP4, not just FP4 precision. FP4 is a whole different type of tensor core and computational unit. We've demonstrated now that we can inference NVFP4 without loss of precision, but gigantic boost in performance and energy efficiency. We've also been able to use NVFP4 for training. So NVLink 72, NVFP4, the invention of Dynamo, TensorRT LLM, a whole bunch of new algorithms. We even built a supercomputer to help us optimize kernels and help us optimize our complete stack. We call it DGX Cloud. We invested billions of dollars of supercomputing capability, help us create the kernels, the software that made inference possible. Well, the results all came together, and people used to tell me, but Jensen, inference is so easy.
The pop on the video is him
Inference
saying
is
$1
the
trillion
ultimate hard.
in future
Inference
revenue.
is ultimate hard.
Pretty
and
much
it's
he just
also
guided up
ultimate
to $1
important
trillion
because it drives your revenue.
by 2027.
So this is the outcome.
It was previously
this is
at 500
from
billion.
Semi-analysis. This is the largest, most comprehensive sweep of AI inference that has ever been done.
We only got 43
And
minutes left.
What you see here on the left, on this side, is tokens per watt. Tokens per watt is important because every data center, every single factory, by definition, is power constrained. A 1 gigawatt factory will never become 2. It's physically constrained. The laws of atoms, the laws of physicality. And so that 1 gigawatt of data center, you want to drive the maximum number of tokens, which is the production, the product of that factory. So you want to be on top of that curve as high as you want. The x-axis is the interactivity, the speed of inference, the speed of each inference. The faster you can inference, the faster you could, of course, respond. But very importantly, the faster you can inference, the larger the models, the more context you could process, the more tokens you can think through. This axis is the same as smartness of the AI. And so this is the throughput of the AI. This is the smartness of the AI. Notice, the smarter the AI, the lower your throughput. Makes sense, you're thinking longer. Okay, and so this axis is the speed, and I'm gonna come back to this is important. This is where I torture all of you.
1888.888.
But it's too important.
Happy
Every
Chinese New Year.
CEO in the world, you watch, every CEO in the world will study their business from now on in the way I'm about to describe.
Okay.
Because this is your token factory. This is your AI factory. This is your revenues. There's no question about that going forward. And so this is the throughput. This is the intelligence. Better perf per watt
Better
for
pizza.
a given power
Papa
of data
tokens.
center, the more throughput, the more tokens you could produce. On this side is cost. Notice, NVIDIA is the highest performance in the world. Nobody would be surprised by that. They would be surprised by the fact that in one generation, whereas Moore's law would have given us, through transistors, 50%, 2 times, Moore's law would probably give us 1.5 times more performance. You would have expected from Hopper H200, 1.5 times higher. Nobody would have expected 35 times higher. I said last year at this time that NVIDIA's Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 was 35 times perf per watt. Nobody believed me. And then Semi-analysis came out, and Dylan Patel had a quote. He accused me of sandbagging. He accused me of sandbagging. He says, Jensen sandbagged. It's actually 50 times. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. And so our cost per token, our cost per token is the lowest in the world. You can't beat it. I've said before, if you have the wrong architecture, even if it's free, it's not cheap enough. And the reason for that is because no matter what happens, you still have to build a gigawatt data center. You still have to build a gigawatt factory, and that gigawatt factory, for 15 years amortized across, that gigawatt factory is about $40 billion. Even when you put nothing on it, it's $40 billion in. You better make for darn sure you put the best computer system on that thing so that you could have the best token cost. NVIDIA's token cost is world-class, basically untouchable at the moment. And the reason that's true is because of extreme co-design. And so I'm very happy that he named us
token belt? Token king? Why'd he give you a belt? Wouldn't it be a crown? I know NVIDIA sold all that off.
There was a monkey king, token king. Well, we take all of our software, as I told you, we vertically integrate, but we horizontally open. We're vertical integration, horizontal open. We integrate all of our software and all of our technology, however we could package it up and integrate it into the world's inference
sandbag is a term. People
providers.
use that for a long time.
And these companies are growing so fast.
There is a lot of
They're growing so
sandbaggers
fast.
out there.
Fireworks, Lynn is here, Together. They're just growing so incredibly fast. 100 times in the last year. They are token factories. And the effectiveness, the performance, and the token cost production capability for their factories is everything to them. And this is what happened. We updated their software, same system, and notice their token speeds, incredible. The difference, before NVIDIA updated everything and all of our algorithms and software and all the technology that we bring to bear, about 700 tokens per second average went to nearly 5,000, 7 times higher. And so this is the incredible power of extreme co-design. I mentioned earlier the importance of factories. This is the importance of factory. Your data center, it used to be a data center for files. It's now a factory to generate tokens. Your factory is limited no matter what. Everybody's looking for land, power, and shell. Once you build it, you are power limited. Within that power limited infrastructure, you better make for darn sure that your inference, because you know inference is your workload and tokens is your new commodity, that compute is your revenues, that you want to make sure that the architecture is as optimized as you can. In the future, every single CSP, every single computer company, every single cloud company, every single AI company, every single company period are going to be thinking about their token factory effectiveness. This is your factory in the future. And the reason why I know that is because everybody in this room is powered by intelligence. And in the future, that intelligence will be augmented by tokens. So let me show you how we got here.
On April 6th, 2016, a decade ago, we introduced DGX-1,
You just popped 3
the
points
world's
on the
first
spy and back
computer
with that
designed for
same
deep
exact
learning. 8 Pascal GPUs connected with the first generation NVLink, 170 teraflops in one computer, the world's first computer designed for AI researchers. With Volta, we introduced NVLink Switch, 16 GPUs connected with full all-to-all bandwidth, operating as one giant GPU. A giant step forward, but model sizes continued to grow. The data center needed to become a single unit of computing, so Mellanox joined NVIDIA.
Mellanox.
In 2020, DGX A100 SuperPod became the first GPU supercomputer combining scale-up and scale-out architecture. NVLink 3 for scale-up.
Oh, you probably could have hit 1,000% on the way
Quantum
down.
InfiniBand for
Those
scale-up.
contracts for next week are still up. That's the crazy part.
Then Hopper, the first GPU with the
At
FP8
least the cheap
transformer
ones,
engine
they're all the same price.
that launched the generative AI era. NVLink 4, Connect X7, Bluefield 3 DPUs. quantum InfiniBand. It revolutionized computing. Blackwell redefined AI supercomputing system architecture with NVLink 72. 72 GPUs connected by NVLink spine. 130 terabytes per second of all-to-all bandwidth. Compute trays integrate Blackwell GPUs, Grace CPUs, it revolutionized X8 and Bluefield 3. Scale-out runs over Spectrum 4 Ethernet. With 3 scaling laws in full steam, pre-training, post-training, and inference, and now agentic systems, compute demand continues to grow exponentially. And now, Vera Rubin. Architected for every phase of agentic AI, advancing every pillar of computing, including CPU, storage, networking, and security. Vera Rubin NVLink 72, 3.6 exaflops of compute, 260 terabytes per second of all-to-all NVLink bandwidth. The engine supercharging the era of agentic AI, the Vera CPU rack, designed for orchestration and agentic workflows. The STX rack, AI-native storage built with Bluefield 4. Scale out with Spectrum X co-packaged optics, increasing energy efficiency and resiliency. And an incredible new addition, the Grok 3 LPX rack. Wow. Tightly connected to Vera Rubin, Grok's LPU's massive on-chip SRAM, a token accelerator to the already incredibly fast Vera Rubin. Together, 35 times more throughput per megawatt. The new Vera Rubin platform, 7 chips, 5 rack-scale computers, 1 revolutionary AI supercomputer for agentic AI. 40 million times more compute in just 10 years.
Now, in the good old days, when I would say Hopper, I would hold up a chip. That's just adorable. This is Vera Rubin. When we think Vera... Woo! When we think Vera Rubin, we think the entire system. Vertically integrated, completely with software. Extended end-to-end, optimized as one giant system. The reason why it's designed for agentic systems is very clear, because agents, of course, the most important workload is it's thinking the large language model. The large language models are going to get larger and larger and larger.
I mean, NVIDIA, bro, everyone's worried about the war stuff,
so
but
think more
you
quickly,
get any, I mean,
but
just
it also
your risk of up or down to a
memory.
certain margin.
It's going to pound on memory
That should tell
really
you something.
Hard. KV cache, structured data, QDF, unstructured data, QVS. It's going to be pounding on the storage system really, really hard, which is the reason why we reinvented the storage system. It is also going to use tools. And unlike humans that are more tolerant to slower computers, AI wants the tools to be as fast as possible. These tools, web browsers, in the future, they could also be virtual PCs in the cloud. Those PCs have to be, and those computers have to be as fast as possible. We created a brand new CPU, that's designed for
Is he going to talk about the
extremely high
DGX?
single-threaded performance, incredibly high data output.
U.S. judge blocks Trump
incredibly good at
admin
data
cuts to
processing,
recommended
and
childhood vaccines
extreme
and bars
energy
13
efficiency.
appointments to
It
vaccine
is the
panel.
only data center CPU in the world
CPU-based server rack.
LPDDR5.
Uh-oh, how's that going to play with Intel?
And incredible single-thread
GRQ
performance
LPU
and
product.
performance per watt that is unrivaled. And so
Yeah,
that's,
oil's taking
we
a stick
built that
too,
so that it could
to
go
the
along
downside.
with the rest of these racks for agentic processing. And so here it is. This is the Grace Blackwell, Vera Rubin. Where is it? Here it is. Okay, so this is the Vera Rubin system. Notice since the last time, 100% liquid cooled. All of the cables gone. What used to take 2 days to install now takes 2 hours. Incredible. And so the manufacturing cycle time is going to dramatically reduce. This is also a supercomputer that is cooled by hot water, 45 degrees, which takes the pressure off of the data center, takes all of that cost and all of that energy that's used to cool the data center and makes it available for the system. This is the secret sauce.
Did he say pounding?
We're the only company in the world that has today built the sixth generation scale-up switching system. This is not Ethernet. This is not InfiniBand. This is NVLink. This is the 6th generation NVLink.
Well, tokens are like memory,
this is insanely hard to do well.
If you create tokens in whatever you're training, it kind of they all factor into the next one.
Completely liquid cooled.
It's like learning a task.
This is the brand new
once it learns something,
Grok
that
system.
token helps
and
you build on the next one. That's why it's so important.
This system,
this is for agentic AI.
This is the LP30. The world's never seen
CPU.
it. Anything that the world's ever seen is V1. This is 3rd generation. And we're in
none of this is for the
production
consumer.
Now.
I mean, it
And
is
I'll show
for
you
developers.
in just a second.
So if you develop with
the world's
AI,
first CPO Spectrum X switch. This is also in full production. Co-packaged optics. Optics comes directly onto this chip, interfaces directly to silicon. Electrons get translated to photons, and it gets directly connected to this chip. We invented the process technology with TSMC. We're the only one in production with it today. It's called COUP. It's completely revolutionary. NVIDIA is in full production with Spectrum X.
That one's pretty cool.
This is the Vera system, twice the performance per watt of any CPUs in the world today. It is also
Iran
in production.
and US have been in contact.
Well,
Again, they were saying earlier, Israel reported that
we would be selling
your
CPUs
boy, that's coming out now, but that
we
one
are
Witkoff
selling
headline
a lot of
said
CPUs standalone.
Aragachi and
This is
Witkoff
already
were
for
texting
sure
each other.
going to be a multi-billion-dollar business for us. So I'm very, very pleased with our CPU architects. We've designed a revolutionary CPU. And this is the CX9 powered with Vera CPU, the Bluefield 4 STX, our new storage platform. Okay, so these are the racks, and it's connected. Each one of these racks, the NVLink rack, I've shown you guys this before, it's just super heavy and seems to get heavier every year. Because I think there's just more cables in there every year. And so this is the NVLink rack. We've also taken this technology because it is so efficient to create a data center with these cabling systems, structured cables. So we decided to do that for Ethernet. So this is Ethernet, 256 liquid-cooled nodes in one rack, and it is also connected with these incredible connectors. You guys want to see
Yeah!
Rubin Ultra?
Yeah! Woo! They did the woo! Oh, from the ground! From the ground!
So this is the Rubin Ultra compute node. Unlike Rubin that slides in horizontally, Rubin Ultra goes into a whole new rack. It's called Kyber, that enables us to connect 144 GPUs in one NVLink domain. And so the Kyber rack, this, I could lift it, I'm sure, but I won't. It's quite heavy.
I could definitely lift it.
This is one compute node, and it slides into the Kyber rack vertically. This is where it connects into. This is the mid plane. The Kyber racks, those 4 top NVLink connectors slide in and connect into this, and this becomes one of the nodes. And each one of these racks is a different compute node, and this is the amazing part. This is the mid plane, and the back of the mid plane, instead of the cabling system, which has its limits in terms of how far we could drive cables, copper cables, we now have this system to connect 144 GPUs. This is the new NVLink. This sits also vertically, and it connects into the mid-planes on the back. Compute in the front, NVLink switches in the back, one giant computer. Okay? So that is Rubin Ultra.
Thank you.
As I mentioned.
Again, the Vera Rubin, that's the new one they've been pumping lately.
How about we take this
Again,
back
this
down?
is the next level from Blackwell.
I need the rest of my slides. Oh, it's coming down? Okay. Thank you, Janine.
Thank you, Janine.
This is what happens when you don't practice.
Fuck Janine.
Okay, all right. So,
I told you, he gets mad at least once every time.
Take your time. Just don't get hurt.
That's what happens when you don't practice. Just don't get hurt.
You know, only at NVIDIA's keynote will you see last year's slide presented again.
He didn't say that.
And the reason for that is I just want to let you know that last year I told you something very, very important. And it's so important, it's worthwhile to tell you again. This is probably the single most important.
We're the hottest in the world right now.
AI factories. And every CEO in the world will be tracking it, will be studying it very deeply. It's much, much more complicated than this. It's multi-dimensional. But you will be studying the throughput and the token speed of your AI factories. The throughput, token speed at ISO power, because that's all the power you have. Throughput and token speed for your factories forever. And that analysis is going to lead directly to your revenues. What you do this year will show up precisely next year as your revenues. And this chart is what it's all about. And I said on the vertical axis, thank you guys. On the vertical axis,
it sounds like the preacher telling you that if you tithe, you get back,
token rate.
Today,
back more. I'm going to show you this. because we're now able.
So what you spend today
speed, and because
comes
model
back
sizes
next
are
year directly as revenue.
Because the token length, the context length, depending on the different grades of different application use case, continues to grow from maybe 100,000 tokens input length to maybe millions. The token input length is growing, and also the output token length is growing. And so all of these play into ultimately the marketing and the pricing of future tokens. Tokens are the new commodity, and like all commodities, once it reaches an inflection, once it becomes mature or becomes maturing, it will segment into different parts. The high throughput, low speed could be used for the free tier. The next tier could be the medium tier. Larger model,
I mean,
maybe,
half of what he's saying is why I like Oracle. Again, the
larger
whole infrastructure,
context length,
creating tokens, he's not totally wrong about it. I just don't know his confidence
you can see from all the different
monetizing
services,
him so directly.
This one is free, it's a free tier. The first tier could be $3 per million tokens. The next tier could be $6 per million tokens.
Deck with a big
you would
flush,
like to
came
be able
back
to
up
keep
though.
Pushing this boundary because the larger
Deck
the model,
had
smarter.
A $2 flush
the more
and pop.
input token context length, more
Egypt
relevant.
president and Saudi crown prince discussed Cairo's effort to de-escalate
the more you can
regional
think
tensions.
and iterate, smarter AI models. So this is about smarter AI models. And when you have smarter AI models, each one of these clicks allows you to increase the price. So this is $45. And maybe one day there'll be a premium model that allows you, a premium service that allows you to
only 20 minutes left too.
That are incredibly high because you're in a critical path, or maybe you're doing really long research, and $150 per million tokens is just not a thing. So let's translate that. Suppose you were to use 50 million tokens per day as a researcher at $150 per million tokens. As it turns out, as a research team, that's not even a thing. So we believe that this is the future. This is where AI wants to go. This is where it is today. It had to start here to establish the value and establish its usefulness and get better and better and better. In the future, you're going to see most services encompass all of that. This is Hopper. Hopper started, and I moved the chart. This is 50, this is 100. Hopper looks like this. And you would have expected Hopper the next generation to be higher, but nobody would have expected it to be that much higher. This is Grace Blackwell. What Grace Blackwell did is, at your free tier, increase your throughput tremendously.
A-Lab's still going?
However, where you mostly monetize your service,
yeah, A-Lab kept going. I don't know if that was
by
related to the
35
Vera
times.
Rubin thing.
This is no different than any product that every company makes. The higher the tier, the
Him's
higher
on
the
the high
quality,
too
the
now.
higher the performance,
You're
the
getting some
lower the
end of the
volume,
day
the lower the
poppers with
capacity.
20 minutes left.
And so it is no different than any other business in the world. And so now we're able to increase this tier by 35x. And we introduced a whole new tier. This is the
Gap
benefit
on the low?
of Grace Blackwell. A huge jump over Hopper.
Yeah, Gap took $1.30 drop, and then Starbucks dropping too. Gap is still going.
Okay, so this is Grace Blackwell. Okay, let me just reset this. And this is Vera Rubin. Okay?
Clap, mother effer.
Now just think what just happened. At every single tier, we increase the throughput. And at the tier where your highest ASP and your most valuable segment, we increased it by 10x. That is the hard work. This is incredibly hard to do out here. This is the benefit of NVLink 72. This is the benefit of extremely low latency. This is the benefit of extreme co-design, that we could shift the entire area up. Now, what does it mean from a customer perspective in the end? Suppose I were to take all of that and I just, multiply it against, suppose I took 25% of my power.
China names dropping and then banks now, Wall and Jeff.
25% of my
Again,
power.
they were
in the high
holding
tier,
up all day,
25% of my
low-key.
power
KRE,
in
though,
the
they're
premium
starting to
tier.
give up.
My data center only has 1 gigawatt. And so I get to decide how I want to distribute. The free tier allows me to attract more customers. This allows me to serve my most valuable customers. And the combination, the product of all that, allows you basically your revenues. The revenues you can generate, assuming this simplistic example, allows Blackwell to generate 5 times more revenues. Vera Rubin to generate 5 times. Yeah. So Vera Rubin, you should get there as soon as you can. And the reason for that is because your cost of tokens goes down and your throughput goes up. Now, but we want even more. We want even more. And so let me just show you back to this. This is, as I told you, this throughput requires a ton of flops. This latency, this interactivity requires enormous amount of bandwidth. Computers don't like extreme amount of flops, extreme amount of bandwidth, because there's only so much surface area for chips that any systems has. And so optimizing for high throughput and optimizing for low latency are in fact enemies of each other. And so this is what happened when we combined with Grok. Okay, and so we acquired the team that worked on the Grok chips and licensed the technology, and we've been working together now to integrate the system. This is what that looks like. So at the most valuable tier, we're now going to increase performance by 35x. Now, this very simple chart revealed to you exactly the reason why NVIDIA is so strong in the vast majority of the workloads so far. And the reason for that is because up in this area, throughput matters so much. NVLink 72 is so game-changing. It is exactly the right
Would you
architecture.
guys vote
and it's
for
even hard to
Jensen for
beat,
president?
even as you add Grok to it.
Like if Jensen wanted to run for president, so
if
you could either get
extended
Kamala,
this chart
and
way out
AOC,
here, and you said you wanted to have
Marco
services
Rubio,
that delivers
and
not
JD
400
Vance,
tokens per second, but 1,000
or you
tokens
could
per
have
second.
Jensen
all of a sudden, NVLink 72
and
runs
AI
out
he
of steam and
created.
simply
Would you guys
can't
vote
get
for
there.
Jensen?
We just don't have enough bandwidth. And so this is where Grok comes in, and this is what happens when we push that out. So it goes out beyond...
Clap! Thank you.
Goes out beyond even the limits of what NVLink 72 can do. And if you were to do that, translate that into
You
revenues.
would? No, nah. Yeah, no.
relative to
You would
Blackwell.
legalize hunting
Vera Rubin
alligators
is
and
5x.
snakes.
If most of your workload is high
think you
throughput,
would.
I would stick with just 100%
Leather
Vera
jackets
Rubin.
would be the new
If
military
a lot of your workload
standard
wants
issue.
to be coding and
It's your new
very
uniforms.
high-valued engineering, token generation, I would add Grok to it. I would add Grok to maybe 25% of my total data center.
You guys
the
wanna
rest of
do
my
it?
data center is all 100% Vera Rubin. And so that gives you a sense of how you would add Grok to Vera Rubin.
Oh,
and
Micron
extend
going
its
down on
performance
this.
and extend its value.
Yeah,
even
Micron
more.
took a
This is
clap
what
on
happens.
it. And then Trump presented with
this is
daily
a
options to
contrast.
end
The
the
reason
war,
why-
hasn't
the
taken
reason
any
why Grok was so
off-ramps,
attractive to
part
me
of standard
is
war
because
planning
their
alongside
computing system,
escalation,
a
NBC.
deterministic data flow processor, it is statically compiled, it is compiler scheduled.
Yeah, SanDisk
Meaning
and
the compiler
Micron.
figures out
I think
when
he's
the
saying
data-
the prices are going to come
when to
down.
do the compute.
I don't know
the
what he.
computing
I think
data
that
arrives at the
explanation
same
there that
time.
just triggered them all.
All of that is done statically in advance and scheduled completely in software. There's no dynamic scheduling. The architecture is designed with massive amounts of SRAM. It is designed just for inference, this one workload. Now, this one workload, as it turns out, is the workload of AI factories. And as the world continues to increase the amount of high-speed tokens it wants to generate with super smart
wouldn't
tokens
vote for-
it wants
yeah,
to generate,
Intel's dropping
the
too.
value of this integration is going to get even higher. And so these are two extreme processors you could see.
Is he
One
saying
chip,
that we could
500
develop without the
megabytes.
RAM that everyone's going crazy
One
for?
Vera Rubin chip, 288 gigabytes. It would
Intel's
take a
dropping.
lot of Grok chips to be able to hold the parameter size of Rubin, as well as all of the context that has to go, the KV cache that has to go
Intel
along with
sold
it.
off 5
So
today.
that limited Grok's ability to really reach the mainstream, to really take off, until we had a great idea. What if we disaggregated inference altogether with a piece of software called Dynamo? What if we re-architected the way that inference is done in the pipeline so that we could put the work that makes perfect sense on Vera Rubin and then offload the decode generation, the low latency, the bandwidth limited, challenged part of the workload for Grok? And so we unified two processors of extreme differences, one for high throughput, one for low latency. It still doesn't change the fact that we need a lot of memory. And so Grok, we're just going to add a whole bunch of Grok chips, which expands the amount of memory it has. And so if you could just imagine, out of a trillion parameter model, we have to store all of that in Grok chips. However, it sits next to NVIDIA Vera Rubin, where we could hold the massive amounts of KV cache that's necessary in processing all of these agentic AI systems. It's based upon this idea of disaggregated inference. We do the prefill, that's the easy part, but we also tightly integrate the decode. So the attention part of decode is done on NVIDIA's Vera Rubin, which needs a lot of math, and the feed-forward network part of it, the decode part, is done, the token generation part is done on Vera Rubin, on the Grok chip. The two of them working tightly coupled together over, today, Ethernet, with a special mode to reduce its latency by about half. And so that capability allows us to integrate these two systems. We run Dynamo, this incredible operating system for AI factories on top of it, and you get 35 times increase. 35 times increase, not to mention additional new tiers of inference performance for token generation the world's never seen. So this is it. This is Grok.
This is it. Again, memory stocks and chips came down
Vera
off
Rubin
that.
systems, including Grok.
I don't fully understand it. I think
who
he
manufactures
I think
the
it's
Grok
implying
LP30
lower
chip
costs for
us,
both memory and the
they're
types you
cranking as
use,
hard as they
but I don't
can.
know if that's
I really
correct.
appreciate
Or it
you
could be
guys.
just buy
We're in
tokens, less
production
RAM.
with the Grok
I
chip,
don't know. 10 minutes
and,
left in the day, too.
You know, we'll ship it in the second half.
He said, fuck
probably
the
about
traders,
Q3
but he took
timeframe.
it till the bell.
Okay.
10-minute rig coming in.
Grok LPX.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, SanDisk and Micron still dropping.
Vera Rubin, you know, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to imagine any more customers. You know, the really great thing is Grace Blackwell's early sampling of it was really complicated because of coming together of NVLink 72, but the sampling of Vera Rubin is just going incredibly well. And in fact, Satya, I think, texted out already that the first Vera Rubin rack is already up and running at Microsoft Azure. And so I'm super excited for them. We're going to keep cranking these things out. We have now set up a supply chain that could manufacture thousands a week of these systems.
He's saying because the Grace chip is so much stronger, you effectively need less RAM. Because the data center could provide higher quality output for less. So that's what I was thinking, something along those lines, because they started reacting as though he was showing those charts of the cost coming down. But I'm not technically skilled enough to make that judgment.
Successful. And the reason for that is because
I don't know if he did that on purpose.
Needs CPUs for tool use.
Then he said something about SRAM and what you needed for it, and then that's where they started reacting a little bit.
Incredible for the next generation.
Yeah, you don't need DRAM instead of Grok using SRAM.
The Vera CPU plus CX9 connected into the Bluefield 4 stack. 100% of the world's storage industry is joining us on this system. And the reason for that is because they see exactly the same thing. The storage system is going to get pounded.
He brought Intel down for that reason.
It's going to get pounded because we used to have humans using the storage systems. We used to have humans using SQL. Now we're going to have AIs using these storage systems. And it's going to store cuDF accelerated storage, cuVS accelerated storage, as well as, very importantly, KV caching. Okay, so this is the Vera Rubin system. Now what's amazing is this. In just 2 years' time, in a 1 gigawatt factory, in just 2 years' time,
I looked at EWI, it didn't go down as much.
Using the mathematics that I showed you earlier.
Whereas Korea was doing good because oil's even coming down again. End of the day here, you got comments on being in touch with Iran. They reiterated that a couple of times.
We would have X-factored the amount of bandwidth. But with this architecture, we're going to take our token generation rate from 2 million to 700 million, 350 times increase. This is the power of extreme co-design. This is what I mean when we integrate and optimize vertically, but then we open it horizontally for everybody to enjoy. This is our roadmap. Very quickly, Blackwell is here, the Oberon system. In the case of Rubin, we have the Oberon system.
He wants
We're
to end
always
before
backwards
1. I want to see how
so
many
that
people stop watching.
If you wanted to not
the
change anything
closes.
and just keep on moving through with the new architecture, you could do so. The old system, the standard rack system, Oberon, still available. Oberon is copper scale up, and with Oberon, we could also use optical scale out, optical scale up to expand to NVLink 576. Okay, and so there's a lot of conversation about, is NVIDIA going to copper scale up or optical scale up? We're going to do both. So we're going to have NVLink 144 with Kyber, and then with Oberon, we're going to NVLink 72 plus optical to get to NVLink 576. The next generation of Rubin, with Rubin Ultra, we have the Rubin Ultra chip, which is coming, which is taping out, and we have a brand new chip, LP35. LP35 will, for the first time, incorporate NVIDIA's NVFP4 computing structure. Give you another few X factor speed up. Okay, and so this is Oberon, NVLink 72, optical scale up, and it uses Spectrum 6, the world's first co-packaged optical, and all of this is in production.
Feynman?
The next generation from here
Are you kidding
is Feynman. Feynman has a new GPU, of course.
You guys realize what I've been telling you this whole time?
New LPU.
All those videos, Richard Feynman.
LP40.
That's the next model after Rubin?
Incredible.
That's fucking crazy.
Now,
really, Jensen?
The scale
That's pretty amazing. I'm kind of hyped on that.
The Grok team building together.
Is it the same Feynman I'm thinking of?
A brand new CPU called
You guys
Rosa,
realize that?
short for Rosalind. Bluefield 5, which connects
Bro, that's crazy.
the next CPU.
All those
with
little
the next
physics, electronic
Super
videos I'm
NIC
showing you is Richard Feynman.
CX10.
He's saying that's what
We will
comes
have
next after
Kyber,
Rubin.
which is copper.
So
scale
Blackwell,
up.
Rubin, then
We will
Feynman.
also have Kyber
That's 2028.
CPO.
No
scale up.
fucking way.
So for the first time, we will scale up with both copper and co-package optics. Okay, and so
That's a
lot of
trip,
people have
dude.
been asking, Jensen, is copper going to still be important? The answer is yes. Jensen, are you going to scale up optical? Yes. Are you going to scale out optical? Yes. And so for everybody who's in our ecosystem, we need a lot more capacity. And that's really the key. We need a lot more capacity for copper. We need a lot more capacity for optics.
Man, I
we need a
surprise
lot more
myself
capacity
sometimes.
for CPO.
That's
and
a good example.
That's the reason why we've been working with all
yeah,
of you to lay the foundation
They're way
for
more
this
advanced,
level of
but
growth.
I think I'm on the right track.
And so
I told you I'll
will
study
have all of that.
electricity.
Let me see if I.
They're going to call the next model Feynman.
Every single
That's
year,
insanity.
brand new architecture.
Considering all those videos
Very
we've been going over. Y'all should learn how it works.
Very quickly.
Dog, that's amazing.
NVIDIA went from a chip company.
That's amazing.
To an AI factory company or AI infrastructure.
All right, you only got
company,
3
AI
minutes
computing
left.
Company, these systems. And we're building entire
Yeah,
AI
copper
factories.
was up all day. Is it
There's
still going?
so much power.
Not bad. Is it
that
breaking
is
out yet?
squandered
Because remember,
in
it's been
these
in
AI
that little
factories.
range. So yeah.
We want to make sure that these AI factories come together, designed in the best possible way.
Oh shit, my bad. Oh, what happened? I'm just blown away by the Feynman thing, bro.
Never met each other until the data center. That can't happen. We're building super complex systems. And so we have to meet each other virtually somewhere else. And so we created Omniverse, and the Omniverse DSX world, a platform where all of us can meet and design these gigafactories.
Are you okay, Monster? Are you
gigawatt
tweaking out
AI
with your phone
factories
in your pocket?
virtually in system. We have simulation systems for the racks for mechanical, thermal, electrical, networking. Those simulation systems integrated into all of our ecosystem partners of incredible tools companies. We also operated, connected to the grid so that we could interact with each other, send each other information so that we could adjust grid power and data center power accordingly, saving energy. And then inside the data center using Max-Q so that we could adjust the system dynamically across power and cooling.
Named
and
after
all of the different
American
technologies we
physicist
all work
Richard
on together,
Feynman. You're fucking
so that
kidding
we
me, bro.
leave no power squandered.
Dog.
So that we run at the most optimal rate
it's
to
all a
deliver enormous
simulation,
amount of token throughput. There's no question in my mind there's a
Dog.
factor of 2 in here.
I love you,
And the
Jensen.
factor of 2 at the scale we're talking about is gigantic. We call this the NVIDIA DXX platform. And just as all of our platforms, there's the hardware layer.
All right, Chad, wrap it
There's
up.
the
Get
library
ready for
layer,
headlines.
and there's
Watch
the
out for
ecosystem
Marco
layer.
Rubio.
It's exactly
we'll
the
see
same
the
way.
reaction of
Let's
this
show it to you.
tomorrow. And you only have
The greatest infrastructure
1 minute!
racing to build chip, system, and AI factories. And every month of delay costs billions in lost revenue.
Go, 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 go,
AI
go, go,
factory
go, you
revenues
little
are
Richard
equal to tokens
Feynmans.
per watt. So with
Bro,
power
you guys
constraints,
realize how blown away I
every
am, right?
unused watt
That's
is
amazing.
revenue lost.
Blackwell, Rubin, and then
NVIDIA
Feynman,
DSX
named after
is
the
an
theoretical
Omniverse digital
physicist
twin
Richard
blueprint
Feynman.
for designing and operating
Insanity.
AI factories for maximum
Insanity.
token throughput,
30 seconds.
resilience,
Wrap
and
it up
energy
and bring it
efficiency.
home, my friends.
Developers connect through several APIs. DSX Sim for physical, electrical, thermal, and network simulation. DSX Exchange for AI factory operational data. DSX Flex for secure, dynamic power management between the grid. And DSX Max Q to dynamically maximize token throughput.
3, 2,
It starts with sim-ready
1.
assets from NVIDIA and equipment manufacturers. Managed by
Ding 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 ding.
Then Model-based systems engineering is done in Dassault Systems 3D
Let's get a
experience.
GG, baby. Let's see. I got to get going
Jacobs
here.
brings
I
the
got
data
a
into their
couple of
custom
appointments
Omniverse
today.
app to
I'm going to
finalize
play this for a
design.
second or two, but that's it, man.
It's tested
I'm
with leading
going to go
simulation
ponder
tools
on this Richard Feynman.
using Siemens
But God
Star
bless,
CCM
baby. And
Plus
good
for
game. Our
external
first
thermals.
decent start to the week.
Cadence
See
reality
if
for
the
internal.
rest of the week's about the market.
ETAP for electrical.
Otherwise, watch out for
And
the
NVIDIA's
oil.
network
And then,
simulator,
the sensitivity. We're
DSX
going to see
Air.
if that relates into tomorrow or not.
And virtually commissioned
Richard
through
fucking
Procore
Feynman,
to
dude.
ensure accelerated construction time.
SEC
When the site
prepares
goes live,
proposal to
the
eliminate
digital
quarterly
twin
reporting.
becomes the operator.
Habibi.
AI agents work with
Well, good game,
DSX
Chad.
Max Q
Shout out the
to
members.
dynamically
Shout out the
orchestrate
non-members, the locked in, all the real ones, all the
Phaedrus
people
agent
paying
oversees
attention to
cooling and
Philo.
electrical systems.
Then you will understand the
Sending
Richard
signals to Max
Feynman a
Q,
little bit more,
which
baby.
continuously
Shout out the
optimizes
Philo
compute
warriors.
throughput and energy efficiency. Emerald AI agents interpret live grid demand and stress signals and adjust power dynamically. With DSX, NVIDIA and our ecosystem of partners are racing to build AI infrastructure around the world, ensuring extreme resiliency, efficiency, and throughput.
All right, I think he's going to end it here.
It's
but
incredible,
yeah,
right?
that's the day, y'all.
Well-
I hope you had a good one. Get ready for tomorrow morning. I'll go on Instagram, too.
Omniverse
At
was
the Trading
designed
Fraternity or
to hold
YouTube
the
on the
world's
Trading
digital
Fraternity.
twin,
You will be
starting
getting a
from the
video
Earth.
tonight.
And
So,
it's gonna
yeah,
hold
if you
digital
guys want
twins
your
of all
watch
sizes.
list, it's only a
And so
minute
we
or
have
two,
just
but
such a great
I'll recap
ecosystem
it
of
for you.
partners. I wanna thank
And then
all of
locked
you.
in, we'll see you
All
on the
of these
watch list, the
companies are
long
brand
form
new to our
edition.
world. We didn't know many of you just a couple of years ago. And now we're working so close together to work on and build together the largest computer the world's ever seen, and also to do it at planetary scale. So NVIDIA DSX is our new AI factory platform. I'll spend very little time on this time. However, we're going to space. We've already been out in space.
Yeah, so at least like
Thor is
5,000 people stopped
radiation
watching
proofed,
since
and,
market closed.
We're in satellites. You
Not
do
bad,
imaging
considering.
from satellites. In
10%
the
was
future,
all
we'll
traders?
also build data centers in space. Obviously, very complicated to do so. We're working with our
Space
partners
data centers?
on a new computer called Vera Rubin Space One, and it's going to go out to space and start data centers out in space. Now, of course, in space, there's no
You need chips. Oh.
conduction, there's no convection, there's just radiation. And so we have to figure out how to cool these systems out in space. But we've got lots of great engineers working on it. Let me talk to you about something new.
Woo! Oh! Quadbot!
So Peter Steinberger's here, and
that's the guy who made
he
Claudebot.
wrote a piece of software. It's called OpenClaw. And I don't know if he realized how successful it's going to be, but the importance is
That's
profound.
net and fastly, big dog. Let's
OpenClaw
see
is
what he
the
says.
number one. It's the most popular open source project in the history of humanity, and it did so in just a few weeks.
Woo!
It exceeded what Linux did in 30 years. And it's that important. It is that important. It will do, well, this is all you do, okay? Yep. We're announcing our support of it. Let me just quickly go through this. I want to show you a couple things. You simply type this. You type this into a console, and it goes out. It finds OpenClaw. It downloads it. It builds you an AI agent, and then you could tell it whatever else you need to do. Okay, so let's take a look.
That's crazy, bro. OpenClaw getting mentioned at GTC. Good for him. I'm so mad OpenAI bought them, though. Fucking Sam got his dirty little fingers on it already. Yeah, look, this is how you set up OpenClaw. Literally. You could do it on he's so easy on a Mac. You know why he likes it? Because you use a bunch of fucking tokens and API shit. No, it's WhatsApp. You could have it contact through Discord, but even WhatsApp too. It looks the same. This is a trip, dude. This whole thing. Feynman, now we got the OpenClaw. That's crazy that they're actually like incorporating OpenClaw. That's why when they bought the other video I made you guys with the Fastly and the net, that was when they launched Nemo Claw or something like that. And he said they're going to make like a platform for it. So that's probably what he's going to discuss here. Tehran to strike oil and gas facilities in any country where any U.S. attack on oil facilities on Kharg Island originates.
Go to sleep. It runs 100 experiments overnight, keeping what works and killing what doesn't.
I really love what my stuff enables that person to
Sam
do.
owns
had, like
this
one
now.
guy, he told me
So he
like
doesn't own OpenClaw because it's open source. But anything else Peter Steinberger makes is essentially Sam
then we
owns
automated
now
everything, including
in
the whole
OpenAI.
website for people to order.
Der Lobsterlager fertig sein.
Hundreds of people are queuing up for lobsters in Shenzhen.
OpenClaw. We want to build OpenClaw with OpenClaw.
Everyone is talking about OpenClaw, but
He's doing Sam a service though right now. Because again, remember Moltbot, Claudebot, all the weird naming shit? They're making sure you know it's OpenClaw now. Think about it. OpenAI, OpenClaw. Even though it's open source, it ties in. That's crazy.
Incredible. Now, I illustrated effectively what OpenClaw is in this way, and so that all of you can understand it, but let's just think what happened. What is OpenClaw? It connects, it's an agentic system. It calls and connects to large language models. So the first thing it has resources that it manages. It could access tools, it could access file systems, it could access large language models. It's able to do scheduling. It's able to do cron jobs. It's able to decompose a prompt that you gave it into step by step by step. It could spawn off and call upon other sub-agents. It has I/O. You could talk to it in any modality you want. You could wave at it and it understands you. You could talk to any modality you want. It sends you messages. It texts you, sends you email. So it's got I/O. What else does it have? Well, based on that, you could say, in fact, it's an operating system. I've just used the same syntax that I would describe an operating system. OpenClaw has open sourced essentially the operating system of agentic computers. It is no different than how Windows made it possible for us to create personal computers. Now OpenClaw has made it possible for us to create personal agents. The implication is incredible. First of all, the adoption says something.
What stock is Feynman?
However, the most important thing is this. Every single company now realizes, every single company, every single software company, every single technology company.
Get ready for the new world.
For the CEOs, the question is, what's your OpenClaw strategy? Just as we need to all have a Linux strategy, we all needed to have an HTTP, HTML strategy, which started the internet. We all needed to have a Kubernetes strategy, which made it possible for mobile cloud to happen. Every company in the world today needs to have an OpenClaw strategy, an agentic system strategy. This is the new computer. Now, this is just the exciting part. Amazing. This is enterprise IT before OpenClaw. You know, and I mentioned earlier, the way enterprise IT works, and the reason why it's called data centers is because these large rooms, these large buildings, held data, held the files of people.
God bless you all. You can finish this on the video. There's still more than just traders watching. I'll get the recap after, but I got to get going. I love you all, man. God bless you. Thank you for your time today. I hope you learned a lot, man, and I hope you believe there is no such thing as a glass ceiling, my friends. All right, get ready, man. When them chains come off, that door open, get ready to run, man. I don't know. This the NVIDIA thing kind of exciting, man. But God bless you all. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Hey, man. Chad Adonia. I'll see you tonight on both the YouTube or the Instagram. We'll catch up, baby, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Let's see, again, if any breaking headlines come out. Today was a decent day. There was a couple headlines after the bell, but nothing's moved yet, so we'll find out. But I love you, Chad. See you tonight and tomorrow, and peace.